ride it. Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, ride it, the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Rastafari, Kilibamba, 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 Kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
This one you got today.
Spoon.
Listen.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba-da-ba-da-da-da.
Spoon.
Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go to there. Go to there.
On the spoon to get
Yes,
your
I
information.
do.
On the spoon to be
Yes, I
Spoon, spoon television.
Yes, I do.
Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, ride it, the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon.
side, a special one from the CEO, standing with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon.
Well, folks, welcome to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk, on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM. We are also live on Spoon TV Live. And Fabric TV, we are on YouTube, Spoon Talk. My name is Aaron Kuban. I'm your sound coordinator for this edition of the program. And as a matter of fact, this is my first, edition since we returned. And Dr. Richardson, I know that Richardson.
I know. I was like looking. I said, "Oh, that's Aaron Kuban. Where you been?"
Yeah, we've been around. The campaign, we've been mostly involved in the campaign coverage, and so most of the time we are, occupied with other activities. So we're just in the back doing the work. And I like to say thanks to Damo and Nelson Collet, who have been, standing the gap. Yes, especially for Nelson. He has been doing so very well. So, but we are here. Yeah, we always been around.
He been down. He been just going along. But it's great to see you. I'm glad that you're still doing Liberia's people's work. And it's awesome to have you back. I hope that I will see you again, on Saturdays or, in between times.
Yes. If the time is there, we always make ourselves visible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this is a service now, and a lot of people, depend on us to come and serve, and so we will not shy away from it whenever we are available, unless there is a jamming schedule, competing priorities that also in the interest of the same Liberian people who come here to serve too as well. So we'll have to chip in, and serve in another capacity.
Absolutely. It's great seeing you, Aaron. So what's going on in our country? How everything going today? I know that I saw you guys were in different places. What's going on in the country?
Yes. The whole thing about it is a campaign all around the place. They post CDC rally. That is after the rally. A lot of people have been talking about the numbers and the pre-Unity Party rally discussions have been around. I know that Joseph Imam Boakai was in district number 1 and 2 today. I'm told that he's presently in district number 2, despite the downpour of rain. Supporters of the Unity Party have defied the rain, and they honor the rain to see Ambassador Boakai and listen to him, and also show support. Clarence Monuba also was in district number 7 today, West Point area. He's been making his tour do as well, in terms of telling the Liberian people what he would have done. What he would do if he becomes a president of the country. Mr. Arizona Cummings of the ANC or CPP, largely to say, is in Grand Cape Mount County. He's campaigning. He was in Kinjaw, and he frowned on the the misuse in his word with a quotation
Mhm.
um, of the misuse of the resources, and he promised the people of Grand Cape Mountain County that if they vote him and Charlie Bronskin,
Mhm.
they are suffering, especially in relations to the misuse of their natural resources, will be put to an end. And so there are lots of things that have been going on, but the campaign has been at the center of everything. So what I thought to do was to, go on the Front Page Africa website, and so I found something that is far away from the regular politics, something that might be bizarre, yeah,
Mhm.
in River G County, Fishtown,
Mhm.
the sacred called George Wisse of the 15th Judicial Sacred Court in River G County
Mhm.
has jailed a paramount chief for 30 years. I'm sorry, that's it, 30 years? 30 days.
Oh yes, this is 30 years. What you
No,
said? So
the
they sent
judge,
Panama chief to jail for
they
30
sent the
days.
paramount chief to jail for 30 days. Guess what?
Why?
He decided to form his own court to investigate a rape allegation.
Ooh.
And so the case should have gone to the magisterial court,
Mhm.
even though the magisterial court is the first instance, and for which rape cases are not tried in magisterial courts. They are taken to the sacred court, but the court of first instance. So
Mhm.
the case of such, when they go to the magisterial court, is transferred to the sacred court. Now
Mhm.
the case went before the magisterial court, but the paramount chief,
Mhm.
one Levi Trawale, he
Mhm.
intercepted the case, went and took statement from the accused, took
Uh-huh.
statement from the survivor, and took statements from their parents. When the
Wow.
court tried to when the magisterial court tried to intervene, he, those traditional uh things that they do now, in such a thing that the paramount chief, he look at it from that standpoint, but from
Mhm.
the law standpoint, it should have been the court handling that issue. And
Wow.
so the magisterial court judge, now the magistrate in the magisterial court, then
Mhm.
filed a complaint to the sacred court judge that the paramount chief was interfering with justice. And so he was brought before the sacred court,
Mhm.
and he was sent to jail for 30 days.
Wow.
So the paramount chief is going to be serving 30 days in prison for
Mhm.
intercepting and disrupting justice in that part of the country, River G. And
River.
I thought to just bring that out, since everyone is talking about, politics.
Mhm.
Mr. Cummings is in Grand Cape Mountain County talking about ending the suffering of the Liberian people,
Mhm.
especially as it relates to the misuse of their resources.
Mhm.
Um, CDC and Harare people still believe that the space in which they had that event, was not large enough to take a lot of
Mhm.
people, and so that's why it appeared like a
What
lot of
are they
people
going
came
to
out.
SKT?
SKD is banned from political activities based on advice
Oh.
from the engineers that
Oh.
did the refurbishing of the stadium. They've advised people from having such activity there, and Liberia could
Mm.
be banned. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Yes, I want to give a shout out to the people of Grand Cape Mountain County, the home of my fathers, my grandparents, my grandfather, Papa Ningo. That's how they used to call him. But he's actually Charles Chinoway was commissioner for Rawa Sports. So this politics thing goes deep down in my family.
Mm,
And so I was just happy when I saw the people of Rawa Sport come out to welcome Mr. Cummings, and I actually like his message. It is a beautiful place. I think I said this here on the platform before. I mean, there's could be so many things for Liberia. It could be our first wonder. They have 7 wonders of the world. It could be the eighth wonder of the world and our first wonder of the world. the lake, the ocean, the mountains, the greenery, everything just come into one. And there's so much the people of Cape Town can benefit from. We hear there's gold that was found in the country. We understand that the Turkish company come in there, they take gold from us. We don't even know the value of our own gold they're taking from us. We could use all our money to make revenue for our country, to make our country better. So, I'm just happy that the people came out for Mr. Cummings, and making sure that he's gonna make Liberia a more deserving place. I believe that he's somewhere else. I did see Spoon covering him today. Aaron, did you see that? I think you guys cover one of our CPP program today, but
I didn't, I didn't, I read,
it's
I
some,
didn't really take notice of that one, but I
I,
saw other live on the page with Clarence Monduba and
mhm.
Nathaniel McGill. I had
Yes,
gone on the Bourgeois Island to do a coverage
mhm,
also for MPC
mhm.
Simeon Freeman, but that
Uh-huh.
program was postponed.
You
Uh,
guys are all over the place. I love it. Spoon
yeah,
is all over the place.
yeah, that,
Just
that program
covering
was
the
postponed.
campaign. That's good. That's the power of how you guys, the power of the media in the country that I think
Yeah,
should be
yes,
wide.
that's about the sentiment, involving politics and how people see media institutions to be. We've tried by all means to provide coverage for every side, just by getting in contact with us, following all of the necessary procedure, and then we do your coverage. We don't pick and choose.
Awesome.
Even the
Once you come to the station
CDC,
and
they
you
look out
ask,
there.
is once you come and you speak to the business manager,
Mm.
just for scheduling purposes, it is open and welcome. All of the political parties, we are open and welcome to them. So yes, and going back to this guy, this paramount chief, I want to read this story before I make any further comments. But I do believe that this whole rape issue is an issue in the country.
Mm.
It needs to be addressed seriously. To me, it is epidemic in the country. Young girls, women are just abused many times, and to see that a paramount chief wants to investigate and take this into his own hands, it's a lot. It's a big deal. I mean, I don't know how. I think we need an objective party, a party that is not like we'll discuss this in a family way or in a traditional way, because we need someone who will look at both sides and be able to have a more unbiased view of this whole sexual uh, abuse. So that's what I like to wait and see, but I really want to
Yeah,
understand
so
exactly.
in this case, the victim or the survivor is a 12-year-old
Look at that.
person, and it's a statutory rape. Statutory rape, meaning some of these kids, the people who are older than them have affairs with them, not by force now, but in that case, even if you do it, once the person is under age, even if the person consent or give you, a consent, stay you are stay.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
Aaron, yeah, I don't know. So Aaron, I have daughters, so I will tell you, if I don't know, yeah, I don't know if your daughters are as old. My daughter have passed 12 years old, and so I took care of them along with their dad. But the thing about it is, when you're a 12-year-old, you really don't even. And I'm a woman. You don't know your own body. And once a woman is sexualized, she's exposed to sex in a way that is not pleasant to her. It goes a long way. I mean, it's something that sticks with you. So
Mm.
I don't think a 12-year-old who perhaps have not even started menstruation yet, or maybe she has in this country. The food and the chemical have made our children to start the menstruation very early. But in Liberia, you don't even know your own body. You don't even know what you feel. You don't even know if it's okay. And so, for an adult who's been having sex forever and ever and ever, amen, come to introduce or expose a child to such thing, it's
And
just
what makes this even more bigger is that the alleged perpetrator has absconded, even though he was being investigated by the paramount chief. But when the paramount chief was arrested, I believe he felt comfortable, being investigated by the paramount chief than the court. And so when the paramount chief was arrested, the information is that he escaped, and
Yes.
he's on the run. So
And this is why I think we need another party, because if a perpetrator can be comfortable with an investigation, then that
the
means that,
paramount chief,
yeah. So then I
yeah,
mean that somebody else need to come, because you should be
yeah,
scared of the law, or what is traditional, customary, or an authority figure. You should be afraid. But if you're comfortable and want somebody to investigate you, then something is not right. So, but hopefully we'll get. It is sad. It is really sad that. Adults can take advantage of children. If anyone had tried that on my 12-year-old daughter, we'd be going to jail now. Aaron, I'm not kidding with that. I mean,
mhm,
my husband feels the same way too. So, but it's really, it's sad. You know, it's very sad.
yeah,
Yeah. But thank you for taking distracting us from all politics. Um,
yes, and
we
there's
want mhm.
yes, indeed, because every time we hear this politics, a lot of things happening across the country, and I think the viewers and those listening, some of them are interested in those things, and we that are coming, yeah, though those news might not be trending as in the war itself trending, but I think it worth being reported, and people
Mhm.
getting to know that a code in a special, I mean, a particular code in certain part of the country is taking, enforcing the law, especially with someone obstructing justice. Paramount chief, I don't know what is the delineation between those two areas when it comes to the traditional aspect of investigating those
Correct.
things, because you
Correct.
have you have to look at it from a traditional custom standpoint. How do they
Yes.
do it with
Exactly.
the judge
That's
taking that
why I
decision?
couldn't say much about it, because of
Yeah,
the laws
yeah.
that we
So
have.
the cultural context of those things also need to be taken into consideration. How is it usually done? Is that the only case of such? Is it new, or how do they usually do it when it comes to issue about rape? Is it that the paramount chief are the ones who usually do this investigation, and this sacred court judge at this time maybe he's new to that area, or he wants to take new steps in implementing the law, so he wants to, drive away from their regular practice, even though it was not legal, but it's a common law practice in most of these areas where the
Mm.
chiefs will sit on the table and settle matters, other things.
Yes, yeah. So, I often tell my students, to the extent that your culture will cause you pain, in the case of this young 12-year-old girl, what value is it if somebody's going to rape me and it's going to cause me pain? What value is it? You know, how does that make me a better person to contribute to my society? So I think it's something that we need to. Yes, culture is good. I like it. I love my culture and stuff. I like my Liberian food. As a matter of fact, until it gets cold, I'm wearing Liberian African clothes to work until it gets cold, and I'm known for that. But to what extent does we can use culture to to contribute to society or to bring pain to somebody else? So
Mhm.
yes, I see that we have CEO in. Oh, I was just gonna say you're in the background. I was gonna bring you in. Welcome to the
See you,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, you kind of bring salt and pepper, as that Mr. Maxwell have branded him as bringing the salt and pepper.
See you, welcome. As you welcome to your own show.
He
Oh,
only
okay.
he probably
Okay, he's on
talking.
the line. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you, Aaron, for your hard work and what you do for Liberia. We appreciate it. It's good to have you back. I look forward to seeing you more and more.
No,
See
no,
you.
no, 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 no. We ain't look forward to see him more. No, 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 no. Don't do that to us. Nah,
See you, I
nah.
say welcome to your own show.
Yeah,
I
you're
welcome you
welcome.
to your own show.
That's not my show. That the Richardson a show. Yeah, you're
Uh,
welcome. Picking up. He broke two cell phone. Two. Jeff waiting not to go to work. Everything from the Sunday they making cover it because he said he didn't get cell phone. Two
uh,
beautiful iPhone 13 Pro Max. The man breaking it.
Yeah, yeah, you're
I know
busting.
that he break it down. I know that he gave it to his girlfriend there. I know. But something
James,
not right.
James been telling all that story. All the stories that James been telling them. So
All right. Put it on
mm.
Jim. Yeah, put
Only
it on
one
James.
food.
Like, James said he's not coming back. Go. I begged James. I said, James, when you going back to Liberia to do the election coverage? James said, hey, Chief, don't do that to me. Oh. I said, why? I said, James, I beg you. James said, Chief, I beg you, don't do that to me. So I know we got to welcome the poor. What, Dr. Richardson, can you help me talk to James? Because he need to go back to do this election coverage.
I
And
know.
he free to travel though, Dr. Richardson. He is free to travel.
I know.
No restriction. James can go come in Euro 9, the man like Euroball. James.
Why you calling James? He in the background.
Yes, sir.
You are left unspoken. Come on the show. If people get a question for you.
I'm not pushing cartoon.
Good day.
Oh, yeah.
Don't act like you sleeping. The people get a question for you.
I was sleeping.
They got bad luck.
I'm speaking series now. Lama boy
Yeah.
speaking series.
That's Siri in Europe. James, yo, Aaron Kuban asking for you.
Yo, what's up?
Well, come on the show, James. When will you go do the election coverage? When you going to Liberia?
I'm coming. I don't wake up.
The man say he coming. Oh, look at Bala. You see trouble? Yeah.
He's sleeping.
Aaron, tell her this in Liberia. James will be saying, "I come in. Let me wake up." You see trouble? Yeah.
The man watch. The man enjoy him.
I live
Don't
on the
take a
radio.
rest.
You live on the
You
radio.
live on the radio. Everyone hearing you. Over 12,000 people. Yeah, over 12,000 people listening to you.
The man say he coming. He won't wake up. Dr. Richardson. James, I want to ask you a question. When are you going back to Liberia to do the election coverage?
You see her?
Before the 17th.
You're going before the 17th. So you will be at the Unity Party program.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Richardson, message you'll be there.
Seniors be leaving for me at this case.
Virginia law. About 4 years, you go back to Liberia. You'll be out of Liberia for 4 years. And I said, why 4 years? But James, most seriously, people want to see, if you want to see James doing the coverage in Liberia this election, please, can you just say yes or no? Let's just see, please. Before we even get into the show. James, we are waiting Dr. Richardson. You think James should go to Liberia?
You sure you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, let's do it small now. While we stay waiting for the other guys, then you think everybody's saying yes? So Darlington say yes. Joseph say yes. H.E. Clara Williams, yes. Wendell Williams, yes. Flomo respect. Flomo say no.
They like James.
She's got any more progress. See you.
Yeah, but important said the teacher don't know now. Louis Tamba said no. Sally Kamara said no. Namenvi Gala said yes.
My friend
Sonny
said
said
no.
yes. Oh, well, James, people don't like you no more.
Barbara said no.
But I thought James was one of our best.
Yes, it's not about James. I don't think it's about James.
It's about what?
That
It's about the place where James is leaving from to come back to where he left from.
Yeah, Eric.
That's the issue.
No, but we are raising fund to buy James plane ticket that he can go back. James.
Yeah.
I may get a link. Come on the show. People want to see you and ask you. I'm waiting for you. That's a party mandate.
Supreme.
You may come in.
I'm
surprised. So why people saying no? Seriously.
So if you for example, if someone gave the man invitation to call the 2024 election in the US, people say no. They're talking about the country that the man coming back to, the place he left from, and the progress that he's making on that side to come back.
Well, I do believe that James is free to travel to the United States based on his document he have, and I think that he can travel anywhere. But you're right. Traveling to Liberia, maybe James said, I'm living from recurrent to Christmas life. I leave it from taking bath with shower to go to the well and draw water. I leave it from Lapa Bido to eating in restaurant, cooking my own food. I leave it from making $50 as a security to making $2,000 a month. So you are quite correct, Aaron Kuba. You are quite correct. There's a lot of stuff come with this thing. A lot of stuff come with this thing.
What James looking at.
Now you see what I'm talking about, right?
Wow. But we gotta make James to go back. A lot of folks want to see James
go back in 2 times.
No, this election, the agreement was James was going to go back this election to cover the election. That's why he told his manager, Madam Titi. But look that he have given Madam Titi Huawei. I think that's exactly what happened, Aaron. The man had given the old man Huawei.
Yeah, we actually, I had a similar conversation like that. He promised to come back in October. I mean, not in October, but during the launch of the campaign. So around
during the election time. I'm surprised though.
Yeah,
Byron said James fooled us. It's true, James fooled us. I mean, he fooled me because but I think James should go to Labrador and somebody should steal his document.
Whoa! Yes, you listening back there, right?
Yeah, James should go to Labrador and somebody should take the document from behind him. He looking for it. He can't find it.
He will regret it. He will regret the day he stepped on a plane to come back. The very day, the very first step.
Take his document. Take all his traveling document out of Richardson and just hide it for him, and let James stay in Labrador for the rest of the year. Let encourage James to go, and we'll program somebody to take his document.
Holy Ghost fire, James. Holy Ghost fire.
What a go fire? What a go fire? Gotta do what I want.
The sender.
I got a plan for James. I want to see James in Labrador. Seriously, I got a plan for James. I'm working on it.
James will be speaking Polish.
He learning it though. He's learning it in school. He's learning it in school. Seriously, and that's a good thing,
James will be acting. She's gonna be acting with that little just come, when they used to go back to America to be here for 1 week to go back and start speaking hell about Siri to you.
So something happened. Where is Baron? Aaron, where is Baron?
Baron is usually a fallback position.
Yeah, but he stopped working. He just quit like that. When you guys were at the court house and everything was happening, Baron just went cool. I don't know what happened. Baron from ALP. maybe you were told not to come on.
maybe the closure, the break, reduce the man momentum. So maybe he needs to be reinvigorated.
Which momentum the man had from the beginning? He had no momentum, man. That beginning, I mess up again. But Dr. Richardson, I know we're waiting for the others to join us. I'm very, very hungry, Dr. Richardson. I'm so hungry.
Go make some smoothie. You see, my husband just made me some smoothie.
God bless AV. God bless AV.
He actually brought it. That's why I had to.
I think he put something in that thing. Be careful.
It goes fire. Yeah,
AV that he put something in that thing to send you to bed.
I was complaining that he had something to drink.
He put something in there to send you to bed.
No. It fire back to
it's not me. Sorry, folks. I'm hungry. That's the hungry talk talking.
Yeah, I don't talk right now.
It's not me, yeah. So the guys are men there. The women talking too much. They wanted to go to bed. They getting out a nice smoothie.
No.
Then they go to bed and go relax.
That is not my
So that Richardson, what's happening at your end? Let's start this thing. Let's take it easy, man. Today is Saturday. There was a drugs situation, folks. I don't know if you're aware. We're going to welcome you, but there's a drugs issue. Something came up at the Robert International Airport. I have shared this. I will be sharing this with everyone. I am surprised that Richardson, the Robert International Airport have turned to be the gateway of drugs in our country. The Robert International Airport have turned to be the gateway of drugs. So if you follow us, if you follow the show, who owns the drugs allegedly busted at RIA? This It's deeper. This is scary. And I want you guys to invite your friends. Let's talk about it. We're going to open the phone line. Today is a quiet Saturday. It's raining. The weather is cool. It's like for fufu soup. This weather, Dr. Richardson, that fufu soup weather.
That's true.
No, seriously. A very, very cold. It's raining. The road is bad. So all you need to do, just stay home. Wherever you may find yourself, drink your fufu soup.
Yep.
Cook your hot fufu. You want either with flour sauce, either with flour sauce. You want either with your small pan butter, either with your pan butter. If you want either with pepper soup with okra in it and venison on the side, do it.
Yeah, you want your GB soup?
You want either with GB soup, then you tell them to get back. But I'm gonna tell you this weather today in my area, I don't know where you are, it's a fufu soup weather. Anybody cooking fufu soup, you put a small bone and casement in it with your okra and venison on the side. Somebody said they get casement though. So we just asking you, if you cooking it, just think about me. Tell me where you are. If you're not far off, I will come and get it. If you're far off, then it means that I can't eat it. I know my sister Angeline. I don't know whether my cousin Angeline, where she may be right now, but I think she always cooking that fufu soup. So we want to tell you before we start the show.
Bill Carson wants to know if you know how to cook.
Huh?
Bill Carson wants to know if you know how to cook.
I've been cooking JBC again. I've been cooking JBC since I was beginning.
JBC.
John before you clap. You know that one? No, Dr. Richardson, you don't know about JBC. Forget it. Yeah. JBC, when we're growing up, you got to ask something there if you want to eat. They say John before you clap. It's not what the women that get called bayat. The train called bayat. No. You go in the creek, you catch your buka, you clean it, you get your 1 cup of rice, you prepare everything. Voila. But if your friend contribute, your friend not eating. So that's how it is. So where Tom calling me for? Tom, what you got for me? Tom not call me because I told him about case me. So let me say this to every one of you. Please, please, please. Wherever you may find yourself, if you're close to your kitchen, it's fufu soup. If you're this part of New Jersey, the weather is cool. The weather is rainy. Just stay home, put your Netflix on, watch Phone Talk, because we're about to tell you what's happening at Robert International Airport. The people bringing in drugs. They're bringing in drugs. Robert International Airport, the amount of drugs that are coming in through that airport is bad. And the person that bringing the drugs, the person said that the allegation that I finna burn the drugs for. Yeah.
Our country.
No, I'm just saying.
They
are saying that the drugs for Finabono, the allegation, and they say Finabono went to the investigation and said the drugs not for me.
Wow.
We got this document, we'll be sharing it with you folks. So I'm just taking it easy. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
Drugs are just enter into the whole gateway into our country, and then nobody know how it got there. Nobody want to take responsibility. Don't they have at least some kind of checkpoints, like checkpoints to know?
You asked a good question, Dr. Richardson, but yes, it's scary part, right? It is true. Liberia has turned to be a gateway for drugs, cartel. At the airport, the allegation that the chief of security at the airport is involved. Dr. Richardson, this is bad. Make no mistake. Somebody said that we have called Dobagi. The person is in New Jersey. Where? I can pick it up if you are not far. If you're less than 10 minutes away, I can pick it up. Somebody said that we have called Dobagi. That Richard said, let me see who's there.
Send about DoorDash to you.
Yeah, can you send it by DoorDash? I will send you my address. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Dobagi telling this. Dobagi can do though. You get a lot of pepper and cow skin in it.
It depends on what kind of Dobagi.
Get to the Dobagi. I don't let it get about. The kit to the Dobagi will be fine. Get about Dobagi. Anybody can cook it anyhow.
I like to pursue it.
All depends who cooking the double soy. Some people can mix the double soy like a real or soup. Yeah. Do you cook double soy?
I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to plead the fifth.
Oh,
Because
but I
your
hear myself. When I hear myself on the show, they playing the fifth.
only question is your only question is I put it behind it.
But when I hear myself on the show, if you plead the fifth, not there, we're not talking to each other. We call her Chemlet, like Joey, I call her Chemlet with all your friend.
That's
We
that
call her
was
Chemlet. No,
So
but then the people, you know what? If you want us to welcome you, put your phone number up. We'll call you. Let's do that. Because
yeah,
all the guys that are running late, they're coming on late. We got to talk about the drugs issue. But if you want us to welcome you, put your phone number up. I call you.
so before
Momo,
you actually let me
money.
just say,
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
just give a shout out to Marjorie Duncan Follett. Her birthday is coming up in a few days. So Marjorie, I want to tell you happy birthday and unapologetic Eva. They're going to be celebrating their Virgo
Why you
sister.
always? Why she gave us that name on apology? Who after her? Who asked her to apologize?
My God, I tell
I won't call and ask her. Let she put her number up. How you go name yourself on it? Her parents didn't give her that name, I believe.
So happy birthday to you guys.
Unapologetic. That's something bad she not do. She says she unapologetic. Yeah, man. That's something bad she has done. Yeah, Eugene Solomon Pierre, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We want to say thank you for joining us, and we want to welcome you officially, sir. Thank you for sharing your number.
Thank you, boss. I'm in Minneapolis drinking my pepper soup.
Ah, my man, I know. Why in the pepper soup?
Oh, man, don't even talk about a goat meat. The Jolly and all jumping up and down playing like
My man, don't gotta say that thing, man. You know you get no plenty meat in that thing, man.
Man, get all the yeah, this is Minnesota. We got farmer market all over, bro. You are here the last time. You know what's up?
Yeah, you got the water side that will cook for you. You didn't cook it.
My woman from Boston, man. What are you talking about?
You get water side that your woman will just buy and put it down and say she cook it, and you believe it. My man, thank you. Good that you follow us. Share our program, my man. Share on social media.
All the time, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Richardson, there's a new style of something we're going to do. Because waiting for those stubborn guy, then I'm wasting our time. Let's talk to Kumba Justino Gate. Kumba Justino Gate, I about to call. She promised $300, but she sent $100. Yeah, she promised to send money. But she sent $100.
You know, America had that.
But I didn't tell her to promise. She promised herself.
Okay.
James, how many things you coming on with, James? Yeah, but take one down. Dr. Richardson, oh, you're not using your phone, right? I'm calling Justina. Justina, good afternoon.
Good evening, my dear brother. How are you?
I'm all right, man. Thank you for joining Spoon and thank you for sharing this program. Oh, you don't want to pay your cell phone bill. The phone went up.
Call her back. Maybe something happened. There was maybe a mistake.
No, she got only one try. I ain't calling her back. She didn't pay her phone bill.
Maybe she'll call you back then.
Look at she calling back. Hello?
Yeah, I think
Oh, I thought you didn't pay your phone bill. It went off again. She get simple mobile, Dr. Richardson. The simple mobile phone not correct. So Dr. Richardson, we're just waiting. Somebody said I should wait for them. Jerome finish eating. Yeah, man, but I'm hungry. What?
Well, go eat.
I'm gonna leave on the show and go eat.
Yeah, me and James can carry on too.
Yeah, hello?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm all right, man. What's your name?
Bernice Sinclair. But I go by Bodu Dwayne.
Oh, how are you today? Thank you for joining Spoon, man. Where are you joining us from?
You promised to wish my granddaughter a happy birthday the last day you forgot it. You promised you were going to do it the next day, but no problem.
Happy belated birthday to your granddaughter. Happy belated birthday to your granddaughter.
Okay, that's it. We're in August. Thank you anyway.
Yeah,
Dr.
well.
Richardson?
Yes.
We love you. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Richardson says she bet she will lead the show because it's like that UP show.
Dr. Richardson lead the show. We'll follow her.
Oh no.
Dr. Richardson got to stay on.
She said
Thank
that
you
UP
very
show.
much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we know that UP show.
That UP show. They show that UP show. You get Dr. Richardson, Mame, Prince Maxwell, Gibson Jeru, Ed Remy Gray. You got 5 of them, and you want to say that UP show?
It's not UP, but if they say UP, what can we say? We say okay, but we still love her. We need her on the show. She got to
Thank you
keep
very
your
much.
on your toes.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you very much. Enjoy your pepper soup, yeah?
I wish I had some, but bye.
Okay,
Jane,
mama.
you gotta go to Liberia, okay?
Jane, you gotta go to Liberia, yeah, the woman.
Look at Jesus.
Jane say he begging you, yeah, go to Liberia where?
You got a haircut. It looks good.
Somebody pressing the web for the man said my wife is one of the best Dabagi cooks in Millville. Oh, he's in Millville, New Jersey.
Far from here.
It's not far from you.
No, and like it's interesting that there is a Liberian in Millville, right?
Yeah, he's very close to you, Dr. Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. So Dr. Richardson, what's happening from your end in the political world? We're about to do this thing. We're about to,
I was just
start
saying,
the show.
I was just excited that Mr. Cummings was in Grand Cape County, the home of my father's father, and he got a rousing welcome in Grand Cape County. I want to tell the people in Cape Town, thank you very much for welcoming Mr. Cummings and Councillor Brunskin. They went to different parts of Cape Town, and I'm very excited about that. I'm very proud of Cape Town.
That's all?
Yeah, that's one thing. Besides, yeah, I was just take it as it comes, as it should.
We gave you the chance for you to tell your umo because you won't say that we stop you from talking.
Oh,
so that's all.
Well, obviously, you guys know that. Oh, there's an echo in the background.
Let me mute myself. Go ahead.
Thank you. Obviously, you know that you and James know very much that I support Mr. Cummings. I believe that he can make the best president for Liberia because he has the experience. He has ability to transfer knowledge and skills to make Liberia a better place. When we talk about transferable skills, I see why you're laughing because me and myself, we had this conversation before in the background. The transferable skills includes, your organizational ability, the way you communicate, your leadership styles. Those are things that, are transferable. Mr. Cummings is very intelligent. He's smart. He can catch on very quickly. He's able to adjust to the current, the current trends in the world, as well as be able to look at the population, which Liberia is a very young population, and bring in what is needed for Liberia to grow. At this point, we don't need our country already on a decline, my people. We don't need to go back. We don't need people who want to come into power because of personal reasons, or somebody like me, or they didn't call me, or whatever. It is about Liberia. It's not about personal relationships and all of those things. So, as I speak to you, I urge you to definitely think about Mr. Cummings as you go October 10th to the ballot box. Think about voting for him. My mother, she used to speak Pele. She always used to say, I think it means I beg you. I don't even know what I think it means that. Because sometimes when she and I have conversations, she's deceased now, her soul rest in peace, but she'd be like, my daughter, I put her. So I believe, I want to beg you guys. We want to put our country on the map. We want our country to shine again. I don't like going to places where people ask me about Liberia and then they start telling me the things they know about Liberia. It sometimes isn't pleasant. October 11th, when Mr. Cummings is elected, it's not going to be like, we're going to see gold and diamond in the street, but we'll begin to put our country on the right path, the right trajectory. So again, vote for Mr. Cummings and Councillor Charlene Brunskin. I want to just take this time to encourage you to do that. Okay, somebody was correcting me here, telling me that I put it that mano that I'm pele. Okay, thank you for correcting me.
Are you done, Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I'm done.
So, Dr. Richardson, let's do this. Okay, that'd be fair. while we wait for the guys, and you are the one representing Mr. Cummings, let's talk about Mr. Cummings. Yeah. All right. And James and myself, yeah, we do our best to do this before the other hijacker and jump on. Let's talk about Mr. Cummings. Why Mr. Cummings, Dr. Richardson? Let's give each other 2 minutes, please.
Oh, okay. I said I was explaining earlier, and I don't know if you heard me. Mr. Cummings has a proven track record of bringing change into organization. When he left from Pillsbury Company, which is a company in the United States, and went on to a larger company, he was able to contribute. He was able to increase the profit earning of the company. He was able to negotiate with other stakeholders, other people who were interested in the company, and they were only interested in terms of making sure there were good management styles, there were good organizational styles. He was able to uh, make sure that when Coca-Cola branched out into other parts of the world, like in Africa and Europe, that they maintain, structure. They continue to be a profitable organization. So Mr. Cummings has that knowledge, somebody who he brings that to the table. He actually, after 2017, when he went back to Liberia, he ran and he stayed. Unlike other people who left the country, or you don't even hear about them. After 2017, there were other people who were in the race. We never heard about them until now. Mr. Cummings stayed. He continued to speak about the ills in society. We can see now that he continues to make his case door to door. He's not taking Liberian people for granted. He doesn't feel entitled, like, oh, the race is over, y'all better come and join us and blah, blah, blah. No, you never hear words like that from him. Okay. What he would say is, I'm going to speak to you. I'm going to tell you about myself. I'm going to tell you how I can change Liberia, how I can contribute to this country, how we have the resources, we have the ability. He was the first person who said, I wanted to increase the revenue to $1 billion. And so this is what Mr. Cummings wants to bring to our country. Mr. Cummings understands that we have although we're an old country, but our democracy isn't up to par where it needs to be. So we cannot utilize and say, oh, we're going to rely on some of the things that, you guys talk about. Many Liberians talk about numbers, relatability, likability, social desirability, all of those things. They're good in a democracy where people have a high level of literacy, all right, where they can distinguish between issues. But right now, for many, many reasons, I don't want to, I can't talk about that right now. Our people were not educated enough to distinguish sometimes, what will be the right direction for our country to take. For many years, it was a bag of rice, cup of rice, so say one, so say all in our country. We never gave people the opportunity to decide on the growth of our country. And so we are at a very elementary level of improvement in our country. So Mr. Cummings wants to just improve our areas in all capacity: his communication skills, his leadership skills, his negotiation skills, his organization skills, his understanding of complex situation skills. So I know, yes, thank you for putting his picture. And that's
Thank
what
you. Because can you give us a chance to ask you some questions also?
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Because I really want to give you this time, because I know we have our conversation about the drugs issue at Rabat International Airport, but I really want us to have some understanding as to the man, Mr. Cummings. You fight for this man. Every evening, you defend him. You sell him out to the people. I really want you to have that one-on-one time with James and myself, and when the others join us, then we can have this conversation. Alexander B. Cummings Jr. This is since 2017, July. It's online. Yesterday on our program, Dr. Richardson, I believe you were busy and you left. Ed Remy Grace said Cummings, one of his many problems. Ed is on our yesterday program. Said Cummings does not know how to bring in good supporters. Like he would not return phone calls. He would not reach out. It's like he's in a bubble. What say you, Dr. Richardson? It's the truth. It's not from me. It's from Ed Remy Gray. your own Mr. Cummings supporter. We also heard from Dualu. Dualu said I was supporting Cummings, but Cummings had a fundamental, and he disagreed because he believed that Cummings had a fundamental downside to his leadership skill. So he disagreed, and he flipped to Joseph Yiman Boakai. For example, also, the third person, Hussein. Hassan saying that, listen, I had to leave Cummings because of his leadership skill. And he talked about the transferable style of leadership. Let's give you the time for you to address it with Liberian. I want you to Richardson. You have folks listening onto you on all of our radio stations. Let's talk about Mr. Cummings quietly. Fagon is not on, Mo Adi is not on. So let's just enjoy this time. Answer some of these questions.
So, Stanton, in the field of psychology, we look at people's personality from, a continuum of introvert and extrovert. Okay. So, some people, they tend to be adjustable, what Liberian people describe as people oriented, likable. And some people, they don't get energy from people. They know what they need to do. They know how to get things done, but perhaps people don't provide energy for them. And so when I hear people say, and Mr. Cummings must, maybe he fits into that category of perhaps being on moving towards on the continuum on the spectrum of maybe an introvert, which means that he can solve problems, he's analytical, but people don't energize him. But my question to people is that, are we doing this for a call from Mr. Cummings, or our relationship with Mr. Cummings, or who he is in terms of how he relates to people? Or are we doing, when I come here and speak, I'm speaking for Liberia. I want a better Liberia. And I know among all of the candidates, whether they're good, whether they're bad, Mr. Cummings is better. He's the best among all of the candidates. Okay.
Can I just jump in?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Can I jump in? That's what Richard said. We all talking about Liberia, Liberians home and abroad. We are making the case for a better leader, though. But you must see something in that leader, and that leader must convince you, right? Liberians today, if we open the phone line, you will find most of them saying no to Mr. Cummings for 2023. Most of them. It's something about a disconnect. To hear what El Remy Gray said yesterday, that Mr. Cummings is not people's person. He doesn't connect. And a lot of folks drive off. Most Liberians saying the same thing. Not that he's not trying, but you cannot jump from the Cummings and say, I'm doing it for Liberia. You want to do it for Liberia through Mr. Cummings.
Well,
so help us understand.
Yeah, but in Stanton, I don't think you understood the first part of my conversation. Likewise, I don't think many Liberians understood, because I can see what they're saying. So I'm going to start again. When we look at our personal, like you tend to be, especially when you're in front of the camera, you're an extrovert. You say what you say. People, you get energized with conversation from people. When they call you, like open the phone lines, you know how to talk and stuff like that. So I will put you closer in the category of being an extrovert. There are some people who are on the other side of the continuum who are introverts. It's not that they don't know what to do, how to do. It's not that they're smart. But they don't get energized by people and stuff like that. So and that may be a challenge for somebody like that. However, in my second part of the conversation, I'm saying is that when we fight for Liberia, especially me and other people who support Mr. Cummings, we're not doing it because of how Mr. Cummings relates to us. And this is why I want a lot of people to see this and hear this and hear me well. It's about Liberia. It's about looking at the candidates that are in the country and see who can best lead Liberia. Mr. Cummings can get a job done. No question about it. I'm sure you and I can go back and argue about this, Stanton. who's the best leader, who can get the job done in Liberia. But should I look at his persona to say if he's likable? Because I saw the people who voted for George Weah and they say he's likable. What did he do? You know, the people who are voting for Joseph Boakai right now, they're saying, oh, the old man know how to talk to us, blah, 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 blah. Those things do not solve Liberia's problem. What Mr. Cummings wants to do, he wants to provide opportunities. And he always said, for everyone to be able to become someone in the country.
But so, Madam, Dr. Richardson, can we pass what he intends to do and talk about the current issue? What is at hand? If you say Mr. Cummings is introvert, but why is he? Can he get out of that? Can he free himself? A lot of folks complain that Mr. Cummings just all for self and by self. Is that the executive? I beg to finish. It's just you and myself, madam. Is that the executive discipline that you got your office, you got your secretary, you got your special assistant, and this line up, so therefore everybody will go through that channel? You think Liberia is there yet for that kind of system? You must be a leader before you bring in the system. But bringing in the system while you're asking the people to vote for you is scare them away.
So I don't know, when people talk again, I'm at a different place in my understanding, okay, of the relationship that Mr. Cummings has with other people, maybe because I don't beg for him to call me. If I feel like I need to say something, you know, I send it out there, I speak my mind, you know, I can, you know, so even when I'm going to Liberia, you know, if I don't see Mr. Cummings, I'm okay. But maybe some people, maybe the people who are some of my colleagues on the show, they maybe take comfort in getting.
No, it's not your colleague now. Don't bring it on us on the show. We are talking about outside of the show.
Well,
my thing to you is that you work in a system for almost 20 years. You go to work, you sit in your office, you do what they ask you to do. You're out, you easily 20 years. 20 years, Dr. Richardson, you've been doing it.
Yes.
But my question to you, can you take the system into Liberia? And do you think at this time the people can accept, or can it be gradually? Because people say Mr. Cummings is doing this. And listen, the reason why we are talking about Mr. Cummings today is because it is true. He got some good in him. But to hear Remy Gray, to hear Dwalu, and all those people, hardcore supporter of Mr. Cummings, saying that because of this reason, people are leaving Mr. Cummings. Remy Gray, I was shocked. How can Mr. Cummings turn it around, Dr. Richardson? How?
You know, and again, I want to say that it was Remy Gray's experience of Mr. Cummings, okay? I want to say again that this thing we call personality, or the way that we present to other people, is on a spectrum, it's on a continuum. Some people, and I use you as an example, maybe on the extrovert side of it. Some people are in the middle. Some people are maybe 2/3 of the way, and some people are all the way to the end. Some people get energized by people, by just, you know, talking to people. Mr. Cummings, again, can get the job done. I know that very well. Like, I'm looking at, and you asked me a very interesting question as well, and I'll get to it. I'm looking at who can get the job done in Liberia right now to put Liberia on the trajectory of change.
If that is true, why people think that they differ with you? What majority of Liberia think that you are wrong?
I'm not sure.
What majority of Liberia, like every, to be frank now, let be very truthful. Let's welcome our brother King Hassan, the man that is destroying Minnesota. King Hassan, welcome. To be very frank, I beg you, get James, go in our chat room, find Hassan and brother dancing, find that video, please, before you delete it. Before he deleted James, find it, please. James, find it quick, before the man delete it. I already copied it anyway. So, Dr. Richardson, I want you to sell Cummings to Ned like you have never sold him before. I would seriously want you to sell Cummings like you have never sold him before, because a lot of folks, and after you sell Cummings, I will ask King Hassan to speak. We will open the phone line. Let's see how many people you're going to convince tonight to jump on Cummings train.
So let me, and I want to preference this. First, I want to go back to the question that you asked me.
Yeah.
If I can take this system that I worked in for 20 years and dash it down in Liberia and expect it to work. No. I don't think any educated person, I don't think Mr. Cummings is doing that either. Okay. I don't think any wise, educated, advanced, sophisticated thinking person will do that. That's not what you go to school for. You go to school to learn how to be critical thinkers and also to learn how to apply things contextually. All right. So let's get that question. Mr. Cummings is not planning on doing that. He's not planning on saying, oh, everything that I learned in a system in Coca-Cola is what I'm going to dump in Liberia. Mr. Cummings understands that Liberia is Liberia. Liberia has its own, nuances. All right. That he knows exactly. That man he's very smart. He knows exactly what would work in Liberia.
So we agree he's smart. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mama. I'm begging you. We agree he's smart, and I have said it. Mr. Cummings is very bright. We agree. Mr. Cummings has his own money. We agree. Mr. Cummings' hands were never in corruption. We agree. Mr. Cummings never took part in the war. He got no blood in his hand. We agree. But my question to you, why the people are still not embracing? Why Mr. Cummings is now in the number one spot? Let me end on this real quick. Why is he not in the number one spot right now? Why is Boakai? Why is George Manawea ahead? That's my question to you, Dr. Richardson.
So I want to give one, caveat. Is the first caveat is, a lot of people who are driven to hear what we have to say comes from one similar perspective. They have one philosophy who they think they will rule Liberia. So when they call or when they make comments on here, I expect them to think alike, to be very, to say almost the same thing, repetition. And if you think I'm lying, just read the comments and you'll see how everybody tends to be repeating and supporting one ideology. Okay, so
how can you convince them? I must bring you in on this one after Dr. Richardson. How can you change the mind of the Liberian people that have one ideology?
Wait now. So my second thing that I want to say is this: the people that we speak to right now, there's tons and tons of people that listen to us every day in Liberia. All right. And I know this because I was on a different show, which you are aware of this morning. The people that call into the show are presenting completely something different than what I hear on this show, on our show. Okay? So what I'm saying is the people who are open to hear about Mr. Cummings is willing to create opportunities in Liberia. Mr. Cummings is not in the business of whether you like him or not, whether he calls you or not. Those are great skills to have. All right. Those are good skills to have. The skills that Mr. Cummings want to bring to Liberia is to make education for our children better than what it is. He wants to be able to categorize our school system where he can make primary education very, very important. He wants to bring in the women, pregnant women who are about to to deliver, to make sure that they have good prenatal care, because he knows that when they have children, those Liberian citizens are the next generation. He wants to have preventative medication, which is, he understands very well that a lot of people in Liberia die from typhoid, malaria, cholera. Those are things that are preventable. Okay, so we'll work on the preventative medicine aspect, as well as work on creating clinics, strengthening the hospitals that we have right now. St. Timothy Hospital in Cape Mount, okay, the hospital in Nimba. We will strengthen the different hospitals around the country. Mr. Cummings wants to infrastructure. Is not just, he wants to look at Mount Coffee and say, I want to apply for that MCC money grant that we can get, and make sure that we do well, so we'll be able to get the money, not the one that Samuel 12 failed to get. You were celebrating earlier on. Okay, make sure that we get that money so we can strengthen our Mount Coffee, so that we can be able to spread people getting electricity, and we can start from that and move on to using solar power, solar system, bring that into the country, move on to getting windmill system, bring that into the country.
So thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me bring in, no, James, do not cause problem here tonight. We'll bring it in, James. You're trying to create problem.
James,
Yeah.
talk to
No, I'm going to bring James in, but he put his hand up like this. The time for him to talk. You better go to Liberia. Now, let me bring in my brother Wozy first. Wozy, you live on Spoon Talk. Are you joining us today?
Yes.
All right, you got the link, right?
Not yet.
It's in the chat room, Wozy.
All right.
Thank you. So, good day. I want you to come in and let's just focus on Mr. Cummings for the next 30 minutes. Come in quick and we'll go to our brother Hussein. Dr. Richardson, before good day come in. Are you representing CPP and ANC or you only representing Alexander Cummings?
I support Mr. Cummings. That's what I support him as a Liberian citizen.
But you are not here as an ANC, a member of CPP, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm here as someone who loves Liberia and supports Mr. Cummings and know that he will make the best leader to bring change to Liberia.
Why are you distancing yourself from ANC and CPP?
I'm not distancing myself.
Why are you not being identified as an ANC or CPP member?
So because I think that, people who that there's a time and place for party politics. I think social media is actually the best place for me to talk about Liberia, the changes in Liberia. Because once I put on my ANC hat or my CPP hat, then I'm compelled to only see things in the framework that those ideology present. As you can see, when Father God comes here, that's what he talks about.
Wow. And the Richardson, we got to pause. We got to bring the other guy. What you just said today is shocking to me. And after Good Day, Al Hussein will go to the phone line. I'm surprised that you are not here representing or speaking on behalf of CPP and ANC, but you only pointing to Mr. Cummings. And yesterday, another one happened. Aaron Migray said, well, Mr. Cummings, he doesn't reach out. So this thing about, anyway, Good Day. Don't waste our time, Good Day. Please go back to Liberia. Talk to us.
To begin first, let me say more of what you just listened to from Dr. Richardson and what happened yesterday will continue to happen. I said this a couple of months ago on this show. Cummings is a good man. Cummings has a big heart for Liberia. Cummings has a big heart of transforming our society. But those who are around him are the problem. This is my first time saying this, right? I spoke with several ANC folks who are very close to Mr. Cummings. They are thinking towards Dr. Richardson regarding her support to Cummings is terrible. They believe that that she's nobody to them regarding their surrounding. If you heard Remy saying Cummings cannot call, not that Cummings is not willing to pick his phone to call these people, but there are channels that he has to pass through before calling these people. And those who have to place the proper channel are not doing it because they don't want these people to go close to Cummings. Their fear is if those educated people who are supporting Cummings and who have more ideas to give to Cummings, if they get close to Cummings, they are going to be kicked away a little bit and their ideas will be reviewed.
So let me hold you right there. I'll hold you right there, James. That's a good point you are making. I want us to go to Fadiga because a lot of people now running with what Dr. Richardson said. Fadiga, James, I'll hold you right there. Fadiga, they are saying that.
Correction before you go to Fadiga.
Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrupt. James, it's not. I don't share the same view that you share, but the people around Mr. Cummings. So quite frankly, I don't care. I know. I don't look at the world like that. I don't see what other people are doing, what they think, what they feel. I'm very deterministic person. If I support somebody, I support you. So that's not my issue. I don't say that at all. The other point that I wanted to make is I also don't care about the touchy feelings. Somebody got to call me and stuff like that. If I have something to say, I call Mr. Cummings. I speak directly to Mr. Cummings. If I want, I can pick up this phone right now and call Mr. Cummings or Mrs. Cummings or anybody that I feel who will make an impact. I don't do that often because it doesn't.
All right, thank you, Dr. Richardson. We'll come back to you. We've been joined now by Gibson after he finished eating, and my brother
It's
Eddie.
like soup.
And I finished eating. Don't mind. And my brother Eddie. But Fadika, let me come to you though. Dr. Richardson said, I'm not here for ANC. And I want the world to hear this. This is from Dr. Richardson. I'm shocked. I'm not here for ANC.
Why you shocked,
I'm not,
Cedric?
but Dr. Richardson went now. Can we make this thing a good round table?
Go ahead.
Fadiga, I beg you, don't put JMB in the picture yet. This is about Mr. Cummings. We'll talk about the drugs issue. Somebody telling me to wait because they're sending me a video. So if I'm waiting on the drugs issue, folks, forgive me. We're getting a video to share with you guys right when the plane landed. So be patient. Fadiga, she said, I'm not here for ANC. I'm not here for CPP. I only support Mr. Cummings. A lot of folks running and said this is a breaking news. She's turning her back on CPP. She will not be identified as member of CPP or ANC and only Mr. Cummings. So talk to me, Fadika. I'm shocked.
Well, I'm not shocked. In our body politics, most time, people support the individual. Most sides, it's not unusual. We see that a lot. Even me, I've supported individual. I've rarely joined any political institution in Liberia because the fabric of our political institution is not strong. They kind of move with the individual. I wish we could put more emphasis on strengthening our political institution. That is not the case. In America, you don't have no option. You're either Democrat or Republican. Even though they have 20 other political institutions in America, most people don't know. How did I know that? I work with the DFL party, which is the Democrat Farmer Labor Party that support the Democrat, and they do campaign financing and all this stuff. But you would never see someone on the ballot, but they would say the DFL endorsed Kennedy. So when they endorse you, they know that you go. So it's not unusual, So if that is a mindset, I've had that mindset too. But I want to touch on yes.
Yeah. I want you, if that mindset, let me hold you there now. I don't want you to slide this off. All right. This is Dr. Richardson we're talking about. This is Dr. Richardson from day one, Central Quintan, or Daha. She supported financially, like we know, because it was up there. CPP, they created a CPP win in Philadelphia. They invited us to North Carolina or South Carolina, wherever it may be.
But she still supports the institution, though. Even though she is
let me
not,
say it. Fadiga, I don't know you want to go easy on Dr. Richardson, I understand. But let me say this, though. The issue here is that for Dr. Richardson to come and say, I am not part of this CPP thing, the ANC team, because I do not want to be institutionalized, but I only focus on Mr. Cummings. That's a turn around 360, Fadika. This is the Dr. Richardson we know. She fought for Musa Hassan Belete, who is the chairman of CPP. She fought for Elias Morgan, here in America, chairman for the diaspora whatsoever global something he's on. She went to Philadelphia. She dragged Abraham Richardson to Philadelphia and all over America to attend the program and raise money. Now she's turning her back on them. How can she say Mr. Cummings? Yeah, her brother Ever great. So Mr. Cummings can call a speech from people. So
Doug, I get you a lot of calls from that.
Yes, you will get a lot of calls. Why, Mr. Cummings?
On Doug, I got a question for. I don't know whether she want me to say her name, but Victoria Kwekwe. She said, "Whether you support female, the only female in Monserrato, and you haven't said much about her. So we'll hold you to that too. I know you tend to be feminist in some of your."
No, don't change the conversation. I beg you.
No, I won't change the conversation. I want to speak to some of the things Dr. Richardson said. There is this false narrative that we must erect a checkpoint to. Mr. Cummings is a decent human being. I've come up close to him. I've seen multiple occasions. I've followed his work. He did an impressive thing for he and his family. But here is where I fundamentally disagree with Mr. Cummings. I know Dr. Richardson mentioned that he could build education and different policy. So do everybody. Almost all the politicians, all the candidates in the race have beautiful platform. But platform it's not only a platform that gets you elected. People look at past history. People look at different things. For me, when I look at this race, and Dr. Richardson keeps saying there are certain skills that are transferable. Look, corporation and politics have different set skills. For example, in a corporation, you have most executives like Mr. Cummings, they possess skills and experience like running a business, making financial decisions, maximizing profit. Those are the skills that he has. Not saying that it's a bad skill, but those are skills that are very good for a business setting. For the skills required to be a successful politician, you have to be able to negotiate, build consensus, public policy understanding, representing diverse group interests. In a corporation decision making, you do not represent a diverse group interest. Decisions are made from the hierarchy. It is focused on profit. So most successful politicians, they are not people with fancy degree and this thing. Most are historically, you read any books about politics, corporate executives have always made bad precedent. Donald Trump is one. He thought he was so say one. Donald Trump would be on a 2-term president. But look what he did. People secretly love Donald Trump because the economy was booming, but his public policy was terrible. He had a terrible human relationship, which account for why people distance themselves from him. Corporate, one of the things that I fear, and most Liberians do not fear, I want to know which corporation, I know usually if I go to a show the other time, which corporation that Mr. Cummings has ties with that are already operating in Liberia that will be coming to Liberia. That could be a conflict of interest.
No, thank you very much. I know you're good. And let's just
no. You see, I just getting ready to
No, but we gotta give the other people a chance, man. Dr. Richardson, we're going to put her on the hot seat, so let's give her a chance. Let me go back.
They see that even start here. Just a woman, they see that.
I understand, but again, Dr. Richardson, let's take another person and we'll come to you. I beg you.
You just give me 2 minutes.
No, yeah, 2 minutes, remember. You can't kill the people while they are still young. Be patient now. The show just started, but don't do that. Be patient.
Save the rest of my talk.
Yeah, save it, please. Let's welcome our brother, Minister Samuel Woozy, that Joe, we are fired. Minister Woozy, thank you for joining us today. Joe, we are just, he doesn't like you. He's mad at you for so many things you do on Facebook. But let us keep this thing to Mr. Cummings. I know we're supposed to discuss the drugs issue, folks. Forgive us. We are waiting for that video. Once we get a video, we'll discuss the drugs issue. But let's discuss Mr. Cummings. Gibson, before we go to Remy Gray, Gibson, seriously speaking, what's the issue with Mr. Cummings? Since 2007, saying he was crowned like the best person under the Madam Sarif government. The nation hires award she gave it to him. Let's sit back and think about Mr. Cummings 2017 and now. Why Mr. Cummings, James, can you put that phone down, please? Why Mr. Cummings, right? Where Mr. Cummings is today. Dr. Richardson now will begin to understand that she distancing herself from the institution. She acting like the Wiashian. Okay, you remember when we said Wiashian, he make the separation. Dr. Richardson is a complete commission. If they have anything to call commission, she's because that's how folks say. No. Mr. Wilson, you understand what I'm saying? You got people that say they are Wiashian. They are not part of CDC. So Dr. Richardson said, I am not part of ANC. And I'm not part of CPP.
And start off quickly, that's simply the scheming, we call it the scheming block, because they got no side.
But you see, Gibson, so let Labro understand this, and all those people that are watching on right now, like Al Hassan said, I want them to hear and hear very well. They have the commission. And the commission are Dr. Richardson, they are not supporting ANC, they are not supporting CPP, they only focus on Mr. Cummings. Talk to me, Gibson. Wow, I didn't know that. Talk to me.
Okay, so there are two issues we are dealing with here. Dr. Richardson's comment that she is more of a Cummings supporter than a CPP, and then Cummings, quote unquote, lack of communication. I think that the two things we are dealing with. Let me start with the last one. Some time ago, I was contacted in North Dakota to join the ANC, and at the time, this guy Kwame Clement was the ideal leader that they were looking at. And when Cummings took over, Kwame Clement and others left. And one of the reasons they left was Cummings commandeered the ANC. And then some people have allegations of allegation that Cummings does not communicate with certain people, that he was controlled by people around him, and that certain people he listened to. And I think my man, Remy Gray, almost left. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm representing you right, he almost left too. He had problems with certain people in the party too. So that is an allegation that have been going around, and I have not come close to coming to notice that. And I think that the Richardson will be given the chance to see whether it is true that people around Cummings try to sandwich and envelope him in a way that they will drive other people away. And I think the basis for that, some of them want to lick their hands, and they think that by keeping other people away from Cummings, and they come blind coming from all other people, will help them to lick their hands or to have them control Cummings' decision. And so I think that's one of the things. The other part is, look, about Dr. Richardson being a Cummingist. I think I'm a Gongloist. I'm not a Liberal People's Party. I think everybody knows that. So he, she, I in the
No,
same.
I will hold you right there. No. It's different though. It's different.
Why is
You
it
were
different?
never. Can I write? You were never an LPP supporter.
I would never. Yes,
You
it's true.
came in only to support Gonglo. Dr. Richardson, on the other hand, everybody can say this for free. She was an ANC supporter. They rolled over to CPP. She fought for CPP. She built an auxiliary group in Philadelphia. They kicked her out of the global CPP. She built that auxiliary group, right? They used to pay $250 every month or $300 every month. I don't know why she stayed paying it or not, but this is the Dr. Richardson we're looking in her eye, Claire, we're talking about today. She said no.
No, you
Today.
have a point. In that case, you have a point.
Thank you.
I think I have few questions for Dr. Richardson.
Please do.
Is it possible that you're trying to dissociate yourself from the CPP because of bad publicity? Is it because of bad individuals that you see you don't want to be contaminated, or you don't want to be mingling with those kind of things? Or is it from the beginning that you just followed Cummings to go to CPP, wherever he goes, you support that process? I like for you to comment on that. But honestly, I've been hearing that Cummings is kind of I never go close to him, but there are certain people he listens to that control his narrative. And there are certain people who are even in some. I know there's a guy who used to be the chairman of the ANC in North Dakota. I'm going to avoid his name for now. He's a great friend of mine. He's a pastor. He's drifting away from ANC because he said he cannot get through. You call, you try to talk to Cummings, you can't talk to Cummings. People always intercept this call, and so he is drifting now. He's coming to join us at the Gonglo level. So many allegations. I think that the Richardson can comment on that.
So let's give Dr. Richardson a chance to speak, and we'll bring in Wozy. Becky, please don't do this to Dr. Richardson. Don't try to kill her. We're just squeezing her up. Yes, Mama.
What?
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Why you say I wanted to say something?
He sent me something about Mr. Cummings. He want to attack, but we're going to give it to you. So go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
The beauty of having an independent way of thinking is not to fall in line with specific concepts, ideology, because I think for myself, the ANC is a beautiful institution. They have a lot of great people in the ANC. The CPP is also another awesome institution, and they all support Mr. Cummings. But and I'm glad that whatever contribution I made to those two organizations, at the time, were great. And I'm actually strongly associated with, both of them. However, though, I like to be able, being on this show and hearing people like Al Fadiga, JB every day, people that Fakon, JB singing the song. And, I felt like I don't want to be so influenced by an ideology that I cannot see outside of the box. So in the event that Mr. Cummings is not doing well, I would just be saying, oh, Mr. Cummings, I'll be singing his song all day. No. And I think that's what ideology does to people, just being focused. I don't want to be that kind of a person. Never been. In fact, I don't swim with the rest of the fish that swim in one direction. I'm sure many of a lot of Liberians know that about me right now. Okay. So that's the answer that question to you, Mr. Gibson. I have never had the experience where I would call Mr. Cummings or text him and he doesn't answer my call. I don't do that often. I don't like to do that. Mr. Cummings, I'm not a groupie. I don't follow people.
But the issue is that Dr. Richardson, maybe it may not be you, but majority of the folks saying they got problem. What say you?
Well, I don't know how.
Okay, so it's not you now. But if they are saying it, what your advice to Mr. Cummings?
Oh, well, I have to listen to it because I think a lot of times
your brother Remy said it yesterday. How much you want to listen to that?
What Remy said is not being repeated like the way he said it. I would like I didn't hear it, so I want him to repeat himself.
You didn't watch the show yesterday?
I did, but I want.
Did you hear what Remy said yesterday?
Remy, right?
No, I'm asking you.
Remy, right, boss man.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in Minister Woolsey. We'll go to Remy. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Richardson is saying she's not here representing ANC. She's not here. She's not here
on the show. So therefore, I have to comment before Woolsey.
Oh no, you know what? You are quite correct. You came before Woolsey. So let me lay this thing on before you comment. Let me lay. Oh, you right, Eddie. No problem. We're not going to fire you today. You will speak.
Okay,
but let me say this because I want to keep something in my small hair right here for Fadiga when I get to Fadiga. But let me just remind the people, our good director, Dr. Richardson, for almost 20 years, this woman is teaching at one of the biggest universities in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Okay? She's saying, I do not support, I'm not yet representing ANC or CPP. I'm only speaking for Mr. Cummings. I am shocked. And I want you to hear this and hear this well. Eddie.
You know, what I said yesterday.
I mean, you come to speed and you're shaking your head again, but I thought, man.
Yeah, what I said yesterday clearly was not that Mr. Cummings keeps speech from people. And it could not have been said, more beautifully than what Dr. Richardson said, that he's an introvert. I was only saying that as a politician, you should become an extrovert. But we have most politicians, look, Ambassador Boakai don't just speak to everybody. I mean, there are times when he goes mute. Nobody hears from him and people get worried. So Cummings, that's the nature that he needs to outgrow if he wants to remain in the business of politics. He's a shy guy. You understand? And I feel that as a politician, you should have bold face. You should always reach out if when the need be. But when it comes to the bureaucracy, of course, that's his role. But let me say this.
You say Cummings is a shy guy? He's shy?
He's shy.
Yeah, he gets shit. You say shy, let me help you understand. You say Cummings gets shit face. Right?
He's a
no,
shy
man. We gotta be very, very, very simple now. Hassan, the man said Cummings gets shit face. But let's keep that, put that aside. We'll put that in the bank for another discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you should know this characteristic of people so that you don't think that they are proud. That's why they don't talk to people. Some people are shy. We all go with certain people who are shy. Like certain people don't like to be in the spotlight. But politics itself is a game that you need to remain in the spotlight. What I said yesterday, I said maybe Dualu is not happy because Cummings did not reach out to him. You understand? And that's what I said. But you have a way of flipping the coin. And I hear Fadiga talking about trying to compare public sector versus private sector. When you manage 83,000 workforce, you understand? You manage people, you manage their human resources, their human resource capacity, to leverage those human resource capacity to build the bottom line of the company. There is absolutely no difference with what exists in the private sector and the public sector. You're talking about dealing, multinational corporations are in the business of dealing with national government to leverage, you understand, the bottom line of the organization. You are big negotiator in everything you do. And that is why Cummings does not see Liberia in the prism of just small, business that you bring in. That the other guy was talking about transactional leadership. Exactly what you need for Liberia is a transactional type of leadership that will bring people who can do the job. When they're done, they are not entrenched in the system. They are not there because they are your tribal people, because you know them. No entrenchment. They come in, they do the job. If they can't do the job, they get fired. You bring somebody who's capable of doing the job. That is the kind of leadership. And we're talking about job creation. When you work in the private sector, like Mr. Cummings, of course your focus will be putting people to work, leveraging the human resource capacity of individual. That is why Liberia lacks. That's why everybody is begging. You put anybody there who don't have that skill, definitely they're going to do business as usual. And you talking about putting an old dog in a capacity. You can't teach an old dog new trick. Ambassador Boakai is an old dog in this sense.
No, we will get
You're
the Ambassador
not
Boakai.
going to teach him new trick.
No,
You're
so
not
we'll
going
get
to teach him.
we'll get the
No,
Ambassador
we have to
Boakai.
talk about it. We have to talk
Okay.
about it.
But we will now. We will. We are on course.
Are you going to teach him new trick to come create job that he doesn't know how to do?
Eddie, when we come to sell a candidate on this show, we give enough time to speak about that candidate.
Yeah.
We will bring Ambassador Boakai in the picture, please.
We have to.
But allow us for the next 17 minutes to discuss Mr. Cummings in a which way. Okay? Then at 6 o'clock, which will be 10 o'clock Liberian time, we can bring in Ambassador Boakai.
So let me land here by saying that the ANC is my baby. I'm a founding member of the Alternative National Congress. Regardless who is there, I will always be a part of the Alternative National Congress. I do not intend to leave because an individual is on top of the ticket. Matter of fact, by accident, that becomes a collateral agreement that whoever is the leader of the ANC, by extension, I support that individual. So I'm not going to be shying away to say I don't. That's why I would never support anybody other than the leader of the Alternative National Congress, who happens to be the leader of the CPP. I remain unapologetic to that, and I will remain an ANC member till probably I'm no longer participating in Liberian politics. That's what I want to add.
Yo, so Eddie, let me say this to you. We'll discuss JMB whenever you're ready. Let me bring in Minister Woolsey. Minister Woolsey, let's stick there with Mr. Cummings, right? Dr. Richardson and Eddie, they are supporting Mr. Cummings. Look at the math on the show tonight. 2 ANC. No, Dr. Richardson is not ANC. 1 ANC and 1 Cummings, Cummingsian. All right? And you got Fadika from UP. Only 1 UP supporter on the show tonight. Nobody verso. Nobody's saying that a UP show. Ladies and gentlemen, watch it. One sedition.
Woolsey is supporting UP.
One sedition and one LPP. LLP, whatever the Terror Gonglo party is, I never remember that party name because it doesn't exist anymore. But here we are. Woolsey, I'm shocked. I do not want to repeat myself. But to see that Dr. Richardson saying I only support Mr. Cummings is shocking to me. And I'm asking Dr. Richardson and Eddie to sell the candidate, but it's still coming back. They are not selling the candidate. They are putting this in reverse. So help me, Mr. Woolsey. What's the lacking aspect of Mr. Cummings? Why he's not connecting? Hey, but and my own question now.
No, you got leading questions. What we call leading questions. Go ahead.
Well, look,
Mr. Cummings, you want to say why Mr. Cummings not connecting, Mr. Woolsey?
Well, this is an interesting edition of Spoon Talk actually, and I'm actually happy to be back on the show, most especially this weekend. But on a serious note, from the look of things, I've been following Mr. Cummings for a while, since he was first honored by the Ellen Johnson Salilia government, and I think he's an educated man, and he's somebody who seems to come from a humble beginning. And in terms of believing in merit, in a merit system, he's somebody who also, I think, believes in setting up a merit system. But the major issue is that he's badly disconnected from the voting population. So from the get-go, I would have even thought that Mr. Cummings' ambition, his political strategies would have advised him rather to contest the senatorial position and also use some of his money to build a stronger institution. He was opportune to at least lay hand on the ANC. So you have smart lady like Dr. Richardson, you have a veteran military personnel like Conor Gray and other people around. You got my own big brother and friend Abatuba. All the people got their lay people back home that they know. Mr. Cummings' first strategy would have been to encourage them to contest representative positions in their various districts and senatorial positions so that he could build at least a political community. That would have been a better platform to launch his presidential bid. Now you look at all the political parties that are now controlling the political landscape of Liberia, like the Unity Party, the CDC. CDC did not jump out of the blue sky. CDC first of all started with having a popular candidate. That was the advantage. CDC candidate had a connection with the people, so he went straight for the presidency. But again, the CDC spent more time trying to make more representative and senators. That was a strategic step on the part of the CDC. Over time, by 2011, it was clear that CDC was in a better position in terms of amassing the vote required to win the presidency. In the case of the ANC, that is not the case. You have a party that is running, quote unquote, a scattered program. I watched an interesting clip on Facebook. A man who looks like a Dishonor's Cummings' twin brother, or on Facebook saying that Cummings abandoned him, and in fact, they make him even speak English very well. So it speaks volume to the level of disconnect about the CDC the ANC candidate. So that from the people, he goes out to Maryland, he can speak Gribble, people don't know him. Now, how do you even win the presidency when you are not even popular in the county you claim to come from? When some of your people who claim to be your relatives have not seen you for over 20 years, you don't even have your number. You don't even have a good history in your own county. So that is difficult. Although he has got some international influence, which is clear. But in a system of participatory democracy, the first thing you want to do is to secure your relationship with the voting population, which Cummings does not have. Now, on the issue of he being a corporate person and that of being a politician, I would like to respectfully disagree on some notes. One is that I believe a productive corporate technician will make a good leader, because in a nutshell, you're going to be managing state resources. So, for example, you want to look at what economists call the diminishing marginal rate of technical substitution. You want to look at things like understanding task, the theory of minimum change, or the Ricardian trade theories. So all these theories will apply to how you manage your environment, how you manage resources, understanding what you call operation optimization. So you can easily take those business ideas into governance, and they will help you. One problem we have in Africa is the lack of capacity by most government officials and leaders to understand the corporate implications of what they do. Like, for example, managing budget, having an effective budget framework, managing time. So you see people go to work, they say they are civil servants, they just take pay, they're not working, and the minister or the managing director goes to work 1 p.m. No president from a corporate background will tolerate such nonsense. So now you want to have a productive public service. You need somebody with an effective corporate mentality who will understand the diminishing marginal rate of technical substitution, who look at what government spends from an investment perspective or a project management perspective. So you want to call that in project management the KPIs, performance indicators, key performance indicators. You understand? And you also want to look at what you call managing tasks, different factors, what you call unifier effects, stabilizer effects, production effects, and how members of the team supposed to make contribution. I watched something very sorrowful the other day when the managing director of the National Transit Authority visited the Senate. He said, "Oh, I went to Nigeria. 10 years I dropped from school, and I went to Germany. I was running restaurant and all kind of stuff." Does that qualify you to run a public transportation system? What do you understand about operations? What do you understand about procuring new equipment? What's your own understanding of running an institution to provide low cost and affordable transportation to the people? So you see, the system becomes what you call victim of poor performance and unqualified individuals controlling things. So some other way,
Thank you, Wozi.
the corporate mindset will help to run an effective government. For me, that's what I think.
So Wozi, maybe I missed something. Let me ask you real quick, 10 seconds before we go to Fadiga. And after Fadiga, we'll come to Dr. Richardson. Wozi, why Cummings have such disconnect? Briefly, in one line. I know you finished talking about your FBI, your PPI, and everything. But let's put that one aside. Why Liberian people having problems connecting with Mr. Cummings?
Well, he's not the only person in the race with that problem, though. But I think his long service with Coca-Cola, most of the corporate jobs in America are time-consuming. They want your full time. Now, Cummings did not put in time to make use of, and I want to mistake quickly. He did not make use of his wife, for example. If he had the ambition to contest, and I'm not sure Mr. Cummings actually had any plan of becoming president of Liberia. Maybe President Sadi was the one who nurtured it. Because if he had it ever since, he would have done his homework by either sending his wife, who is very open, who is someone who can easily commandeer the crowd from the look of things. So I think this corporate commitment and the echelon that he reached in the corporate war in the West,
thank you,
hampered his frequent visit to Africa or to Liberia, and also the war.
Because he didn't visit so often, you are saying that's led to the disconnect?
Yes.
Okay, let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga, where you stop at, my brother, the same question to you, then we'll go to the phone line after Dr. Richardson. We want to hear about this Cummings, okay? This comment I will talk about, okay? So I want to ask you, Fadiga, the disconnect is very serious. It is concerning. It's very concerning. So talk to us, Fadiga.
Well, I did a podcast on that, and I think I gone viral. All references. Can you hear me?
What you say?
I have a question. You have not been watching recent movement by Cummings where it's coming down.
We'll come to you and you will speak on it. Can we get, yeah.
Look, we are already, it has become glaring why Cummings corporate experience is not doing well for him in Liberia. We have already seen the downside of his experience. Look, corporate executive usually they are accountable to shareholder, board of directors, and the whole thing. When politicians, you have to navigate a very tight space. You have to deal with diverse group of people with conflicting interests. People, you have to transition from that context. We are seeing that Cummings, even as we speak, if you want to look at the example, Cummings is still struggling from transitioning from the context of profit making, that corporate mindset to being a politician. Cummings is not politically savvy. It is showing in a way that he is not connecting to the people. Look, successful politicians are not big names. Something. You want me to go on? Thomas Fala, Sir Joseph. You put them together today, they will defeat Cummings soundly. And the reason is simple. Cummings is not a politician. He has very limited experience in public service. Successful politicians must be able to navigate that complex sphere of legislative processes, deal with competing interest groups, build coalition to pass legislation. Cummings cannot build consensus. He could not even look. You know how many opportunities Cummings squandered? Right within the CPP, a real politically savvy individual who have manipulated our system there and cornered. He missed so many opportunities within the CPP. And then his cultural insensitivity, all those lapses can only be found in an individual that is not politically savvy. Corporate executive do not have that public service experience. This is only one person in this race that possesses all. You're talking about the skills are transferable. We need job-specific skills, not transferable skills. In politics, you want someone that have that job-specific skills. There is nobody in this race that has an executive experience. What do we mean by executive experience? Nobody has been one step close to the presidency in the entire race. You talk about 40-year insomnia. We should not look at this as a bad thing. It just shows that this man have a reservoir of knowledge when it comes to public service. This is why the Liberian people feel more comfortable with him. The young people, old people, middle class, everybody, they feel more comfortable with him because they know that he have a generational wealth experience. So how can we even argue and put the two people together? If you need a corporate business executive to manage one of our corporations, go for the Cummings. But when you're looking for a politician to be a president, I will go to some politician. And the reason why he's finding it difficult to relate to the people is because of that. And until I see people say he introvert, he this and that, look, that's your business. If you want to be a politician, if you want to play the game, you have to know the rules. You have to understand the rules. Politicians can easily adapt. Cummings' inability to adapt to the terrain has been his failure. He can
Thank you, Fadiga.
It's not working. It will not work.
We'll come back to you, Fadiga. Thank you for that. Let me bring in Ed Remy and Dr. Richardson will speak. We'll come to you, Gibson.
I wanted to speak before Ed Remy. I wanted to speak before Ed Remy.
No, I beg you, let Ed Remy go first. I beg you, please.
Ed Remy, can give me your time?
But man, no, I'm moderating. Not Ed Remy. Gonna give you time. We're not sharing time.
Give me your time, then I see it.
No. Let Eddie go down. We'll come to you, then Dr. Richardson will speak.
Okay, go ahead.
My system is here blabbing. Al Hussein can tirade all he wants. You cannot teach an old dog new trick. The only trick Ambassador Boakai understands is to run bad governance. And that is the bad governance that have gotten us stuck for 177 years. He's not going to create jobs because he has never created one in his entire life. If you go back and look at the history of Ambassador Joseph Boakai, which I hate to transition this topic from being, nothing productive. In all the public appointments he had, with the exception of Madam Salif, who kept him there for 12 years, and he said it was a parked car. What that means, he was unproductive. So even when you talk about public service experience, this is just another waste of the Liberian time. I can say add 6 more years if you elect Ambassador Boakai. Add 6 more years to your country going backwards, because you know what? He does not have any public service.
Eddie, we are talking about Cummings first. We'll go to Boakai now. Give me a minute now, brother. Brother, give me a minute, Eddie. You have an opportunity brother. You have an opportunity to say your candidate, but you are leaving that opportunity to talk about Boakai. I just don't understand.
I agree. My bad. Now let us go back and look at the systems this guy called Cummings, you understand, has ran in his life. Go back and look at where he took the human resource capacity management of Coca-Cola and where he left it. That is a record you can run on any day. It takes very few Africans in this world to run a corporation like Coca-Cola. And if he was bad at doing it, they would have let him go the very first few months. They kept him there. And when you're talking about public service experience, when you're a multinational corporation agent, what you do, you deal with governments. You bedazzle your way through systems. You try to leverage the company's presence in every country you serve. This is how Liberia will be enhanced to the rest of the world by this guy if he brings that skill. If you transfer that skill, you're talking about transfer of skill, if you might have job specific. Nobody has become president among the people running right now, with the exception of George Weah. So if you want to talk about job specific experience, then probably George Weah is. But see
Joseph
where
Boakai was president, vice
Can I
president.
interrupt him?
Right.
I beg you, Alpha Diga. Let we gotta be.
Vice
Yeah, let
president
me
is not
speak.
president. Vice president is not president. Vice president that was parked for 12 years in a garage was an unproductive individual that was occupying a corridor, taking $2 million every year unproductively and nothing to show for it. That is not a record I want to run on. The record Cummings is running on is a clear record that you can go in, is verifiable, and this is the skill he's transferring.
Can I ask you a question, Eddie? Because it is your time. But can I ask you? Can I ask you a question, Eddie?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Eddie. If for any reason Jose Yima Boakai didn't perform and he was a parked car, why do you think Madame Salif rode with him for 12 years? Why Madame Salif drove in that car? Why Madame Salif kept him? Why Madame Salif, in her departing statement, celebrated him? Because we have the clip. I'm asking you a fair question. Think on it. We are not discussing Jose Yima Boakai now. Let me now move to Gibson. Then we'll come back to Dr. Richardson. We'll open the phone line for this first segment. Then from there, we'll come out and talk about Joseph Boakai. Saying you don't want to sell Cummings the best way you can. You want to talk about Joseph Boakai. We'll talk about Joseph Boakai. Then we'll move to
I was done with him. I'm talking
okay.
about.
I just threw off a question out there, but we'll get back to you after Gibson and our sister Dr. Richardson will come in. Gibson, though, the same question to you. If you pivot a little bit, that's fine. But this is about Mr. Cummings today. Let's talk about Mr. Cummings. We'll open the phone line and ask Liberia, why is the disconnect? Mr. Cummings is striving. And my next question, I hope you guys can consider, since Charlene Bronskin, since she was announced, is she helping Cummings or is she destroying Cummings? So those are the questions. Gibson, you go first. You're muted, sir.
Always muted. Okay, there are three things here I will address. If your two questions, and I want to make a comment on what Fadiga said about corporate executives. So I first of all want to disagree with Fadiga here. Fadiga, by the way, you can answer. I mean, that's part of my time. Have you run a small business in America, or are you running a small business in America?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have employees?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. There are three things that I have encountered in business when you are running a business in America.
But wait! I beg you. Eddie, why are you laughing? The man said yes, and you laughing. You don't believe him?
No, I believe him.
Eddie is bad. You don't believe him? Go ahead, Gibson. No, Eddie laughing.
Eddie.
The man said yes.
Eddie, do you believe me or not? You can the matter. You can take 10 seconds. Okay, let me just go ahead.
I wasn't paying attention. I was on the phone with my daughter in Pennsylvania, man.
Okay. So there are three things here that I think that we need to take note of. Since we are talking about the negative of Cummings, we should also be able to talk about certain things that inform our decision about him. The three things are human resources. The first thing, our corporate business should be able to understand the human resources, how you develop your human resources, how you strengthen them, I'm dealing with it now. Cummings dealt with it. He has to be able to train human resources. He has to be able to know how you manage them. The second thing is customer service. You have to know who you are dealing with. Who are your customers? What do they want? And that's in the case of Liberia. The Liberian people are your customers. What do they want? How do they think? What do they think about your management? So how do they appreciate your services? The third thing is the financial based focus, which is you are looking for your principal. How does your principal yield profit? How do you look for new money? How do you expand on your territories? How do you expand your finances? How do you get more money? And you say that Cummings serving in a capacity as an executive of Coca-Cola does not give him the executive decision that he's supposed to make. That's not correct. First of all, Cummings was the executive. Anyone who serves in a leadership position in a corporate business, you are an executive. When they say executive, they mean an executioner, someone who executes the business operations. That's executive. And you say Cummings have not done that? I disagree. Let me give you a few examples. This man is not even afraid to take decisions. And this is something I really envy about him. This man
corporate decision making are not unilateral.
Oh, no.
No. I beg you, Fadiga. Let the brother finish.
You have your time. Decision.
Guys. Let brother Gibson finish. Brother Gibson
how
finish.
many employees do you have?
Brother Gibson finish.
I have 23 employees right now.
Brother Gibson finish.
No, I just give you an example. If I want to dismiss a person, I'm not going to call board meeting to dismiss.
I don't know who the employee going to work for you, Gibson. I will not work for you, but go ahead.
No problem. But I'll pay you good. You will come to work. So when you want to dismiss, when Cummings want to dismiss an employee, he does not have to call a board meeting to dismiss them. Let me give you a few examples in Liberia. The decision you are taking, and I was really shocked that I would not have even taken that decision, but it was successful. The removal of Asif Vatuba from the ANC because of the nobody who saw.
But you're in error. He didn't remove Asif Vatuba.
No,
correct yourself. No.
Okay, we'll come there.
No. Yeah,
I know he announced the suspension.
Please, correct
you
yourself.
have talked to the guy. You remove him as chief of office.
Let Gibson
That's what I'm
finish.
telling you.
No.
Okay, can I finish?
I'll finish. Yeah, finish.
Then you come to it. The removal of Asif Vatuba from his position. It was a huge decision because for Asif Vatuba, for anybody to say because of what we did, you're not longer going to be there. That was a decision that an executive can make. Not being afraid to take decisions for a positive outlook, even though the implication may be grave. Let's not look at the youth. There's certain youth who made certain statements in the ANC, and he dealt with them. He dealt with those people. So,
is that how you fire people in government?
I beg you,
my brother. Why you are okay? Good question. No, it was a good question.
Fadiga, begging, we gotta move on. Fadiga, we gotta move.
Fadiga, let me respond to your question. Beautiful question. That's a beautiful question, Fadiga. We are talking about George. We are in effectual attitude today because of his inability to dismiss ministers who are not performing. You are number one who are talking about it. He does not have the fortitude to remove people that are in government that are supposed to be removed because he feels subservient to them. He feels surrogated to them. And that is why
the problem is that when the minister, we got less
I beg you, man.
You are talking when
if we stop. Okay? You got 10 more seconds, Gibson. I beg
you very much. Therefore, the act of dismissing people directly who have responsibility to you, you don't have to consult people. It was Cummings who put him there, and it is Cummings who removed him. That is absolutely appropriate, and this is what Joshua is incapable of doing. That's why we have a lot of cabinet ministers.
Gibson, can I ask you a question? What we're talking about Cummings, and you are on the right track. I'm not going to be here to take side or argue with you. That's your belief. My next question to you, real quick, Gibson. We got to go to the phone line and talk to Dr. Richardson.
I'll come into your question, though.
Yeah, the one now. Charlene Gibson.
Yes.
And Musa Bedete. Which one are they helping or hurting Cummings? When you put their names out there, right, and say these names should elevate the name Cummings, should elevate the party. Does Musa Bedete help? Does Charlene help? Or they hurt?
Great question. I will
Real
answer
quick.
that in a
Yeah.
very straight way. I will not bend no corner. Bruceability hurts Cummings more than Charlene. What is happening to Charlene is a negative propaganda by the other Basel opinion leaders against her. But Musability politics is more hurtful to Cummings than Charlene. I think Charlene is helping Cummings right now to rejuvenate his image because of the kind of caliber she is. She's not tinted. She's not known for moving from one party to another. She's not known for being a supporter of George Weah, and then later on, now not supporting George Weah, and people considering her as an insider of George Weah, trying to destabilize Cummings. Charlie is helping more than Bility. Bility is an excess baggage, and I think Cummings is carrying that excess baggage.
Why are you calling her excess baggage? Why?
Excess baggage because he has shaded past. He has shaded past. No one. He's a businessman who has been accused of not paying certain taxes. That's an excess baggage element. Because Cummings will now have to deal with it. He has to either disassociate himself or continue to be with him, but providing answers.
If that is the case, why Cummings stay hanging with him?
But Cummings cannot just in the middle of the game. You want him to just move and say, "Ability, I'm no longer you the chairman of CPB, and I'm with CPB now. I'm no longer going to be part of CPB." It destroys him. He's no longer going to be in politics forever. So he has to manage it. That's all you have to do, in my view. You have to manage it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, the same question to you, Dr. Richardson, and then we'll go to the phone line. No, I will give Al Hussein 30 seconds after you. He must speak on this question because he didn't answer the question. So you go first, Dr. Richardson. The Musability factor, the Charlene Bronskin factor, and any other thing you'd like to respond to under your 2 minutes, man.
Yeah, I'm going to get to your questions, but I want to also agree with every one of the panelists that debunked Fadiga's view about the difference between corporation and public service. Fadiga may not have enough experience in running a business or being exposed to corporation. So I don't think he understands how those two things are very similar. Mr. Gibson made a very good point. When you run a corporation, you are involved with human resources. You have to have the gift of selecting the right people and putting them in the right places. The thing that you criticize George Weah for doing all the time, even though we know those ministers work at the will of pleasure of George Weah, and he has the ability, the power to fire them whenever he wants to. Okay. Number two, yes, customer service. In this case, the Liberian people is the customers would be the customer when he's become president of Mr. Cummings. He needs to be able to speak to them, to talk to them, to what he's doing now, going door to door, not making any assumptions like he's entitled to the presidency because he's been Liberia for X amount of years, or he's been a serious person in government. No, this is what a decent government employee does. You go and speak to your people, ask them what they want, how do they want their money to be spent. Fadiga Gibson also talk about yielding profit, being innovative. You cannot be in a position for 42 years and say, because we didn't have record to track you down, you'll just be complacent to accept the people money, the Liberians people money. Not in today's world, not in even yesterday's world. Your conscience should beat you to know that you have to contribute, you have to do something. And this is why you guys are imposing, Fadiga, as much as I love you as a brother, and all of you who support Joseph Boakai, you are imposing Joseph Boakai on the Liberian people when you cannot ask him what he has contributed to Liberia, when he cannot state that. And so we want someone who's been in public service that can say, you will say, Ellen, I think Stanton said, Ellen supported him. Ellen, last time I checked, he said he's going to work hard to get to what I got. He's going to work hard to do that. That's I'm paraphrasing her. He is a Joseph Boakai. His persona, all right? He distanced himself from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf at one point because he didn't get his way. He kept grudges. Amara Cummings kind of said that in his book, 17 grudges, because he didn't get his way. That is an immature way of leading any organization. And then when Center asked me the question, why I think, and if I have to analyze Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and I don't do that very likely, He served her a purpose by just saying when she figured out that he was just a complacent person, she took over. That's what you do sometimes as a boss. The persona, Ellen Johnson is a leader. She doesn't like failing. She's a competitive person. So she says, since I have this man who does not contribute anything to my government, I'm just going to carry on and use him when I want to. And that's what she did. From a distance, from what I see, he didn't strike back. He accepted it. He could have resigned. There's other African vice presidents who have resigned from their position if they didn't like it. But the money was good for Joseph Boakai. The power was good for him. He wasn't contributing to the Liberian people. And Liberian people can go up, down, left, right. He is not the proper leader for Liberia, and we will regret electing him for the sake of tribalism. And your next question is:
so can we come to the question of the two individuals, Charlene and Betty?
Yes. Why are you rushing me now? We're talking. You said I was.
It's on 2 minutes. That's why we got to keep it on the 2 minutes now.
Everybody thought I was very quiet. I said nothing. I was specifically being quiet for that reason. Okay. But anyway, I like to follow rules and laws and order. So yes. Okay, so when somebody that I respect so well, like Fadiga comes on this show, or my brother Fagon who comes on this show, and try to malign the Liberian people, control the Liberian people because of personality, not because of the love of Liberia, because somebody didn't give you a call, because somebody didn't return a note to me. You know, it is about Liberia, my people. The way we are is about Liberia. When Mr. Cummings, as a corporate technician, the word that Samuel Woodsey used, can create the opportunity for all Liberians to be able to succeed in education, to get better health care, for our infrastructure. Would I care if Mr. Cummings call me? Or would I care if he knows my name? No. As long as I have the opportunity to be able to push forward. And this is what you live in, this big, beautiful America, some say, okay? That's what it does. It creates opportunities here. The people system is set up to create opportunities for us. It's up to us to use it. I don't care right now if I know Biden, or if he writes me, or if he's from Delaware, if I go to Delaware and see him. As long as I know Biden is creating jobs in the country, as long as I know when Ebola comes, not Ebola, when COVID comes, he's attacking COVID. As long as I know that America is secure, we're not getting war in our country, he's attacking, using FEMA to attack disasters in the country. I don't need to know him. I just need for him to have these systems in place. You brought an argument for the guy and say, oh, you see, the people elected Trump, or Trump was a terrible businessman. The man hardly went to work. He used all these fraudulent business means to get money. We are now finding that out. So it's not because he became president that's what made him a bad president. He was bad already. And to answer a sentence question about whether Charlene Bronsky, Charlene Bronsky helps Mr. Cummings or not, I think she helps. I think she brings in the female factor. She's a very smart woman. She serves as a role model for a lot of Liberian women. She's giving women a voice. And she was actually running politics before. She's carrying on her father's legacy in a very, very great way, a valuable way. She serves our country. So I don't think she's hurting him. I think her personality and Mr. Cummings' personality is really great for the Liberian people. She tends to be, and she would tell you, I tend to be very outgoing. I tend to like our African dances. I tend to like my African clothes. I tend to be able to go out into the community. I'm not fearful of hugging people. That's her personality. There are some people who, have the personality that they think twice before they hug people. Before they.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. What about, before we give you the time off, what about Musa Hassan Bility?
I think Musa Bility is also helping Mr. Cummings. I think Mr. Bility's ability to express what is going on in the Liberian society in the raw way. He comes on, he fights for CPP all the time in a way that Mr. Cummings and perhaps Miss Charlene or even myself couldn't have done because of our decent approach to things. Mr. Bility is what you can call Vernacular kind of person in Liberia. He knows how to fight fire with fire.
If that is the case, why Mr. Bility not in District 7, Nimba County, campaigning with Mr. Cummings? Why Mr. Bility cannot be seen with Mr. Cummings in those areas? There is no flyers, nothing. We send the guys there. They are separate units when you talk about the political activities in that part, the district in which he running to be a representative. If it is true that he's elevating Mr. Cummings, we have not seen visibility on any of the campaign speed right now with Mr. Cummings. Why?
And again,
I knew you were keeping the question long time.
I hope that you will ask these kind of very lead-in questions when we're talking about other political leaders. I hope you're meeting.
Yeah, you see that. Guess why you doing this to the woman? I asked him a poll question.
I'm sorry, Stanton. I was in Liberia in January. I was also there in June. January, I had an opportunity to go through District 7 on the invitation of Musa Bilili. I saw pictures of Mr. Cummings and Musa Bilili. And one thing that I think a lot of people don't even realize, as we're going into the deep trenches of Nimba, we went all the way to Mesono District, which is all the way deep in Nimba, okay? And we had the opportunity also to go as very close to Tapata.
That place is called Yahweh Mesono.
Yeah, Yahweh Mesono.
I used to be assigned there, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow. That's a bush. Okay, so
we're begging you don't change our topic. That's it. Why Mr. Cummings not campaigning with Musa all over? Mr. Musa is not with Mr. Cummings. Why?
Are you talking to me still?
Yeah, I am. I stay asking you because everybody want you to change the topic.
Initially,
30 seconds from her and explain about ability.
No. We gotta go to Al Hussein, please.
Why?
No. What time is up? What time is up? I'm just throwing in question.
My brother, without Musa, there will be no CPP. We love him.
No, I'm not saying you don't. No, I'm not saying that. I just ask you a straight question. Why Musa? So you're not allowing me to ask you my question. So let me leave you alone because it's a hard question for you to answer.
I was waiting to answer.
That man helping Cummings.
Can I answer the question? So prior to when campaign season opened, when Ability was putting projects up, he has many projects throughout Nimba County, like especially road project and this one most well-known bridge project that he's carrying on in Nimba. On the advertisement, he put his name, like Ability Project, on those advertisements. So as we're traveling through Nimba County, the different areas where he had his yellow machines, his tractor trailer.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, the guys of Spoon were in Nimba, the entire Nimba. They visited that district. So you can't change the story. We got documentation. We got videos.
I'm going there soon.
So you watch it also and you saw it. My question to you, we have not seen Musa Ability with Mr. Cummings in any of the running around campaigning speed right now.
You're not giving me a chance to answer the question. You just
but you circumventing your answer. Please spit up. When it comes to Musa, this thing is hard.
Why I'm telling you why Mr. Cummings, Musa's name is only on the projects, on his pictures on those projects, because that's what perhaps you guys saw. When campaign season opened, many of those projects then were changed to be more inclusive of Mr. Cummings, Charlene Brunskin, and Billy's name. I don't know how far our guys went.
But the Richardson are begging, but let's move on, man. What do you mean when campaign season open? What do you mean when campaign season open? Campaign season open started the 5th of August. There is none. The guys were there only 2 weeks ago. Wozie, Al Hassan will take her to the phone now. Come in, Wozie. Let's stop this small tabata. Where was Charlene Brunskin? Right? Where was Charlene Brunskin? Everybody says Charlene. Yeah, she's an asset. Charlene. Yeah, Grand Pastor. Charlene. Yes, for Five Glory. Charlene. Yes, for the women factor. Charlene. Yes. Then when Mr. Benetton now, when she getting to me, I just want to go to Minister Wozie. That's all.
You cut me off, Eric. But my last comment on this is that Mr. Ability finds himself in a tough place because he's running his own campaign. Okay, so your question why he's not going all over the place with Mr. Cummings is that he's running to be a representative in his district. So he has to take care of his district. He has to put himself first in that district, and I don't blame him. Before he can leave his district and go run around and say, I'm running for Mr. Cummings. But in every step, Mr. Ability drives, and most of the time I speak to him when he's driving.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. You speak to Mr. Ability more than you speak to Mr. Cummings. Thank you very much. Minister Wozie, let's talk about this Ability issue because I got to go to my brother King Hassan. Let's talk about ability, Woozy. What's going on? He cut his relationship with Mr. Cummings. He does not campaign with Mr. Cummings. We send the guys in Nimba County. We got videos. We got pictures. This man distant his sample from Mr. Cummings and Charlene Sambo. James, can you find those things for us, please? There will be nowhere in District Number 7 you will see the Cummings and Ability together. And a lot of concerning factor that George Manawia told everybody do not feel a candidate in District 17 because we have our man Ability there. Why Mr. Ability is not campaigning with Mr. Cummings? Why the disconnect?
Well, unfortunately, Stanton, I'm not a member of CPP, so I will
No,
not.
from what you stand, what you see, what you're hearing.
Yeah, generally, I don't think I am in the right position to provide so much insight. But on a general scale, I would say that you know, I would like to say that in the first place, Mr. Ability is a smart man. Before he became chairman of Labour Party, a lot of people thought he was just one other Mamadi. Like in Liberia, he said that Mamadi is just one guy who ain't wise, just one being that educated. Mr. Ability is a smart politician. He knows exactly that Mr. Comey is not going anywhere far politically. And secondly,
I thought you were going to elevate the people that you teach.
No.
When the Master Ability is a smart politician, like Dr. Richardson.
Secondly, he knows, being a Nimbayan, that there is so much pressure in Nimba. The Nimbayans are united. Mind you, they are going to follow Prince Johnson. I'm telling you this today. Even Mr. Gongolo respects Prince Johnson a lot. At the end of the day, you're going to see the result in Nimba County. That's something Mr. Ability is fully aware of as a son of that county. Now, so what he's doing now smartly is to avoid putting himself in political harm's way. He's protecting his district from unnecessary political debates, something that would temper with his ambition. And he's encouraging Mr. Cummings to try his best. Whatsoever support, political support, Mr. Ability thinks he has, that he can easily harness for Mr. Cummings, he's doing it in Monserrato and on Grand Bazaar Highway and on the Vera highways and not in the main areas. So that's what he's doing, technically speaking. So then,
well, how does this help Mr. Cummings, sir?
No, it's not
helping. It's the case.
No,
it's terrible.
I think so far that all Mr. Ability can do, because Mr. Ability has realized that it's needless. It's like you already know you're about to be captured on the front line, and then somebody is telling you to keep fighting. There is no need to fight, just surrender. So that's where Mr. Ability finds himself politically.
Somebody said, this is what the person said, Woolsey, before we go to our brother. I quite agree with Mr. Woolsey. Wow. Mr. Ability cannot campaign with Mr. Cummings in District Number 7, while Prince Johnson is still the owner of Nimba County.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I'm telling you. Look, Stanton, we've been around for a while, and I understand how things play around when it comes to the grand politics.
Soon, Mr. Prince Johnson and.
But I beg you that Eddie, don't interrupt your brother now. Eddie, don't interrupt your brother.
Even sometimes when I say this to some of my political friends in the CDC, they get angry. Nimba is united, and Nimba is not taking a campaign this election lightly. I'm telling you, you're going to see. Nimba is.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Fatiga because we got to go to the phone. Thank you very much, Wozy.
Thank you. Yes,
thank you very much. I didn't get it. I didn't receive it though.
No, it's in the chat room. You should post it up.
In the chat room. I think you said you sent it to me personally. It's in the chat room.
I tag your name there.
All right, thank you. Fadiga, my brother, this Liberty issue. Yeah, he's a smart politician because he took away part of Liberty Party. He played the games right. He's a smart politician because he fought. But notwithstanding, he's a smart politician because you find around the side, protecting his businesses, protecting everything, plus more the road fund money, and he cannot pay back. He's a smart politician because the people of Nimba saying, you want to take our land, they're bringing that trouble to, like Prince Johnson said. But my question to you, though, can Can Benedict win without the blessing of Prince Yedu Johnson and Nimba? One. Why Benedict is not campaigning with Mr. Cummings and he refused to take Mr. Cummings to Nimba County? Hussein Fadika.
Well, you put me in a box here because there were serious allegations that were made. I wanted to correct, but let me just the Benedict thing is the easier one.
But leave the people allegation. This
No,
is
no,
the
we need to address some of those things with the Cummings thing. But let me answer the Benedict things because it seems to be the easiest question that you have posed. One, I've talked to Mr. Ability. I know him very well. We kind of talk. We haven't spoken for a while now because everybody kind of digging in as we get close to the election. But I will say one thing. Mr. Cummings is still in the race today because of Musa Ability. Say what you want about him. He is still standing today in this race as a presidential candidate.
We know the beginning of that history. We know that.
Secondly, when it comes to Nimba County, Mr. Ability is a politician. And this is one of the problems Mr. Cummings have been having. Transitioning from that corporate executive to being a politician. That inability to do that is why he's lacking. Mr. Ability understands the terrain. Just as my brother Sam Wosi said, Nimba County have made a decision. Nimba County have been sealed, or especially in regards to the presidency. When it comes to the presidency, Joseph Yuma Boakai going to win resoundingly in Nimba County. When you have a sort of
why Benedict cannot take Cummings and Nimba?
I'm laying the premise. Just let me have a land. When you look at Nimba County politics and you look at Prince Johnson, say what you want about Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson has been kingmaker. He did it for Ellen. He did it for George Weah, and he's going to do it for Ambassador Boakai. In fact, he's going to do it more for Boakai than Ambassador Boakai than any other candidate that he has supported. So Belete understands that Nimba County, he's in a very tight spot. One, Belete have to navigate, not criticize. Look, his aspiration is to become senator, a representative. That's his dream. He's not running for president. He's supposed coming, but there is no way he's going to stay in the way of another Nimba brother who is Senator Jeremiah Kuhn. Anything. So he has to walk the fine line. And
how?
Cummings,
I want to press you on this. How? This
how,
man get Cummings on his back. We hearing Prince Johnson. We hearing Prince Johnson saying, "Benedict coming for your land." The Mano and Gio people. Benedict coming for
the
your
land
land.
thing.
We
have
hold on. I want to squeeze you. I want to squeeze you. Prince Johnson, the godfather of Nimba County, saying, "Do not vote for Mr. Benedict." He said, "I'm telling you, you don't vote for Mr. Benedict." Benedict called Prince Johnson to beg. Benedict called Jeremiah Kuhn for them to have a conversation that they shouldn't squeeze him, or else he will not be a representative. We're receiving this information, and here is Ed Benedict saying, "You know what? I will not be seen in Nimba County with Mr. Cummings."
That's what I'm saying. The fine line that
help us, my Fadika.
Is he willing to sacrifice his aspiration for Cummings' dream to become president? No, but he wants to be able to walk and chew gum. And yes, this is how he's going to navigate this terrain. He's not going to criticize Jeremiah Kuhn because he's not running for
Thank you very much. And that's my next question to you. When will he criticize Jeremiah Kuhn? When will he criticize Prince Johnson? When?
He cannot do it because, one, the politics in Nimba and the politics in rural Liberia is different from that of the city. Yeah, it's a county, vote-rich county that has a very younger son that is going to be the next vice president of Liberia.
In line to be president,
County, yes. Possibly in line to be president. Nimba County have seen it. They are going to overwhelmingly vote for Ambassador Boakai. Anybody that stay in the way, you are going to lose. You can shake your head down, go with game.
But I don't see Gibson, man. Don't even look at his way.
Being a politician, this is why being being a good politically savvy is important. Ability is an astute politician. He knows his people. He knows the terrain. There is no way he's going to go against Kuhn or Prince Johnson because it is not in his best interest. Cummings can cry, do good or do bad all by himself. When it comes to Nimba County, you will not see him there. Strategically, politically, it is not going to help him. So, but he has also been very helpful for the to the.
You cannot have it both ways, King Hassan. You cannot have it both ways, guys. We're about to go to the phone now. We're going to give that to Richardson. I know she.
I didn't even say my.
You come out, Hassan, please.
Give me 10 seconds, man. Give me
We
10
received
seconds.
messages from Benedict now. She got to reveal to us.
Oh,
Go ahead, read the text message. Read the text message.
Jaron, please say what you want to say for 10 seconds and then
No. We cannot do that. We got to go to the phone line,
okay.
please.
All right.
Yes.
I'm going to give me 10 seconds back. What do you want me?
We
What
got
you
to go
want
to
me?
the
What
phone
you
line. We
need
got to
from
go
me?
to the phone line. No. Dr. Richardson, are you talking?
If I'm bidding for me, then you're going to give me 10 seconds?
Can you read the text message Benedict sent you?
I agree with Fadiga that Mr. Billy is an astute politician. Mr. Billy knows his terrain and he knows the people. Nimba is a very complex county. Unlike what you guys think that is just a monolithic county. Okay, Nimba got the Yo, the Mano, Bassa, Pele, and also the Mandingos in that one county, depending on which region of Nimba you go to. Okay, like if you talk about people like Tier 1,
The crown people there too.
huh?
The crown people there.
They got exactly crown people and
Oh.
they even got the people that don't pass as well. Okay, they got this blood. But let me just tell you something. We had our convention. CPP ANC had a convention in Lima. Mr. Ability was very instrumental in that convention. Number 3, Mr. Cummings is touring and doing his campaign with Mr. Ability. Just because you don't see it or we don't publicize it.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Cummings is touring.
Yeah. Where?
I can show you pictures. I got
said where? Hey, I just said where?
In Nimba. They were in Nimba. That's where we have our convention. The last time Mr. Cummings was in Nimba, he was with Mr. Ability.
All right, Dr. Richardson.
Can I make that one statement?
No, you guys say no one statement.
I want to tell you that the pathway to the presidency for Cummings is not Nimba.
Cummings.
Nimba is not Nimba.
I'm sorry, I want to get back to what I wanted to say.
Dr. Richardson, go on.
The Nimba people are very smart.
1 minute, you're coming there.
The Nimba people are not just what Fadiga explains, say, oh, when Prince Johnson said jump, they will say hi. It is no longer that way.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
The Nimba people, please give me a chance. Let me finish now.
But Dr. Richardson got to go now. You're going to say something again.
The Nimba people are now saying for 12 years or more, whatever long Mr. Johnson was in the legislature, 18. He followed Ellen Johnson. He told Nimba people to vote for Ellen Johnson. See where they are.
So the people said Nimba Kwado.
Then he came and followed.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
All these many
You to put somebody candidate on spotlight.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Aaron Gray, let me come to you. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Dr. Richardson, thank you, guys. We'll go to the phone line. Then from there, we'll bring in the Boakai conversation. We hope we get enough time to do that today. I'm happy because only Fadiga alone here to defend Joseph Yima Boakai. So the world will hear us today. Aaron Kuban, can you come on? We got to go to the phone line. Good evening, my friend. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello?
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yep.
I just want to let my sister, the Richardson, know that they should start fishing in the black water. Let them be frank with Arizona Cummings. For Kevin Gongo, I know that he has a chance because he's a poor man lawyer and people will recognize the effort. But Cummings is a stranger to the land. Let them be fair with him. Musa Bete has destroyed him. Musa Bete is looking for his own way out. He's not more thinking about Cummings' presidency.
Thank you. Thank you. Aaron Kuban, can you come on? We gotta take more calls. Aaron, stop sleeping. You cannot sleep on the job, Aaron. All right, let me take this one very quick. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Sando, and I call from Sierra Leone.
Go ahead, talk to us, Sando.
Thank you very much. So, with the question that CEO asked about what made my name is Sando, and I call from Sierra Leone. Yeah, hello.
My man, stop listening to your radio and talk to us back.
Yeah, but okay. So I was saying, I call from Sierra Leone. So with the question that Mr. Witherspoon asked, why Cummings is disconnected? The answer has been given right on his shoulder tonight. his supporters, they are even disconnected from the voting population to talk about promoting.
We'll come back to you. Aaron Kuban, please come on the show. I don't know why you're in and out. Musa Keita from Minnesota, make your point, my brother.
No. Hold on. That's how I'll talk to you. My name is Musa Keita.
Uncle P, the message I'm gonna hold on, so he'll call back again. I'll punish this guy. Uncle P, go ahead.
Hello?
Uncle P, the man from all County, go ahead.
Well, this is not Uncle P's channel. This is my first time on your network. I'm happy to be here.
But why are you calling from Uncle P's phone?
No, sir. Uncle P got your own number. I live in Minnesota too.
No. That's not correct. All right, go ahead. Whatever, go ahead.
First of all, thank you for your hard work, Santa. Thank you for Spoon Talk. It's for us. We appreciate it. Thank you for the hard work. Now, I want to address that thing specifically. That American keep talking about just a Boakai vice president, say assist of vice president has to have the voice in leadership when a president is running the country. Is that possible? Look at Joe Biden. Biden was vice president to Barack Obama. Did we ever know that Biden had a voice? The vice president cannot outshine the president. You are a good woman. You will sound you cannot say that. Vice president are always like that.
Hold on now, Dr. Richardson. Let the caller call. Dr. Richardson, let the caller call. I beg you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. We got to give the caller the chance. Hello?
Hello.
Yes. What's up?
This is Musa Keita from Minnesota. Am I live?
Yes, you are. Talk to us.
All right. First of all, Mr. Kumi has not gone to Nimba County. Mr. Kumi goes to Nimba County.
Wait. 1 minute. You said Mr. Kumi has not been to Nimba County?
I think he has not gone to Nimba County. He said it can be open, not during a convention.
All right.
He has not gone to Nimba County. So to say, you cannot see Musa Benito with Mr. Kumi.
So only in Nimba County, Musa Benito will appear with Mr. Kumi?
Because he's one of the chairpersons for major political parties that run in his district.
So only in okay, but man, tell your own. Let me tell you
Yeah.
yeah.
So I know today they will not discuss market. There will be no time. So let me go to the point. The same reason why you ask a question.
You see your chicken pole. I will hang up on you again. Say that thing one more time.
The same reason why citizens did not put Canada against Musa Benito is the same reason why the United Party did not put Canada against our chair in his district. So you ask the United Party, why did they put Canada against our chair?
Thank you.
In strategic and representative position.
So are you saying Abache supporting Unity Party?
I don't say that. You ask the Unity Party.
Thank you.
Abache support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend. Aaron, who you got on the phone? Let's take 5 calls and we'll come back.
I got someone. Yeah. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, you are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Andrew Tezeri, Secretary General of the United Party Election Reform Bureau, according from Sokun Edition number 4.
Go ahead.
I'm very sorry for my voice because of the program today.
Yeah, just go ahead. We'll manage it. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to give my impact on the show, really pertaining Musa ability. Let us observe what happened in the manner. Musa ability is CDC consensus candidate in district number 7, Nimba County. And also the CPB have no candidate in the senatorial race in Nimba County. So just look into that and you know the state of ability. As for Mr. Kumi refused to serve in government, and all the people that have become president of this country one way or another, they served in government before becoming president. So from their service in government, people will get to them and rally around them.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this question here. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Aaron. This is Aaron Kimuga. I'm in Conwell, lying down listening to the show. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I'm listening to the Mother Richardson. You know, I'm just laughing. We are on the ground, and Musa Benito is on a mission. The whole deal is that we be in the CDC, we're not putting any against the wish. The city mayor said it, that there is a deal that is between us. So if they say that, if they say Musa Benito is widely operating the first thing we told Cummings, who are senator, according to you, say from Maryland, you don't even know how to say hello in Grable. Who are senator, he said no, he can't go there. You want to be president. How will you be president when you don't understand the culture of Liberia to gravitate your way through? So all these things are saying, you people are there in America, they go to the corner,
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take this one real quick. Kuben, I'll take this one. Hello?
Hello,
Yes, your name, where you calling from?
my name is George. I'm calling from London, UK.
Talk to us, Mr. George.
I thank you all for this program because I've been following the program since last year. And Stanton, you are doing a very good job. All right, let me go straight to the point. I've known Judicial Boakai for about 30 years. I knew him when he was working with Roland Masakwe as a consultant at the Agriculture Ministry in Chastain that time. I knew him when he was out of job. I knew him when he was vice president. Looking at the people who want to become president of Liberia at the moment, for me, I don't know much about Mr. Cummings, but I know Judicial Boakai is somebody with enormous experience, and he's a principled man. This is a man that when he was the vice president, he wouldn't even give his own son gas slip because he said the son doesn't work for government. This is a man who was in Liberia during the war, the Civil War.
What happened? Can you hear me?
Went down, he went back to Liberia. He loved the country so much. So let's just stop looking at him as a person and see what he can do for the country. Let's give him the chance. And Dr. Richardson, I know you love Mr. Cummings. This is not his time. Let's support DMP. And then
Wait now. Wait.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Kuben, we will pause the call for a minute. I know Uncle Pete wanted to say something, but we miss him. Kuben, thank you. We're going to flip the conversation now to Jose Yima Boakai. We'll bring the Jose Yima Boakai supporter, the lone supporter here on the show tonight. And I told you what's on. Hold on 1 minute. I say, okay, hold on. Go ahead, talk to us. All right, hello?
Hello, how are you? You put me on hold.
Okay, now your name and where you calling from. Be the last caller.
This is Uncle Pete, the man from all the counties.
But why you are changing your name on us first, Uncle Pete?
What?
Go ahead.
I call my name Uncle Pete. Listen, it is pathetic for us Liberians to see flip-floppers coming on your show on the Spoon TV and making derogatory remarks about Cummings, about what he did before.
Yeah, but Uncle Pete, which one of the remark is derogatory?
Let me finish. Let me just
No, Uncle Pete, because you move from here and go say my response to Spoon. Come and follow me. So which one of the remark was derogatory, Mr. Pete?
For them to come and say Cummings, he went in the corporate war. He went in the corporate war, so he's not qualified to be president. He's not walking around with the ethics, with the political ethics in Liberia.
Are those a derogatory statement?
I mean, what I mean, you cannot come and make such a statement about somebody, character, or what they know, what they don't know. You can, and you are naive about what their administrative ethics. Being a president is administrative. You have to use administrative ethics. But let me go to what I'm saying, Stato.
Please do.
Let me just say this. There are a lot of flip-floppers that insulted Joseph Boakai yesterday. And not seeing flip-floppers are insulting Cummings today. But I just want to let them know they will be disappointed in case, just in case, God forbid, and Joseph Boakai even become president tomorrow. They will not be absorbed in his government. One, Fatiga, Eugene Fago, and just what they did to what they brought in young nephews. I love them, but they will be disappointed if a government will even come in power with Joseph Boakai.
Thank you, Mr. P.
They will not succeed in the next government.
Thank you.
And the government, they are damaged their chances.
Thank you, Mr. P. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. So, guys, we will not take another call, but let's hear from Fadika. Fadika, we are about to discuss Joseph Yima Boakai. You are the lone Joseph Yima Boakai supporter on the show. Make sense of the conversation tonight, sir.
Well,
what is it?
I think my previous reading question was asking Fadika question and don't book Joseph Boakai supporter. I hear the same leading question you're asking me.
You're ready for me? Because I know you're ready to distract me. But the thing is, Ambassador Boakai is someone that need no introduction. He has name recognition. He's the only person that has executive experience. So there's no need. There's the only candidate in the race that even with him not being on the campaign trail, even if he doesn't go there, they're still wooing a lot of crowd. Look, I'm glad that the conversation have turned to Ambassador Boakai. Look, what is at stake in this election? Every serious-minded candidate, if you want to become president or run for any political office, you must first be guided by data. That is why I would not just jump on and say, you know what, I want to run to be president. This is why I would not jump on and say I want to be representative. When I haven't canvassed the area, talk to my people, get endorsement, make sure that the numbers are in my favor, and then I will go. That's the first thing that you look at when you decide to run to become president. Knowing what we know, knowing the facts, knowing the numbers, and knowing what the Liberian people want, and a dream for a better Liberia. They see Ambassador Boakai in that picture. Here's a man that has served government. He came up with a very easy plan. Look, when I see Ambassador Boakai, I see the late former president William R. Todbar.
Yeah.
He was a vice president for so many years, little known. How many of you can tell me anything that Todbar did, the late president did when he was vice president? Little. Even our history book have not captured details of things that he did when he was vice president. Todbar will come on the scene, and up to today, we still revere him as one of the greatest presidents in Liberia history. When I see this man, I see Todbar through him. Here's a man that came up with a very simple plan to rescue Liberia. He came up with the arrest plan. He said, I will talk about agriculture. This is somewhere that I've worked. He said, Liberia cannot do anything if we do not be able to sustain ourselves, feed ourselves. Our staple food is rice. How can we feed ourselves in that front? He said, roads. 2017, before George Weah didn't have no plan, before George Weah even talked about road and became bad road medicine, after he saw that the only money that was in the country was road fund, and he started to use it to steal the money, I would say, Ambassador Boakai campaign mantra was road, road, and road. He understands the importance of connectivity. He understands the importance. Not a president I will jump on one and say, I will build coastal highway. Not a president that will come to power and destroy all the roads in the last 6 years. Any constructed road, in as much as you would say that she wasted some money, we can still see the Basel Highway. We can see the Ganta Highway. We can see major infrastructure that even 6 years after, some of those things were done with your Turner. So it's been almost more than 6 years. Those structures are still in place. And she couldn't have achieved that any better than having Ambassador Boakai as a vice president to help advise her on those projects. Those projects are still there. You can feel it. People still enjoy the Basel Highway. This is where I came from. We still go to Basel every week. Nimba County is easy right now from Moreville to Nimba County. It's about 3-4 hours. You're already in Nimba County. Can we say the same for George Weah? No. Every street that feeders road that they have made constructed in the last few months or year, They are all destroyed. He damaged the whole Robert Fee Highway, become a death trap, and he still cannot even. They have already used the money. He said we'll talk about the rule of law, knowing that Liberia, crime of opportunity is on the rise in Liberia. Extrajudicial killing. Our people have to put themselves in a self-imposed curfew because they fear that if they go out, they live in cage. The mini prison where the doors are boarded. How many deaths have we seen in Liberia in the last couple of years on the Georgia where people burn in their own home because they couldn't get out? He said, I will talk about education. Our children need schools. Not a president that will come and create these campaign induced rhetoric talking about I give you free education, I give you WIC or whatever they call the fee. He said, I understand the importance of education. He said, education is critical to the development of our nation. He said, our education system is still in shambles. How can we invest in our young children? Technology, equipping our teachers, not someone that will carry on the VIN project, who cannot even pay our teacher. You're talking about we will go and pay a tuition free. Even the greatest country in the world, we still pay school fee. University is not free. In the greatest country in the world. But you carry on a president that can barely do any feasibility study, have been very irresponsible with our resources and money. He said, I would work on sanitation. Who in Liberia doesn't know that sanitation is a hazard? We have one foreign diplomat that came to Liberia and said that the country smell. We're talking all around, oh, he disgraced our country. Who doesn't know that our country smell? It's been how many years that we cannot get our sanitation? Tourism. I mean, these are basic people-centered, Liberian-centered initiative. Tourism. This is Africa's oldest independent nation. People should be paying pilgrimage to us. This is the Black Mecca. This is a nation that gave birth to democracy around Africa. The Hugh Masekela, Miriam Makeba, a lot of Nelson Mandela, they all fled to our shore when they needed safety. Namibia. How can we reclaim? This is someone that has been around for long and I know that Liberia need to reclaim her position among our community of nations. So when people talk about, oh, this and that, there is nothing there to argue. The distinction is clear. Besides him having the political knowledge and experience, this is a man that can negotiate. He's going to be one of our chief negotiators. He can bring people together. I have seen him doing it. All you need to do is to get in the room with Ambassador Boakai for 3 minutes, and you will understand why young, old, young, blue, black. People want us to talk about record. What is his record? Dr. Richardson keep talking about his record. But those people that you support, what are their record in Liberia? They have none.
I can tell you.
They have none. Ambassador Boakai has a lengthy track record. This man has a reservoir of knowledge that we need to tap in. That's someone that's still struggling to translate his corporate experience into our body politics. He still cannot resonate with the people. He still cannot negotiate. He still cannot speak to the hearts and mind of our people.
Thank you, Hussein. Thank you very much, my brother. You make the case for JMB, folks. As we're wrapping this thing up, we must please mute ourselves as the owner is going to speak to make a case for or against JMB. Hussein, we say thank you. Now, we'll keep Dr. Richardson for last. We're bringing Gibson Jeru, Ed Remy Gray, and Dr. Richardson. Brother Gibson.
Thank you very much. Father God, thank you for trying your best, even though you are the wrong messenger for just JMB, because you just eat your own words all the time. You eat your own words all the time. After speaking the very damning things about Joseph Boakai, you come back and say they are good things. You eat your own words all the time. And that is why politicians do. I understand. And when people say certain people are not politicians, I think it's a plus. And I could also say that Councillor Gongo is not a politician. It's a plus for somebody to think corporate, somebody to think more executive, not thinking as a politician. It's a negative for somebody to think politician. But let me say something, Stanton. We are at a somber moment in our political dispensation. And this is an opportunity for us to sturdily inform our people so that when they make a mistake, they will not come back and say they didn't have the information. JMB government will be 5 times more corrupt than any government that has existed in Liberia. And I'll tell you the reasons. So this man called JMB, when was the last time has he? Does anybody have any newspaper, any radio clipping, any TV clips? When was the last time all the bad things that happened in Liberia? When was the last time they said JMB opposed this thing? Can't find it anywhere. All he wanted in his entire life was himself. What satisfied him? He was all for the money and the job. Never criticized anything. From top of time, even everything that Samuel Dolan was doing, he cooperated all along. Cooperated with Talbot, cooperated with everybody, even Taylor Town, while everybody in the country were pointing out Taylor's error. JMB never criticized anything before. How can we depend on a man who does not know what a bad thing is? He never stood up for anything in his life. Let alone corruption. This man, I heard the other day that his surrogates, including Fagon and others, who said he was nothing, say he will fight corruption. How? No mechanism. They don't describe how you're going to fight corruption. In the Gonglo camp, we have discussed broadly how we're going to fight the corruption. JMB had never. Can he even fight corruption, starting with the people that are around him, who were serving in government, who were audited, and who were grabbed for misusing government funds? Like Gavin, can he prosecute Gavin? He will not. JMB refused to be audited his office. But he said he will fight corruption. While they were auditing all government institutions, when they got to his office, he said no, they were not going to audit his office. Then he boasts and said he left $500,000 in his budget. You receive $2.5 million in a year, and you leave $500,000 after 12 years, and you call it a plus? $2.5 million in 12 years. And when you are leaving, you leave $500,000. Then you call it a plus. And you are convincing Liberian people that you are a integrity man. You are honest man. You never stolen before. No, what really has happened? My brother Fadiga, JMB is a manager. He mismanages his own money at any time he wants to. He doesn't know how to manage his own money. How can he manage the country money? So let me give you a few indicators. Listen, Liberian people, today, this is a great opportunity because we may not have this kind of opportunity again to speak these words. Because when the election is over, the decision you will make, the decision will be a far-reaching effect. And you will come back to bite your own tongue. JMB will be the worst president that Liberia will ever have. Why? One, he's not a decision maker. He's not even respected by the people around him. The way they treat him, the way they talk to him in public domain. Papa, sit down. Papa, don't talk. Papa, sit down. Those kinds of demeaning, disrespectful.
You can lie, Gibson. Nobody talk to JMB that way.
Thank you very much.
George Noble. George Noble. Papa, sit down. Papa, sit down. Don't talk.
That's not true. Everybody that said to Ambassador Brecker, respect him. He's like the wisest man in the room.
Let Gibson talk. Let Gibson talk.
That man will be distorted and lying.
No, but let Gibson talk. That Gibson time.
Distortion, I'll tell you about it.
Okay, let it be so, guys. Let Gibson talk.
Fadiga, let me ask you today. Please, Adi Fadiga. and let this live with your conscience.
Gibson, you remember Gibson, the opportunity may not come around, so
it will
speak.
not come around again. I gotta make use of the opportunity, my brother. This opportunity is a juicy
Yeah, but you do
opportunity.
not have to lie to the Liberian.
Let's say it's good for 2 more hours.
But let everybody mute
That's
themselves,
what you
please.
have done today. This
Fadiga, don't you
opportunity
run,
is
no,
a
don't run,
juicy
Fadiga.
opportunity.
Fadiga,
Don't come around
don't
again.
run.
Oh, I can take on.
Fadiga, let me ask you. I want you to talk. It's just a rhetorical question. The people, the kind of leadership you have fought for, you have criticized George Weah in the past. Even at a certain point, you were supporting Ellie, and you and your brother, you fell out with Ellie because of things that were happening. You talk about ideal leadership. You talk about a foresighted leadership, an agile leadership. You and I were on the internet, we were criticizing one side or the other. Is JMB the ideal leadership you found for Liberia?
And you are supporting Joe Weah.
No. Wait, Fadiga, let him finish back.
No,
Take it back. No, that rhetorical question. Let the brother finish. Chill a little bit.
Question, bro.
Go ahead, Gibson.
This scam they put talking. They want shut me up. I'm not going to respond to that. Let me say this and let my word. If JMB becomes president, he will not run his office. The office will be run by Anthony Kessley. The office will be run by Larry Toba. The office will be run by Steve Queer. The office will be run by Gafwan, Augustine Gafwan. These people are the ones we are putting our country in their hands. These are the people that we are putting our country in their hands if JMB becomes president. The JMB will be at home. He goes to work 12 o'clock and goes to 2 o'clock. The rest of the people, the country will be run by these people. They will only bring the document to him, Papa. We scrutinize the people. We deal with them. Yeah, Papa, yes, sir, good. My people, we are destroying our country. If we make JMB a run-off to George Weah and not Councilor Gonglo, we will.
I mean, the internet is tripping. We gotta go. The internet is tripping. We got to go.
Yeah. So here is my party comment.
No, you're not partying yet. We gotta give the other people a chance. You finish.
No,
I'm
not leaving.
No, you're not done yet. You're not done yet. When you finish, Remy, come in.
Okay,
Finish.
give me 10 seconds.
No, you done. No, you done. Gibson, Remy, come in.
All right, gentlemen and lady, the thing about the Liberian people coming to grip with what is going on is why you will see Cummings going to community. I was surprised the other day when Few Unity Party was saying the crowd that the CDC brought out the other day, Cummings has also brought out. I mean, has also brought out that same level of crowd. It is because only Stanton not seeing that Cummings is making headways. The Liberian people themselves understand the order of the day. That look, these two people, whether it's the past or the current, Ambassador Boakai, who represent the past, way down the past, they've lived that life before. This attitude of a peacing people is what our politics is all about still. But there's a good number of Liberians who are coming to grip with the idea that look, this is about us now. Why go fight to install an 80-plus-year-old old man whose future was over with 20 years ago, and I got mine and my children ahead of me? What is it going to do for me? But let us go back and look at those new voters who are coming out and looking at the reality of the day. Forget about people calling crowd, people standing by, they're watching people. Look, if Liberia is a downtime society, if nothing goes on in my community, all of a sudden I hear noise outside, I'm going to go there. Does that mean I'm part of that crowd? But to tell you, the past dictates the future. 2 times, the ambassador was dismissed from public office, not for anything but for corruption. Roland Massacre, I think that name, at agriculture. When Samuel Doe dismissed, in fact, the ambassador was in London when he was dismissed. You understand? because of corruption. Now, JMB play with the idea and say, oh, it was because Doe was forcing me to join NDPL. No. If not, they will not call your controller Massacre. Today, anywhere Joe goes, he carries Massacre because people will say he doesn't want Massacre to spill the bin. But that's not the only man. Flimsily, before his death.
Can you say that again? Who Massacre?
Roland.
You say anywhere who goes, Joseph Boakai?
Yeah, brings him as controller almost. Even
And
as,
he will bring,
as VP.
and he will bring Roland Massacre?
Yeah.
Who told you that lies?
No, not true.
You don't know that?
Not true.
No. Hold on.
Not true.
It's strange to you?
Okay, go ahead. Finish up. I gotta be fair yet. Let me let you tell your thing. Go ahead.
So I'm just saying that. Yes, you can say today they may make the case about him not being corrupt, this and that. I got no further proof, but I'm going by reasons why he was dismissed. They said he squandered $2 million at the Ministry of Agriculture. Even that report came up under the PL 480. I have that report. I read through it over and over and over and over. It was because of those opportunities that he squandered today. Our agriculture is down. When Madam Saleh became president, Gaddafi gave us $30+ million worth of equipment in cash to uplift our agriculture.
I beg you, Reverend Gray. A lot of folks listen to us. You get a sister of Roland Massacre. She really want to play this thing. You say whenever JMB travel, he travel with Roland Massacre.
No, this is travel. I say wherever he goes,
wherever he goes, wherever he travel, that is it.
No,
Go ahead, sister.
Wherever he goes as leader. Whichever office.
Dr. Massacre, Roland Massacre is my brother. He is lying, okay?
No, just agree with him. Now, don't say louder. Let control it.
I'm sorry, we're on the
Yes,
show.
exactly.
Whichever Massacre was his.
Hold on. Let the woman speak because we gotta check this.
Who is she? Let her identify herself because we know someone.
Yeah, can you call your name? Can you call your name and where you calling from, please?
My name is Bernice Sipley, okay? I am. My name is Bernice Sipley. I am Roland Massacre's sister, okay? I am sorry for you. I can't say it again. I just spoke to my brother the other day because I support JMB. I asked my brother the other day. I said, I hope you are supporting JMB. And my brother told me, he said, no, I'm out of this. I'm not for it. For him to sit there and sit everywhere.
Was after whether this was his
Hold on 1 minute, Brandon. Hold on 1 minute. Brandon, hold on 1 minute.
Yeah, we also will have questions.
Hold on a minute. Because I will call Roland myself and I will ask Roland. You say everywhere JMB goes, right? Roland Massacre is with him.
No, listen to me.
But that's what you just said.
I said office. Every office.
You didn't say every office. You said everywhere he goes.
Everywhere he goes as leader. Everywhere he goes as leader. He brings him along as a controller.
When JMB was vice president, where was Roland Massacre at?
Listen to me. Let me ask you this.
Brothers will call you back. I got your Michigan.
What I can't understand, how is that relevant?
No. It would be fair to Remy Gray for also giving his time. Remy Gray, go ahead.
Remy, can you distinguish, because there's different types of Roland Massacre in Liberia. There was one who was after that.
Who was Ambassador Joseph Boakai's?
Not the one who was president of Boakai.
Yes. The guy as controller, it may not be that same Roland Massacre we're speaking about. But
that's the same Roland Massacre she's speaking about.
It's controller.
Yes.
Back in the 80s.
Yes, that's the same Roland Massacre
I'm talking about. The same guy.
The
same guy when they appointed as at FPRC, the same controller he had there. That's the same guy. I don't know.
So go ahead, finish up that.
What I'm trying to tell you, he was allegedly dismissed because of the same corruption. When Gaddafi came into being, they gave us, about 30 million worth of money as well as equipment. Today, those equipment are languishing, and then the ambassador cannot talk about arrest. Even the late Dr. Sawyer flimsily came up just to shadow him. You know, this is a politician. He came up and said one lady asked him, Dr. Sawyer, to dismiss Ambassador Boakai, trying to salvage what is it. You know, we understand that you can sweep a lot of these things under the rug. An astute person like Dr. Sawyer, somebody who just called, he didn't even call name. I didn't even hear who that individual was. I speculating, maybe it was Madam the Aminata or so on and so forth. But let us say this.
Thank you, Eddie.
No,
Eddie,
let me
thank you.
say
We gotta move to Dr. Richardson now.
but you see, you step on my toes before I could even start making the point. So I'm trying to tell you that even within his own self, the time the ambassador served as VP, he was a parked car. I didn't say that. So he was a guy just collecting money freely. I mean, that's what the ambassador is used to. Today, he's still collecting pension, yet running under this government. You understand? Under this government. And so the ambassador does not just have the history of living the life he promises
Thank you
others.
very much, our brother Colonel Reverend Gray. Let's bring in Dr. Francine Chenewell Richardson.
So I want to start off by saying a lot of Liberians like to put Vice President Boakai in this box where they would say, oh, he was only there to, serve as the vice president. He didn't have any important role to play. They used the Constitution to back up President Boakai's incompetency or complacency. But I spoke, I don't just come here every day. I love to read. I like to do research. If I hear something, I like to ask questions. The director of cabinet during Ellen time told me that President Boakai was in almost every single meeting that Ellen had, and she had meetings frequently, more than what George Weah does. He failed to make recommendations. He failed to even discuss issues in the cabinet meetings, while other ministers were putting up their ideas. He would sit there as if he was not there, as if he was just there to collect money, the $2 million that Remy Great spoke about. He, in the Constitution, the word assist, he was asked to assist Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He never did that. He went on places Ellen Johnson asked him to go to. And, Fadiga, unfortunately, he left. It's very
Did Fadiga ran away?
Do you guys know that when Fadiga was speaking,
Fadiga ran away?
He mentioned a road to Bassa, the road to Nimba. Who name did he call? It wasn't Joseph Boakai's name. It was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's name. Okay? If it was not for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and her being considered the darling of the West, people respecting her perhaps because of her agenda, perhaps because of her exposure in the UN system or, the IMF system, we were not going to have some of the development that we have in Liberia. Some of she negotiated for people to come to Liberia to support our country. It was not Joseph Boakai. For as many years, 12 unbroken years, Joseph Boakai collected money from the Liberian people. What did he give back to us? And that is the question we should be asking.
From the CEOs.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Sorry for that.
Yeah. And that's the question that we need to be asking ourselves. When we go to the ballot box on October 10th, we want a leader who can work in the best interest of Liberians, who can get our healthcare on par, who can get our education.
But you're distracting the lady. Stop. Put your book down.
It's okay. Liberian people are hearing me. They're not seeing him. The radio, they can't see him. So let him go ahead. Okay. So when you have people like Fadiga who has flip-flop, it's I like the guy. Fadiga, I had some, tat-to-tat conversation in the back. But, Fadiga, your reputation as a person gets tinted, gets diminished when a couple of years ago, you were just talking very badly about President Boakai, and now you are saying He's the best person. I hope this is a lesson learned for all of us Liberians to retain our views and be truth to your own word. Let's go back, okay? Because you will say, oh, vice president, he couldn't do this. He was restricted by the Constitution. In this great United States, somebody called and said, oh, how do we know about Biden? What does Biden do? Have they heard about the affordable care before? Have they heard that many of the places, can you mute yourself, Senator, because I'm hearing echo in the background? Thank you. Have they heard that many of the places that Obama could not go, he sent Biden to represent him? Have they heard that Joe Biden was in the Senate for many, many years, championing causes? So, making that kind of comparison is mute. The vice president role, have you heard about Dick Cheney? Have you heard? Go read if you have not heard about Dick Cheney. The vice president is a role that if you are flexible and if you are capable of working in the interest of Liberian people, you will do well. But if you also is the kind of person who said, I want to collect money, you will collect money and don't do nothing either. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I don't know. I have not spoken to her. Saw Vice President Boakai after she selected him and he failed to be a partner to her. She saw him as somebody very weak, and she had to press on to make Liberia a better place. She had just inherited a broken country, a war-torn country. She was not going to wait there to tell President Boakai, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. No. So when we come here and say just because someone has been in government for 42 or 12 unbroken years, that means that they got executive experience? No, he does not. I have first-hand information where Vice President Boakai, even though he was getting budget money for maintenance for his office, he would call Public Works not to use the money that they were giving in his office to come and fix his office. Does that make sense in terms of a man who understands government? It was due to Vice President Boakai that Mr. Metin, who became a LPMC director, bankrupted the system because Mr. Boakai failed to leave any financial structure to prevent people from stealing from LPMC. When you talk about rules, I hear you say arrest, rules. The cocoa growers suffer under Mr. Boakai. They didn't even have good roles. He didn't even seek out their interest. The cocoa growers couldn't even bring their cocoa to LPMC to be processed because the roads were so bad. When they brought it, they had to sell their cocoa for minimum change, chicken change, because LPMC was so corrupt. And Mr. Boakai was right there and didn't do a thing. Now, you Liberian people, you are telling us that that's the man we should usher in. Okay? When we are here, for the guy say, oh, the man already won, we shouldn't even bother. Isn't that voter suppression if you're thinking wisely?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Isn't that an entitlement?
We're going to go to the phone line. We want the people now to call. Everybody have make their point. They are full.
I will not respond to this.
No. We got to go to the phone line. We got to go. Everybody.
My life every deal.
Yeah, we can't do this. We can't do this. Among them all, I want to ask you, my fellow Liberians, while we go to the phone line, you got Gibson Jeru, you got Dr. Francine, you got El Ramin Gray. They're all making the case against Boakai. And again, we have only our brother Fadika trying his best, but I think he was destroyed by Gibson Jeru.
Well, you gave me one time. Gibson Jeru, a part of a bunch of lies. He followed by
one time. So it's fair game tonight. You don't have your other people here to support you. You don't have more Ali and all of that. It's fair game. You got trapped.
Just lick your wound. Just lick your wound. Just lick your wound.
So Justina Gate, please, you got your 1 minute. Talk to us.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, let me correct that Honorable Gray, former Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, I'm sorry to disappoint you that you lied. The person you said I worked with, Honorable Joseph Nimba County at LPRC, it was not the same person. So let me just correct that for you. Secondly, when the war ended in Liberia and the LPRC system was shut down.
No, let's give the caller a chance, Gibson. I beg you.
and there was nothing working in the country. It was Joseph Nimba who prepared the collateral, who prepared the documentation they call LACRA, in order for the World Bank to give the Liberian government money in order to put the FPRC to start working. By the way, Dr. Richardson, I want to ask you, who donated the only fire service trucks that we have in the nation today under Ellen Justice Relief to the FBI, to the fire service? Also, who donated the police response unit pickups to the Liberia National Police under Ellen Justice Relief? I want you to please answer the two
Thank you very much. We'll move to the next caller. Thank you. No, Dr. Richardson, write it down later on. Yeah, because the line is too hard. I beg you, Dr. Richardson. Aaron Kuben, take calls in Liberia. One from you, one from me. Let's make it quick. The phone is getting crazy. This is about JMB. Wow, these people have attacked JMB though.
Take this person. Welcome.
I didn't comment. I comment.
You're alive. Go ahead.
This is Abu Kemuka, and I'm in Kawe again. You know what? I listen to people say a lot of things they don't have any evidence of. It can shock me. But Fadiga said, Eddie Jones said it was through the collaboration of Joseph Boakai as vice president. So they can't be calling Joseph Boakai. I think Madam is going to be vice president to Cummings. When Cummings was struggling right for vice president, the word insist. It don't mean insist. It don't mean to resist. So when y'all put the Cummings there, that y'all will be using kitchen level, that what you're saying, Charlie Brodsky on it. They who ran away from Nimba, he couldn't go Nimba when you were corner.
So thank you very much. Turn that corner up. Thank you very much. We got to keep on the subject, not be too personal. Let me take this one from my end. Hello, your name?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Jeremiah Daniel calling from Minnesota. I want to talk with Dr. Francine, Dr. Richardson, that the president of Liberia or any president of any country cannot build rule and the vice president build rule. The both government, the both president and the vice president work together and they carry on development. So Dr. Francine should not be on the show to say the rule that Sally Johnson built or only Sally Johnson alone that built the rule. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That good point. Mr. Kuban, where are you going? Come back on. We gotta take calls. Aaron Kuban.
Yeah.
One call from you, one call from me. Let's do this to start acting like a pretty boy.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah,
hello, let's hear you.
Calling for Kowe.
Sorry? I didn't hear you.
Abu Gaddafi calling for Kowe.
Kowe Gaddafi.
Yes. What I want to tell you two guys is they will not help them. You got the other one from Gongo Camp and Cummings. You can't help them. You're sitting there, you talk a lot of lies. You can't help them.
Let's up, man. Disrespect to the panelists. Let me take this one. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Raleigh, Eunice Yimapi.
Yes, Mama. Talk to us, man.
Yeah, and I just want to make a correction in where Dr. Fancy is saying, can an NPMC Managing Director build road? Can NPMC Director build road? Can Vice President build road? When JMB was Managing Director for who crafted the Green Revolution? This is the reason for me I'm related to Cummings. I'm not supporting Cummings because of what is the company.
What do you mean you related to Cummings? How's your relationship?
I'm from Maryland County.
But your relationship, because you're from Maryland?
Yes, I'm from Maryland, and the Cummings and the Newville, they are related.
How so?
What?
How so?
I'm saying that the Newville and the Cummings, they are related from Maryland County. I'm telling you.
I'm not saying you're not telling me. You say you're related to Mr. Cummings. Are you his niece? Are you his cousin? Are you a grandchild? Are you a daughter? What kind of relationship?
No, I'm not his grandchild. Some relative, just way by the line.
Oh, way by the line. Dan Charlie Kintan. Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
I'm saying that. But we're not supporting because of what the company show instead of they push the agenda you attacking JMB. That's not an issue. We're still voting. We're going to voting.
You're going to vote who?
JMB.
Okay.
We're voting.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Let's take one from Morovia. Go ahead, my dear brother Aaron.
Go ahead, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dave again. I'll join you from Buchanan City.
City.
Thank you. Yeah, I heard the panelists ask for a question what JB can show. I think the panelists there living a development a developed country, and most of their argument or their decision they make it based on integrity. And we in abroad looking at the integrity of Joseph Imam Boakai is what we are looking at to vote him. And I love the way Fatika presented the argument. Joseph Imam Boakai will be one of the best presidents in Labrador, looking at his track record, being one of the best presidents in Labrador. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother from Canada.
So thank you. Let me take this one from my end to your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Honor CEO, this is Roland Freeman from Columbus, Ohio.
Roland, talk to us.
So, I heard Conor Remy Gray and Dada Richardson, trying to talk about JMB was sitting in the place there and just collecting money. So they haven't been able to, distinguish the difference between somebody managing a system versus a person using their salary to go do projects. If they understand the format of government is meant where the money is put into the budget for all activities or all projects under government. You cannot take the money belong to your office to go build road or take it from your office to go build somebody's house. It doesn't work anywhere, even in a very developed country where they live. So let them sit, stop sitting on the shore and spreading a story that is not true to the Liberian people. It don't work here, it will not work in Liberia. Joseph Boakai did his job correctly. He served in all positions. Nobody has anything to show up here. Bring me proof that indeed he was sitting there collecting money and he was not doing his job. You haven't shown me one paper. The very university that they are teaching, that are Richardson and Remy Gray, they are a professor. The very school they teach, everything they do there, it is by the school guidelines. Nobody go outside of their job description. So you don't expect Boakai to go outside of the job description.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Hello,
Quebec.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I've long been trying to
Please
talk
put live in
on
your
this.
voice and be.
Man, put live in your voice. The line is busy. This is hot. I never knew
Are you
people were
getting
going
me?
to come up like this.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yes, okay. So today I was able to get on the Spoon Talk. I've been trying so many times to get on the Spoon Talk, and today
Why
I'm
are you
able
muting
to
my
get there.
mic for? I'm here now.
But
The
let me
people that were talking, let them talk.
address some of those things that Dr. Richardson and Remy Gray were saying. For Dr. Richardson, for her, she have already lost her culture, so I don't want to go because she doesn't even speak her own dialect. So she's
Can we hang up on this man? Tell me that I lost my culture.
So you don't go for use this
I'm not going to
platform
be
I'm
telling
really getting
you.
off the line.
Yeah, I'm not going to be telling
No,
you.
I'm here. I'm here.
Man, who cares about you, man? Get away from here. Who cares
So
about
who
you?
afraid of you? Who afraid of
Who
you?
afraid of
Use
you?
this platform. Who afraid of you?
So all this time, Fadiga been begging for you to come on. Fadiga been texting you. Let me tell my caller. Hello. Hello. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, my friend. Yeah.
I wanted to take part the first time you were talking about Cummings, but you're late.
My man, you get a turn number 2.
Okay. Cummings, all Cummings represented the campaign management team in Nimba County. All of them say they want Musa Bedede carry them for second round. All of them, they resign and gone to CDC for Georgia to get them pick up for them to run campaign for Georgia. There's no Nimba team now in Nimba that running campaign for Cummings. All of them resign because they say second round they know that Cummings not get no D in Nimba County. They say they want to go a cargo to Georgia. They want to go by themselves. So all of them resign. They already gone. They finish crossing over to Georgia. All of them to Georgia now. You can confirm it from your people in Nimba.
My man, we know we heard that story before, but talk to us about Boakai now. Let's go.
Yes, Joe Boakai, Mr. Colin Gray, talking about Joe Boakai, they gave agriculture to Joe Boakai. The same thing, Ellen Johnson and Chancellor to do because he was sent to that policy in the County. He don't get him no money. Give me somebody to what they call agriculture ministry, say you oversee agriculture ministry, but the minister was reporting to Ellen Johnson, they were not reporting to Joe Boakai. Instead, you were supposed to, they were not reporting to Joe Boakai. He just said you oversee them.
because they were going for cabinet meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's run. I will take this one. Thank you. Guys, you got about 30 seconds to a minute. Make your point, my friend. Your name, where are you calling from? Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ami calling from Texas.
Go ahead, talk to us, ma'am.
Okay. My point is, so everyone is like, but I don't have the time, but Gibson Jerry, you talk about JMB as if he's your son. You read him, then you know what he's done his whole life. Something like he hasn't done anything in his entire life. You don't even have proof of what you're saying. You just come on and just take stuff and throw it and wish on will speak. If you want to say something about JMB, talk about his record and bring proof. You're a journalist. I don't need journalists to just go ahead and write stuff to put in the newspaper because they want people to look at it. They got facts and proof of what they're writing. Everything you come on here, JMB has done nothing in his entire life. He has never said anything in his entire life. As if you've been in every meeting to beg him, or you had him, you his father, and you know what he's done, and he's never done. And you're really great. The last time you said in Buja, my phone in Nimba County, they asked you to bring the video, you haven't brought the video yet. Every time you're saying things that you can't prove. It's not going to stop people from voting for JMB. It's not going to stop him from being who he is. He's that person. There's nothing you can do about it. So just go ahead and just say what you want to say because you want for us to look at him bad. I'm sorry, y'all,
but talk about Cummings too. Talk about Cummings.
Cummings is a good man. These people are making people to look at him the bad way. Cummings is a good man. Cummings is not a people person. Cummings he's a Liberian. You can't take it from him to want to run for being a president. That's his right to do that. But the messenger that he got and making it look like he's so like he's up there, he's making it look ugly. Like everybody else is down and he's the most qualified, this most educated, and that you don't do that in our society.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you very much. Thank you very much from Texas. Thank you. Take 2 more calls from Liberia, and we'll get back in the studio with the guys.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. You are live. Let's see.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening to the entire panelists. I'm pursuing the court because I sat in my living room and I begin to hear a lot of stories, a lot of fictional stories being portrayed by Jerome, who is representing the same guys from the same opposition, spewing lies against JMB to tarnish the reputation that Liberians have voted for him. But let me say this to you, Chief. Those fictional stories that you are putting together, it cannot stop us with Liberians from voting for JMB because what? Our man admitted that JMB is the only person that can reduce this country from the hands of the evil cartel of the CDC government. So after of vectors that you will come up with, our man has made a way to vote for JMB and nothing can stop it. I'm building
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one.
Let me take this one. Welcome. Oh, fine. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's
move on. I'm not ready. Thank you, Quebec. Quebec, stay put. Stay in the back. Stay put. We'll get to you for our closing calls. Guys, we know that both 3 phone lines are ringing heavily, but we must go back in studio. We way past our time, but this, I didn't know it was going to be so interesting. I will say this, though. We will still talk about that drugs story on Monday. Please forgive us, okay? But again, let's end this show. I didn't know the Cummings, the Boakai conversation were going to be so heated. Even Hassan Fadiga was begging Eugene Fagon to come on because he had a slayer, the giant let me go ahead and bring in Gibson. They've been calling your name. I will bring you in. I will bring Fadika. I'm going to bring Gibson. I will bring you in, Fadika.
Be patient.
Be patient. Fadika, this is how we do it. Gibson, hold on 1 minute. Gibson will speak, Fadika will speak. Remy will speak, Fagon will speak. And Dr. Richardson will close it. Because at 3-2 right now, I like this setup. So let's make the case and give it your best shot, please. Our brother Gibson, Jerry, you go first.
Thank you very much. You know, Dr. H. Boyman formula described people like Fagon and Hassan Fadika as illiterate elite. You know why he called it illiterate elite? People who don't know anything are the
No hard
ones who
feelings,
say,
guys. No hard feelings. We're having a good conversation.
I'm trying to tell you the kind of people that are selling JMB. Because the messenger matters a lot. Illiterate elites are people who prey on the people who don't know well, and they behave like they know something, and they control these people. That's how JMB, Dr. Formula described them. Are you kidding me? These are two people who do not even have to speak. Fagon described JMB as the head of the cartel against George Weah. He comes back and says JMB no longer cartel. How can I respect such a thing? JMB is the worst person that will be president of Liberia if the people don't vote Congo to beat George Weah. Let me tell you something. I will say it today again. And Fadika, this will be your last time flip-flopping. You doing Fagon that your life you will always flip-flop. So I don't have a problem with that. Fadika, you are better than Fagon. Stop flip-flopping. I'm not kidding. I know you for a long time. I follow you.
What is flip-flopping?
The way you describe JMB, the way you describe JMB, for you to come back today and listen to all of these callers, we agree, we have said vote for him. I never do before. You say you kill my mother, you kill my father, I will vote for you. Such a naivety of a decision-making process. And you come back, you say you now know book, I will vote for you. Why are you doing that? You crying. You come back again and say, oh, you not got no control, I will still vote for him. That is the mentality of the Liberian people. You will always regret. Those of you who spoke here and say you will still vote for JMB, that's your modus operandi. You kill Liberia all the time. You are wicked people. You put Liberia in a bad situation. But Fadiga, I intend to tell you this today. You are better than Fagon. Stop flip-flopping. Fagon had no substance. He will always flip-flop. Please, I know you very well, Fadiga. From today, from this election, next time, stay on your ground. In good conscience. In good conscience. Which one of you here, in good conscience, can catch a ballot for JMB? In good conscience. JMB take your ballot is an insult to your conscience. Because he cannot lead this country. He will be home sleeping, he will be home eating, he will be home unable to move while those boys run our government. And that is what we're trying to prevent. And other people come in and say, we don't care, we vote for you. Who cares about your decision? Go ahead and vote for him again. And you did it to Chancellor, you cry. You did it to George, you crying. Do it to JMB again, you will still cry. And we'll still be here to remind you. Let me pause.
So, Honorable Gibson Jeru, you just spoke for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
No one interrupted you. We would beg you.
Actually, for 2 minutes.
Al-Hassan Fadika, please. 3 minutes, sir.
Well, first, I would like to start by
it's 7:45, so 3 minutes will be 7:48. Just to remind you, my brother.
Fadiga, focus. Fadiga, you are in the lead by double digits.
No, the thing is, I want to dispel this rubbish that people keep saying around Liberia for flip-flopping. It depends on your mindset. Some people want consistency. Some people believe in adaptability. I believe in adaptability and growth. I am not a robot that to have one fixed opinion about something. That is what makes me an intellectual. I can support you today and take you. What I believe is if your position doesn't align with my value or the prevailing circumstances, I can change. That is what makes people good politicians. That is what gives you growth. Your inability to adapt is what makes you a terrible politician. Adaptability is also a political strategy, Mr. Jeru. So if you believe in consistency, fine. You can have that wheelbarrow syndrome. When they put you there, you remain there. Some people care about what other people think about it. I'm self-made. I'm first generation Fadiga in Liberia. Nobody knew Fadiga. My father was a poor teacher. But I made a name for myself in Liberia. People know at least the Fadiga now. That is adaptability. So I'm very honest person. I consider myself very honest person. Look, politics is not static. It's dynamic. You have to navigate between complex issues. It is multifaceted. It's not one thing. It's not one size fit all. So you can say, oh yeah, he said this about Ambassador Boakai. What is at stake here is what the Liberian people want. The Liberian people have seen that George Weah was a terrible mistake. That is why children are going on the street and saying, for our power, sorry, we made a mistake. They want to correct that mistake. I want to be a part of this history making. So, Mr. Jaru, call me flip-flopper. I agree. If that is what I will have to take for the Liberian people, I would bear the consequences. But I will tell you this: what is at stake? You sit down here, you spew a bunch of gabbity gook, throwing all the kitchen things, thinking, trying to see which one was to stick. Look, so many of the people you are talking about can't even remember what happened. Do even know what LPMC is? Some of the things that you guys are talking are Asian. We are talking about today reality where coach is killing our children. We are talking about Liberia today. Yes, yeah. We are talking about Liberia today that we cannot even attract foreign direct investment. We're talking about Liberia today that is plagued with so many isms, nepotism, cronyism, tribalism. Honor Ambassador President Weah, and there's one man that has that experience that can do it. I don't have enough time now to dispel all these different things, lies, and make story. But I do know one thing, that the Liberian people are resolved. We just did a mopo just now. We open the line. Everybody's saying the same thing. If your campaign is not guided by data, you're not a politician. Just sampling that we did here, the numbers is in Ambassador Boakai favor. So do I need to respond? In the Boakai campaign, on the rescue team, we say we agree. Say what you want about Ambassador Boakai, we agree. October 10th, we're going to rescue this nation and we're going to ensure that he turn this country over to a responsible government, like he told me and told many of the other Liberian people. So I'll leave it at that for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Hassan. You are right. You are on your 3 minutes. Now we're going to go to the retired Conan, Eddie, Remy, Gray. Your 3 minutes, sir. By 7:51, you should be done, sir. Thank you.
You know, the thing about our Liberian psyche is that we are so imperialistic in the point that when we put our mind somewhere, we don't even want somebody to distract us. Whether or not it's the most wrongful thing to ever do. Some people don't even want to hear you trying to convince them. This is how they sounded 6 years ago about Mr. Weah. And people were so adamant, people who are feisty today, you don't hear, don't fit, you drop pin, you don't hear about your Weah. Some of us who sit on this platform, we're pushing that, calling other people names. We're back at that decision point. You know what? People who vote with just their stomach, they're attracted because they hear few noise somewhere, are the individuals who are always in the majority, because that's the kind of country we have. We don't have a very educated electorate. People listen for where the noise is the most, there where they go. Whether it's the wrong or good thing, they don't care. So when you hear folks telling you, we don't care, whether or not you're in casket, you dying, we don't care. Who makes those kinds of statements in a crucial election? You're saying that the election is crucial. It is crucial. When your country is at 177 years, and you're still making those same mistakes you made 177 years ago, we are really at a crucial point. You trying to bring somebody who barely can stand up. How many times have you seen the ambassador out there? But people are out there gathering because they know, you know what? They seen how Sameto and others stood out yesterday because today they're reaping the benefit. It's the same how people will be out there because they know once we get to that point, they will be the one in control. At the end of the day, you, the man who making all this comment, you don't hear those people make those comments because they know once this is successful, they will be in control. At the end of the day, you will be the victim. Look, we don't want to say some of us at least will be able to salvage our life somehow. I feel for the child who has no ability to even make the move after you elect somebody who is not going to run the country. They will be the tab will be passed on to them. People who make all this noise, they're angry about go back and look at, Fadiga is talking about the man has 40 years experience, but he say nobody remembers what happened to LPMC. That's contradiction. The same past that you want us to hold this man, you know, with high esteem for, that the same way you say people not remember and people should not remember. Well, your past makes you. If you were dismally
Thank you, Mr.
leading
Gray.
yesterday, you're going to lead a government that will be poorly run, poorly
Thank you.
managed. Liberia will find itself the same place we find ourselves today under George.
Thank you. And this is one of the best shows I've ever moderated in my life. And I want to say thanks to every one of you, and thanks guys for following us. The chat room is going crazy. The messages up here is going crazy. This is to the people's heart. And want to bring in the Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon.
Thank you. I was not here about a year. I got a lot of phone calls. But to the Liberian people watching us, those of you who can type, as I call the names, just say to the families, you are sorry. To the family of Muna Youngblood, we are sorry. I don't want you to be typing under the live feed. We're sorry. To the family of Mabutu Nyimpa, we're sorry. To the family of Matthew Innes, we're sorry. To the family of Baten Niswa, we're sorry. To the families of George Fambutu, we're sorry. To the families of Gefty Lama, we're sorry. To the families of Abba Peters, we're sorry. To the family of Alexander Say killed in Grand Jida at the gold mines, we're sorry. To the family of Marvin Ellis, we're sorry. To the families of the 3 missing boys, we're sorry. To the families of Precious Cooper, we're sorry. To the family of William R. Talbot, who served as our president, and to the memories of your son, William Talbot, we're sorry. To the families of William Vakanarak Shadrach Tutman, and to the memory of your son, John Tutman, we're sorry. We're sorry because those of us who brought President Weah did not sign up for such a tragedy. We're sorry to the families of our young boys and girls that are dying on drugs today. We're sorry for the level of corruption that has plagued our nation. And that is why a man with 42 years of public service, 25 of which landed him in government, not one person can point a finger at him and say he stole. Whether it be from LPMC, agriculture, even the CWA school, where he allowed Charlene Brumsky's mother to go to school so she could give birth to her, for her to contest against him today. For that, we're all sorry. To allow a sycophant, nincompoop, parasitic political plasmodia to sit on this platform and spew out gibberish against intellectually fit individuals who are not only professionals, but are past public servants, is a disservice to our nation. My friend Gibson Jeru, you are an article of no political value, and you know that. My friend, you are not the creation of the benefit that comes with philoprogenitiveness. I know you don't know what it means. I will spell it for you. Take your pen and write 20 letters for me. P-H-I-L-O P-R-O-G-E-N-I-T-I-V-E-N-E-S-S. It means love handed down from parents to offspring. And the reason why I use a 20 letter spelling
your 3 minutes is up. Your 3 minutes is up.
Is because you don't understand what the families and the children of those parents that have been brutally
You were spelling until the time over. You were spelling until the time over.
Nobody thought about the man won you.
I beg you, Gibson, let him
Take
finish.
my 30 seconds. Nobody thought the man won you.
Yeah, take your 30 seconds.
Now, when we come on this platform and we look at individuals like you who call yourselves journalists, instead of pen push-ups, at the end of the day, look at what we're in. Who told you politics is a science that is static? Who told you I must remain a Republican or a Democrat in my life? We, Fadiga and I, did not sign up to kill these people. We did not sign up to bring kush and kill our children. We did not sign up for corruption to be like this in our country. We signed up to change our country. And because those who felt that they would kill people, maim people, hack them to death, will continue such a way, we have decided that an elderly statesman,
I know you wasn't on the show, so hold on 1 minute, Fagon. We're going to give you one last minute. Fagon, hold on 1 minute. Because you came in late, we'll give you one additional last minute. And I'm watching the clock, Fagon. 1 minute last. Go ahead.
I want a question for Gibson that I can answer for him to put him to bed.
Can I ask you a question?
I want 1 minute to respond.
Gibson, go ahead. Because that no. You know what? I will pause on you too. Dr. Richardson got to speak. Then we'll bring you to ask the last question. If I want
I want my 1 minute. I was closing when he interrupted
me. And then bring 1 minute because Dr. Richardson got to speak.
Let me speak to the minds of the people because it's already made up. Never in the history of our country have we sang a song and it fell on deaf ear. Nete woman born soldier Ketoba Congo woman born do brought do to power. When they were leaving, the Liberian people said, "You kill my man, you kill my pa, I will vote for you." It brought Charles Taylor to power. The Liberian people came back. They said, "Babu, you not ever hold a monkey ever." It brought Ellen to power. When Ellen was leaving, the Liberian people sang. What did they say? You know Bob will vote for you. George Weah came to power. Today, they say, "Our pa, we sorry. We made mistake. Our pa, sorry. We made mistake. Our pa, sorry. We made mistake." Does the CDC have any song to sing other than that song? The Liberian people on Sunday will be coming from across the bridge, Bourgeois Island, as you saw them in 17. They will be coming from Raylight. They will be coming from Congo Town. And they will be coming, all of them will converge in the city center to tell George Weah that the people you kill, the drugs you brought, and our monies you stole, you will never. And let me make this announcement in my last 10 seconds. Nobody should think we are going to SKD. President Weah said that if they said amen, let them bring okra, let I brought okra. We accept the challenge. Our people will be ushered on Sunday. We are going to the ATS.
On the 17th.
On the 17th. We are going to the same ATS that you went to. You are e-car waving. Nothing will move in the city. Every single chicken will come outside in protest of the people that have been killed, of the drugs that have been circulated, of the monies that have been stolen, and the wealth that is taken away from our country by Jamaicans. Today, it will end on next week, Sunday. The Liberian people will come outside. And therefore, in one word, we say we agree.
Fagon, thank you very much. Before I will get into your question, Fagon, let me bring in Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. Dr. Richardson.
So, Liberians, it's a great thing that Spoon is on the radio in Liberia. People around Liberia, they get to hear our messages. I want to just say that when my brother Fadiga was saying that Joseph Boakai was not the best person for Liberia, I wonder what changed. Liberia we still have the same issues. We still have problems with our health care. The issues in Liberia have not changed with education. When I hear, maybe my brother, Mr. Fagon,
not the basis of those things, though. It was different. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah,
maybe no interruption, please. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
and I'm glad he said that. It makes a point to me that if maybe it was on the basis of a personal matter, where for me it was on the basis of what matters to Liberians, which is healthcare, education, a competent leader, infrastructure development and roads. Okay. So when I also hear my brother, on the other hand, Mr. Fagon, who says they were just because a dead man walking, and I really appreciate that he can come here today and begin.
Point of correction, it was Costa who said that it
No,
is
I beg you, Fagon, let the woman finish. Fagon, don't correct her now.
No, but we need to correct this thing.
No. Y'all say all your 20 letter and thing. Nobody interrupt you. Let the woman finish. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She can say that you will come and defend yourself. No, it doesn't matter. You interrupting her. So therefore, we get a madam 4 minutes because you just interrupted her.
If Costa said it, you somehow along the line repeated it, and also said that you don't even know why we call this man ambassador. I heard the tape where you are questioning even President Boakai's.
Don't put dead man walking there.
You are questioning President Boakai's place of birth. You are questioning President Boakai's age. You are questioning President Boakai's eligibility to run our country as vice president.
I was taking advice from Cummings and his man Ellie.
No, but Fago, you will not do this on the show, my man. You spent all your 20 letter words, nobody interrupt you. Give the woman a chance.
Exactly. So when we see these things here, my brother Fago would come and my big brother Fago would come and say, he was taking advice from Cummings, and this is a serious matter.
I didn't know that Richardson gets something on her sleeve like that to just hit Fagon so hard.
Man, they're not going nowhere.
Jesse, look what the woman saying. The woman said that you are the same Fagon that called JMB a cartel vice president. You are the same Fagon that said JMB was sleeping. You are the same Fagon.
You won't put one on my top for yourself so I can deal with you.
It's not about Fagon. It is about what the Liberian people want. You gotta make it.
That's crazy. Not that I may have behind you. Let me come from behind you.
Okay.
Let me come tell you.
No, that's you. The woman speaking you away.
Okay, so the issues.
I don't know what you were saying. Stand up. I want you to repeat that thing again. I didn't hear it go.
I was saying what she saying.
What you said? Yeah.
A few years back, this was the same Fagon, former deputy minister for information, public press, everything. That job we have fired. You were the
we
same
agree.
Fagon. Wait now. What the guy
intend to talk on Dr. Richardson?
The man asked me question.
He said, Dr. Richardson lead a show. Dr. Richardson lead a show. The woman time to talk, you won't give her chance to talk.
Dr. Richardson, you want me to answer for the
No, because we want you to come on your own.
Let
the man come on his own, because when we target him, we'll go for him. We'll go for him. Because when I look at you, we'll cover you. But I may come outside to net.
Dr. Richardson, do you want to answer Gibson question?
Answer Gibson question.
Actually, I was not listening to Dr. Richardson. The one wants to tell me, Stanton, please, man, I'm a panelist. Can you
I mean, the man is not a defeater. Gibson and
so as someone who's very tolerant of other people's views, people can come, they can talk east, west, north, south, anything you write, anything they want to do. At the end of the day, okay, it doesn't matter who this group for the guy in Fagon.
I want my sorry. I want my food up.
You said no interruption.
I'm not interrupting.
No, we done. Let the data finish. I beg
you.
I'll answer Gibson question, but let the data finish. Data finish, please.
Once you come on here, I have to respond.
I mean, you're doing bad to the woman. You don't do that. I'll put her in
no, wait, let her talk. Just want to tell her. Any food order,
yeah, but let it be so now. Let the woman go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, go
I'll stay here. I'll add more time to my time.
Dr. Richardson, can we come for counseling to you? Can we come for counseling?
I don't have to JMB supporters.
But my Ellie fool
also
also
you,
wanted
so you discriminating. You discriminating. You don't cancel JMB supporter. But
you've been quarantined. You've been quarantined. You're quarantined.
Fadiga, I beg you. Fadiga, I beg you. Dr. Richardson, I beg you, Mama. I know you got a lot to say. Can I ask a guessing question? Guess what was your question again?
No, when your time comes, you talk for yourself.
I need help. I need help.
Oh, she receiving call. Stanton, she receiving call.
From Musa Benedict.
And you see it? And you see
All right,
it?
while you're on the phone, let me answer Gibson question quick. Gibson, the woman said, oh, she back. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
So, at the end of the day, it may appear that, JMP is winning as what Fadiga and Fagon on this show want us to believe. There are a lot of people there are many people that on the
What phone call say, Dr. Richardson? That won't call you. That won't call you. That will call me?
Yeah, please, my phone call. Nothing like pure. All right.
They show too sweet. I saw the guy. They show too sweet.
Mr. Cummings often say the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. We also use this comment a lot in psychological practice, in mental health practice.
They say we crazy people.
Especially when people come to the crisis response center and they tell us that they have committed suicide before. We are more keen to respond to that person because we know that their future behavior of attempted suicide will most likely allow them to want to do it again and likely kill themselves. Mr. Vice President Boakai, we talk about his record because we know that the predictor of how he's going to perform as a president is solely based on the life he has lived, the job how he has performed at previous jobs. We have absolutely no record of his performance in terms of if he performed well. I'm telling you, I speak regularly to people who were in government when Joseph Boakai was in government. And the Pape did not do anything as Fagon and Fadiga would like us to believe. Yes, in Liberia, you can be in government for 42 years and you go there every day and collect a paycheck. It can happen there. So, all of Liberians, the one who are listening to us by radio, vote for somebody who has a progressive mindset for Liberia. Vote for somebody not on tribalism, not on because you're my friend, you're my family person, or because you call me today or tomorrow. Because you're likable, because you're socially desirable. Vote for someone who can change our country, who can put our country on the right path.
We agree.
Vote for somebody who can utilize technology, who has negotiation skills. Fadiga said who can attract foreign investors, as if President Boakai ever attracted foreign investor to the country.
Amen. Can I answer that?
Yes.
No, let him not finish that. No.
All right, let him finish.
President
President
Boakai, what he's known for bringing a ferry in Richardson County to help the people.
Okay, thank you, Boakai. What Cummings brought? Diabetes.
He's known. I can send you a list. I can send you the list, but don't worry. If you
Expired drugs to be careful.
And after the moderator.
No, go ahead. I'll beg you. Go ahead.
All Nigerians that got diabetes.
But for the woman feeling bad, we gotta go.
You can get 30 seconds to answer my question.
Beg you, that Richardson, please.
Baking all around. You looking for help?
Let me just. I'm going to conclude by saying, Vice President Boakai did not contribute. Read. Houston was very supportive of LPMC. Read PL Public Law 480. Okay, read it and see the corruption that happened where the senators in America, yeah, had to come and investigate our Ministry of Agriculture, including LPMC, because rice that was donated to Liberia was stolen under the regime of President Boakai as Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, I was saying the package.
Totally false and misleading.
It is not false and misleading.
You
are standing
right now. I have it on my phone.
We gotta go, guys. No, we gotta go.
Put it in the chat room. I want the whole world to do it.
Why you not putting in the chat room? All right, guys, we gotta go. Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Eddie Remy Grave, thank you. Now we'll take this time to open the. No, now we're gonna take this time. The folks have heard the argument, guys. We'll take this time to ask the Liberian people whose side they on tonight. We will take.
Because majority of the people who are listening to this show, as you can see, they are
also Dr. Francis.
Dr. Richardson, don't do this now, man. Even me myself, I try to help you. You say not fair, Dr. Richardson.
We have tried this before. We have done
No. No, we're gonna end the show like this. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all sides. Okay, you heard all sides tonight.
Because you're talking off every time I'm talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard all sides tonight. We're gonna take. I think Dr. Richardson, hang around. At least I'm on your side today. Okay, make one more point. You just text me that one, so go ahead. Tell me about it.
No, I know.
What do you know you are there?
Fagon is part of the show. Let me one tell one question.
Mr. Fagon, I don't just talk like this, so you see, that's how I got.
You are there.
Fagon, we gotta go to the full line, my man. Stop.
Vice President Boakai, he is dead right now. Okay.
Thank you. So guys, thank you very much. Let's go to the phone line. We're gonna take 20 calls. We're gonna take 20 calls quick. Just tell me whose side you on. You listen to the JMB folks. You listen to Taiwan Gonglo. You listen to Mr. Cummings. That poor job, we are all on the team because we know he's done. These are opposition now. Whose side you on? Real quick. I will take the first call. You take the second call, Mr. Kuban. Let's do it fast. Hello?
Hello, this is Mustafa Khan calling from.
Mustafa, whose side you on, Mustafa? You heard everything.
My man, JMB.
JMB, thank you very much. Let's go ahead. Aaron, take your call, Aaron.
Hello, welcome. Hello, you're live. Go ahead.
Calling from Ghana.
Okay, let's hear you.
JMB. No propaganda with them or JMB.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. You said JMB, the second call. I will take the third one from my end. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
This is but okay, you just give me.
No. We press against time, Papa. You can call tonight and be on the Tonight Show. Okay, whose side you on? JMB, okay, thank you very much. Take your next call, Aaron Kuban.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Let's
4-0.
Thank you. Let me take this one. Your name and where are you calling from?
George from London.
George, whose side are you on?
All the way.
JMB, thank you very much. Take your call, Kuban.
4-0.
Yeah, how you doing?
Fine.
This is somebody calling from Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, I only saw the mother doing to shoot the Labento money.
Who's that?
I said the mother get a broom to shoot the Labento money.
Okay, Taiwan Gonglo. Thank you very much. Let me take this one. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, whose side are you on?
This is Aquapid. 100 million times on the side of Alexander Cummings.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Go ahead, take that one, Aaron.
Hello, welcome. Let's hear you. Hello?
Hello?
You are live. Go ahead.
My name is Josiah Small. The National Support Boakai and County 2023.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, my friend. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm George Yanfo calling from Dover.
Yes. JMB, thank you very much. Take the next call.
Tell me.
Let me take this person. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
I'm a guy from Canada. No rhetoric, no propaganda with stuff of JMB.
Okay, thank you.
Let me take this one. Hello, your name and where are you calling from? JMB, thank you very much.
9.
Go ahead. If I take one, you take one. Let's do it fast.
Let's go. Hello, welcome.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Kia, calling from Ghana.
Okay, let's hear you.
The rescue team, KNB, all the way.
Okay.
10.
Thank you very much. Your name and where are you calling from, my friend?
Georgia Marsh Davies, calling from Austin, Texas.
Which side you on?
I am on Alexander Cummings.
Alexander
Go
Cummings.
Alexander
Thank you
Cummings.
very much. Go ahead.
Welcome. Let's hear you. Hello, you are live. You're on the line. Hold on. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, how are you?
You are live. Go ahead.
Daniel Fitty from Banave.
Okay. All right, my friend, your name and where are you calling from?
This is Jim David calling from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, GMB.
Thank you very much, Jim David.
12.
Hello, welcome.
Era.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, this is okay from but it's about JMB all the way.
Okay.
13.
All right, your name and where are you calling from, my friend?
This is Vari Hit Kalawade calling from New York.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to say JMB.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Aaron Kuban, take another one.
14.
Welcome, let's hear you.
JMB.
JB. Okay.
What did that person say?
JB.
JB, let me take mine from here. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, where are you calling from? Your name?
My name is Edwin Guida. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Yes.
JNB.
Thank you very much. Aaron, take that one.
16.
Okay. Welcome. You are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, JMB.
Okay.
17.
You said what, JMB?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, your name and where you calling from, my friend?
Beatrice Johnson from Atlanta, Georgia, JMB, all the way.
Thank you very much. Aaron, take that one.
Hello, welcome. Let me take this person here. Hello, welcome. What's going on? Go ahead,
Hello,
go ahead. You are live. Your name, where you call us from?
I'm Kamala calling from the Peace Island.
Okay.
Yeah, JMB.
JMB.
All right, let me take this one. Your name and where are you calling from? Your name, my friend. All right. Let's take this one.
I get 10 callers.
We're not taking nothing from you, please. Your name and where you calling from?
Minnesota.
Yeah, your name? All right, that's a disqualification to that call because I didn't hear the person's name. Let me take this one, Aaron. Hold on. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Anthony Tamba from Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
JMB all the way.
JMB, thank you very much. Kuban, take one. How many we got so far now? Can somebody tell us? Anyone that reached the 21st and we're going to end the call. Do we have
JMB got 20. Yeah, right.
JMB has 20. Let's take
JMB
another
20.
5.
I won't say Gonglo 1, Cummings 2.
Let's take another 5 real quick. Aaron, you go first, and I come after you.
Yes, Kamanga Glasgow from Riverside, JMB.
Okay,
all right,
only
let me take this one. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
They're calling from Minnesota, JMB all the way.
Thank you very much. Aaron, take that one.
Okay, welcome.
Hello?
You are live. Go ahead. What's your name?
I'm on point.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Your name and where you calling from?
Already.
JMB, what's your name?
JMB.
What your name, JMB? Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Kuban. Aaron, where you at?
I think he's frozen.
Okay, your name and where you calling from, my friend? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. Thank you for participating. You can join us. You can join us later on tonight for Midnight Politics on Spoon. Again, after this program, we got 40-some more minutes for you to speak your dialect to your people. I will hang around. I will give you the chance, Aaron and myself. We'll open the phone line. Speak speak
We
only
made
your
mistake.
dialect, nothing else.
The majority that will vote don't have access to cell phone.
Right now, I want to say. Right now, we want to say.
The majority that will vote for
Hold
other
on, guys.
candidates
Hey,
don't have
guys,
cell
you're
phone.
interrupting us. I'm breaking you up, guys. Right now,
Follow
where
your
I have
history.
right now.
The majority that vote
Stater, I want you one question.
No, you gotta wait. No, you gotta wait. Let me call the score first. Let me announce this thing. The people say that thing. Let me announce it. Taiwan say Gonglo 1. Alexander Cummings 3. Let's count JMB.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
JMB is 25. Taiwan say Gonglo that 1 and Mr. Cummings that 3. Ladies and gentlemen, you know when you hear the people that can preach for their leaders, their political leader, when they can preach for the political leader, this is what we do. After you listen to them, then you declare who you believe. Today we have L. Remy Gray and Dr. Richardson, Al Hussein and Gibson and Sam Woolsey. Then Fagon joined us in the last round. But here we are today, unannounced. After a great argument, we had 25 individuals, Liberians, saying they support JMB. 3 said they support Mr. Cummings, and 1 said Taiwan said Gonglo. I want to say to you, a beautiful show. Allow us now to have 30 seconds of our own closing. Then from there, we go on the other side, okay? Thank you for joining Spoon. Thank you. It was a great, great day. Let me go back to my brother Al Hussein Fadika. No, sorry, not Fadika. We always start with Gibson first. Gibson, your 30 seconds.
I must speak my Dale or I must speak my English.
It doesn't matter. Do anything you want to do. You got 30 seconds.
The first 15 minutes, I will speak my Dale. And the second 15 minutes,
I will speak English. You get 1 minute, 30 seconds.
You said 30 seconds, I'll divide it into 2.
All right.
More point doing which go. Then I'm going to share money. Yeah, bleed is 0 whiskey. Mokri manare to bo. When you attack one which go. Or 1 tier 1 gonglu. All say all a point. Monsieur de baladipo way, you know, the baladipo. Who couldn't why did you win it? Why did you always you day? Who could be? Did you know so? For more, no, you know, no more.
Your 30 seconds finish. I'll have to come in, my brother.
Mama, I can do that kind of thing.
30 seconds finish. We said 30 seconds, my man. You scratching your eye, you speaking your data, who you making scared? But you can tell me out.
It won't change the trajectory of this election. But what I want to say, I want to speak to Andrew.
You the same thing, but change.
Go ahead, Fadika.
I mean, he's still speaking.
No, okay, I want to speak Basa too. I want to speak Basa. Then I'll speak.
I beg you, Gibson. Fadika speak. Fadika, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I want to use this time to speak to our supporters and those that are on the rescue team and the tag team. Well, I don't have a Dalit, but I'm going to say this. I want us to elevate the discussion. I like what we had today. I want us to elevate the discussion. Rather than tearing down George Weah and talking about negative, I want us to use this as an opportunity to tell the Liberian people with empathy. I see the ANC folks doing something that we will not do within the ANC to denigrate our people and make them to feel that they are terrible decision makers. I want us to use this time to elevate the discussion to talk about what matters to the Liberian people. Extrajudicial killing, terrible healthcare, drugs addiction. Let them know that there is a person in this race that can make a difference. Someone that has executive experience, someone have almost 40 years of experience as a public servant, and he already know the rope. That's why he brought arrest. So the distinction is clear. You do not even have to think twice. This is a 2-horse race. To some of you folks that are just seat filler in this election, it is now time to get out because this is one of the most consequential elections in our nation's history. We cannot afford to have another 6 years of George Weah. This is why it is very important that you vote wisely. To all the young folks,
thank you, Fadiga.
Vote wisely.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew Emigrate.
Well, I thought it was a healthy show. The debate was great. And I will always tell Liberians, we'll always be here to remind you on your choices. If you vote with your veins because you think everybody is making noise out there, this is not a 2-horse race. This is a multi-party democracy. Do not do not vote because somebody is telling you that it's between two people. At least they say two. They were bragging, say it's just a one-man race. But I can tell you, you make the mistake you made with George Weah, we'll be here to remind you. And interestingly, when after those errors have been realized, sometimes you don't even find one person that will stand up and say, I did it. You know, I remember when people were calling other people cartel, political, this and that. Today, you can find one individual that will say, I'm responsible for this government that came in, that is killing lots of Liberians. And I can tell you, we'll be back to remind them, we say, we told you so. Because you know what? A man's past is the future. You can't teach an old dog new trick. JNB does not know leadership. He's not going to lead Liberia. He's going to do what he does best as an old dog, not in any derogatory manner, but that's the trick he understands, and that's why he's going to go by. At the end of the day, you come and say, we made a mistake. Maybe that time we'll say Cummings will beg you, we made a mistake, or whoever will be the one that you'll be chasing after, because I'm pretty sure by then Cummings will not probably be
You still
running.
made mistake again.
They will.
Thank you very much. That bringing Fagon.
Well, folks, I don't understand some people. When people say, our past, sorry, we made mistake, what does it mean? What does it mean when someone say, our past, sorry, we made mistake? Then you come back, you say, the people don't want to own up. We own up, bro. That is song we singing, our past, sorry, we made mistake. How sensible is if someone was vice president for 12 years? You leave in a seat, then you call your 66 bogus agreement chairman to come and replace you instead of the old man who was deputy to you. It makes sense? Liberians, you have always been smart people. Don't let nobody talk you down because they can't make it. And the question I wanted to ask Kenton is what I'm closing with. Every time Liberian people made president, they sang song. This time is no exception. But I want you to know, Joe, we are challenged you. He said the crowd he brought us from Magibi, from Bomi, from all over the place. You ain't able to bring it. That crowd I saw in District 10. The one I saw in District 14. The one I saw in District 17.
After he said crowd, I'm not anything again.
My people.
But you don't eat that rubbish, man. We gotta go. Gibson. Gibson, that's fair, man. Let the man talk about it.
The reason why John we are talking about that his small leg crowd is because he wanted the American people to see it. So when he rigged the election, he can say, "And you saw my people." But next Sunday, when y'all come outside, y'all coming outside against Kush, armed robbery, rape, killing, stealing, everything. You're coming outside. And Sunday, no chicken, even the chicken will come outside. And the world will know when I bring post say they will change you, they will change you. I submit by saying to your Liberian people, again, anything they say, we agree. Our past, sorry, we made mistake. Our man fool us.
Let's bring in Dr. Richardson.
So, Spencer, let me shut my office door quick because I'm hearing noise. I want to thank you for the show today. I also want to tell my panelists thank you for being tolerant in this healthy discussion as to how we can make Liberia a better place. I want to go back to some facts that was presented here today. Fadiga questions. He said politicians go by data. 2017, what was Joseph Boakai? Wasn't he a politician? He was, did he go by the data? Because obviously he didn't win. So what data was he going by? That's the question that I have. I'm thankful that my brother, Mr. Fagon, started by saying that we're sorry to Princess Cooper, Odell Sherman. I don't know if you call her name, but that's someone that I'm sorry for. Gifty Lama, and so on. Saying sorry in my book is just not enough. We have to put action to our sorry, and the action that we need is electing the right person that can make sure that the circumstances and event that led to us saying sorry to Gifty Lama, Odell Sherman, Princess Cooper will not happen again, or at least decrease the probability of those situations happening again by implementing the rule of law. We saw that, Mr. Vice President J.M.B. Boakai was in power. He was there, but did he exercise leadership when he presided over the Senate? Did he call people and speak to them about certain bills? Have he spoken about that? He come here, he moved from Build Liberia, Love Liberia, and Think Liberia. Now we have arrest. Never. He does not even speak about his own arrest, about his own objectives and vision he has for Liberia. I've heard him speak. Maybe Fagon and Fadiga speak about those things more often than Boakai does.
We agree.
As somebody said, don't interrupt me, please. Okay. Well, as somebody said earlier, things were happening left and right in Liberia. People were being killed. Corruption was rampant. Did he say anything? No. But I am of the belief that whoever called, whoever typed in, you have the right. This is democracy. You have the right to believe whatever you want to believe. But you know what? I believe that I want a better Liberia. I believe that Mr. Boakai will not be the person to do it because of all of the evidence that I have provided to you throughout this show. I'm not talking from sentiments because Cummings didn't call me and Boakai called me, or Boakai is my friend.
Allegation, not evidence.
I'm sorry.
You made
we agree.
Not evidence.
No, I provided you evidence when I talk about LPMC.
You said put it in the chat room. You said no, you're not putting it.
No, but you leave a woman, another woman don't tell us to come by. It's not fair.
Tell us about we agree.
I mentioned LPMC. I mentioned PL 480. I mentioned that the cabinet of the director of cabinet of Ellen's government.
PL 480 that right, so.
No, that public law 480, my brother.
Okay, I think I said that right.
It covers rights and many other things, my brother.
You agree with me? Like, get to know you, so
no, I don't agree with you.
Fagon, the woman is telling you you need to learn. You need to learn.
Yes, no. So, guys, I will put you in the bar for Dr. Richardson to finish. Instead, the constant interruption to the doctor. We gotta go. Doctor, I beg you, please speak. Forgive them.
You got 3 people
Dr.
speak.
Richardson, forgive them for they know not what they do. Please.
Move Congo from here. Congo put on making that yet. Dr. Richardson get 3 human beings. Congo not get nothing. Keep here.
Clarence ain't get nothing because Prince Maxwell, they say they suspended him. You and I appear on Spoon Talk again. I don't know what he did.
I think Prince sounded like JMB.
Forgive them for they know not what they do.
And yes, this is the kind of thing that happened, when people are talking about Liberia and we are talking facts and things that make Liberia better, people will start sidetracking and distracting you. And if you're not keen on it, and if you're not understanding, if you're not really paying attention, okay, you will be sweet talk.
We agree.
Into raising a song that says we are sorry. Okay, that's what you'll be sweet talk into. You'll be sweet talk into saying a song because you want to justify what I
sing the song good now.
You say, whether you know Pope, you don't know Pope, because you are justifying. You're trying to make yourself feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Your time up, bro.
On October 10, Liberians, you have the choice to vote for whoever you want to vote for. But I come to ask you to vote for someone who can change Liberia. He will provide opportunities for improvement where you will not have to think about whether you like him or don't like him, whether he calls you or don't call you. And that is who we need to vote for, someone who can.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you.
Let me say this real quick, folks. We want to say thank you. I got to take away from today's program, and I appreciate every one of you. It was so unique. Listen, Mo Ali absent, Mame absent, Prince Maxwell absent, and we had a wonderful show. The only reason we didn't discuss the issue about the RIA, the drugs issue, because we were told to hold back. We have the information now. Monday, we'll be discussing it. The video I was waiting for, I have it. Okay, so we didn't forget. Monday, we'll discuss who actually brought drugs in the country. They were accusing Finabando. They said that Livingstone, the allegation was that it was the president and all these things. I want us to put our facts together. Now that I have it, by the grace of God, we will discuss it on Monday. And on Monday, we get a lot of surprises for you. A big one is coming. You want to join us? There will be a big bunch share on Monday also on another conversation. I want to say thank you, Dr. Richardson, and thank you very much. You still taught today. You gave Fadiga Hata. He called for assistant. He called the chairperson from that media team.
Our part, sorry. We made
Let me do my 30 second now. He called for assistant. And that was a good one. You, Remy Gray, and Gibson, you're giving to them. I appreciate the Liberian people. Yet and still, they decide to give JMB 25% of the cause. 25% of the cause say we support JMB.
Not 25%, 25%.
Sorry, 25 individuals. Yeah. I'm sorry, 25 quarters. Okay, and we want to say, Gibson, thank you. You come strong all the time. You fearless. You fearless. And Remy Gray, thank you. Hassan, thank you. But I will go back to my brother Gibson, Jerry question. Jay Gibson, you have a question for me before we go to the.
The one vote coming from behind.
Well, since you are the moderator, Dr. Richardson said something that I didn't understand. Can you please explain this so I will not carry misinformation?
I will never allow you to carry misinformation. This program is fact, it's transparent, peaceful, and Liberians listen to us. The only thing Dr. Richardson said on the show that I know and I believe, she loved JMB. She wished JMB well to lead the country to a better place. She supports JMB ideas, and above all else, the Liberian people will benefit from the leadership. So people,
use my mouth to chew your pepper.
I will rephrase the question.
I beg you. The man asked me, they said, what you heard? And what I heard.
I will rephrase the question. What did he say about Fargo and Cartel?
Okay. So what we want to say to everybody, it's time for you to speak your dialect. Those that want to stay with still, these guys got to go to the family. They get things to do. I will hang around till 9 p.m. so I get 20 minutes with you. Come on and speak only your dialect. I'm not hearing you, Fagon. Fagon, you are muted. You are muted, Fagon.
I tell you, I'm concerned about Sunday. Nobody won't listen to me. From the crowds I see for Sunday rally.
Fagon, you cannot argue crowd. You said, George, we have been having crowd, been defeated. Then you come back and argue crowd.
The people going to protest.
I don't understand you.
All right, guys. It's time for our show. We got limited time. Let's get people to speak their dialect.
Remy Gray came on the show
and
Remy,
thank you.
Today.
Gibson, thank you.
Remy Gray, who never came here before,
thank you.
He came here today and you 3-0.
Open the phone line. Hey, man, where Kuben going again? Kuben, where you running going? Aaron Kuben, stop leaving, please. All your friends can hang around. Don't you leave. I know Nelson is coming. You are muted, Kuben. Can you unmute?
I was trying to give way for Nelson to start.
No, but Nelson just sit down, man. I mean, not important. I just sit down. Just get out there and sit down. Like, oh, hello, my friend. Your name and where you calling from? It's time for you to speak your dialect to the Liberian people. We have created this session. Speak only your dialect. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Evangeline Ty, calling from Ohio, Des Moines, Ohio.
Thank you, Miss Evangeline. Can you please speak your dialect? Which dialect?
Yeah, and I'm speaking Crown today.
Talk to your people.
And I'm a Crown your clay. Luwo ne poitro. And Mr. Kwamena, the ola say you swimble the party di your one and all that rebel way now low on your party the oble clean hand amoji ana you 50,000 they print just and sukuwe amwan the ola print ola Cummings and no job you know by way job we paying the can there ola on leak off when we say we do the dana imon no omo negana on we quid onye olomo duo de osi nyo klepeba na Joseph Boakai na o pay on you o me elen nyos o sell ye ni na omo elen pindi so on zuan po son o ble o no kwibli ane anje mo de nyo mo mo do yi wa de ni dere nyu we we no na nyi ko ye de na duo ye experience Joseph Boakai na o do no os
Thank you. We have to take somebody else, Mama Evangeline. Thank you for speaking. Yeah, thank you. So, Aaron, change place now with Nelson.
Yeah. Let me just take this.
Okay, go ahead.
I have one person. Yeah, I have one person last. So let me just keep this person down. Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, how you doing, school family?
Yeah, you are live. Go ahead. Go ahead. You been following. Speak your dialect.
Then I'm in the budget. Tell them nothing easy. While we are here, I will room up Pandalanda. Nita ama kwa Joseph Boakai. That being a color being out on young lady. Now, probably the drawing rather not that moon going to see an trade or Halomba. That I see timber. City, but I will have over to one see. You don't have any committee. You cannot also once more I've got to come on. So my senior Bandia, my senior Mugalu and I'm feeling the one that was I would use a Boakai. I get cool.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Let me take this one. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Jeremiah Daniel calling from Minnesota.
Talk to us, Jeremiah.
I want to speak Basa.
Speak of
people.
Yes, go ahead.
Kiki answer we knew be my Basa and same baby ni grand Basa can't take it. Nippon Queen Bear my Rosa can't take okay, my give can't take it to walk there or my give up work and more and need be my Basa same baby then ya bo when you get election there on your plan, your motor, my dear, do a bravo, you can say Agabo, or say Agabo, do it, do a bravo, you can be you upon body pony, Nick gathered in your store when you more yes, support it. Upon a board, you can tell one of my book for any new sale book, but my more go around, say, Chenny, I'm more need a good present you. Get here, my boy present you, or present you to a could not get Guardian, you'll be a pocket more present Muja, upon Semaka, we remember we walk when we are the one you can't get one in a chance, body walk when we can be new, you can't only be free boom, be not dedicated, not doing it more go be somewhere, please say no more. Moto nya boss do mo ke primo oto nya ni na kulwe ni mu opoje 20 year eni be bo tin be mo anyo be mo na opo be adu ke be opoje fueni ni ga anyo be dia ke o te ga ke.
Thank you very much. I beg you, my friend. Thank you. It's only 1 minute. Try to keep it at 1 minute. Thank you. Let me take this one. Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name, where you calling from?
My name is Monica. I call from Massachusetts.
Doctor, which data are you speaking tonight?
I'm speaking Pella Ambassador.
Yes, Mama, go ahead.
Now you want to need to go down like a Macamo. Then I go plan a election May. That Joseph Baga is an aquambu, coffee like Gale. Qua bring a quan, and leave Kupu, Kalakupana, Yagata, Kong, Immunity. Vaga menu. Any girl like a Nakwambu Gauffila, Yawaga make it one, the Gana to Sabagana, Quaku, play, Black, so election of Tangy, Yavagana, Quana, Nunina, Sagada, memory, Quagula Sukai, Eso Tema, to a weak president in Ghana, Italanai. No, my president, I want to finish what I let you to Pagulation. What one of your teeth, Telunga? What about not the one who Kuma mweda jusa bagani. No agani gani afu jara di gani ni dasa. Ra no one many kani. Na ko mo kwa same kega akamalu ida esho jara du ka de ma o kubo same wa kubo daga kwa la dwa kwa me gara age.
Thank you.
But say wala wa pa. Ba ga no le gwe. De mo le che ya. Election na onye ya. De bala nyola wa de tenye jusa bagani mo mo sio. Mbare ni da pa jusa baga. La droite ni ga kare omo abe pa jusa baga da ne nuwe ade ka ye so ge de mo ni nu da ju de su mu da ju de wa ke di de be da la droite ka wo wa ge ko nyo se ke wa yi jo mbare ni la ba mo de se so be da to we age mo furi si nyo ma we je ye aju de se na amana de
Thank you very much. Apple Globoso. Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring in this one. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. My name is Masa Dukley, calling from Minnesota.
Masa, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you today?
Which dialect are you speaking, Masa?
I'm going to speak Madinga.
Please do.
Okay. Mamulu, I knew. Next one, Masa Dukley, Cabo, Minnesota. Election meaning is critical. Mui mamulu jumbora iju. Amuta wote. Amu wote ke. Amu vote make. Vote me a critical kenny. But my mom samba you know I can anyina. I maloka for election me blame me ma. I hangi blab company sawa minatura. Summit mini company sawa minatura jiro. Wakambere toke de tena class ni le mona uteta la seat edwo. Kambere wona salary. Kato jo ya government. What it be? I makuma for bakabe I sakuma. Ko siama reke election mina. Mo siama resa. Mo election lo. Jamana we na kagbeya. Mo isi janani. Mo wuri susu sola. Ma mo diyoru ma imbas la suni tine go kai mademe. Mo kana tura mademe na wati be. Bo jamana we bena ma mo ru fana ibe sociale. So mo ma mo ru jombora I ta wote mike. Mo wote mike. Ka jo wi ala bo masake ala. Ma la bo masake ala. Mo inaka Joseph Boakai isi no. Pape. Knowledge me aburo kabe kometi yama. Ma la si no aijo. Mo ma moru jombora. Joseph Boakai ita no. Mo Joseph Boakai isi masake ala. Come October 10. Aijo ma moru aita wote Joseph Boakai ye. Netore masan dukle kabo Minnesota moke de ka kili kala wate be kaila loni kabe election mema kusiambale election mikoro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your name and where are you calling from? Your name and where are you calling from? All right. Hello. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Aminata Suarez from Pennsylvania.
Aminata, which dialect are you speaking tonight?
Adingo.
Go ahead, Aminata.
It's small dialect.
Go ahead, Mama. Do it both.
I said I saw my Nike that I'm finding I joke better voted Joseph Boakai and Jeremiah Kun. Because not be a big thing anyway, while I be a talk, what I know. I Yamakala wait like my way you do. I don't wait me like I do cut out voting. I vote care number 2, Joseph Boakai. They better okay. Mona Mika Daro Zero then I wait. So this coming around more Jack Kabuti, Joseph Boakai. To my bomb country people, Nanwangai, that cry at the government, Kalika vote, Joseph Boakai. But for like, the bro after long as the bullet, woman who got Jonathan, Kalika vote, Joseph Boakai is the American Kamei. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mama. We appreciate you. Let me bring in somebody else. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Hello? All right, this person here, apparently they call but they're quiet. Let me bring in somebody else. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New Jersey.
Washen, which dialect are you speaking?
I'm speaking Basa.
Talk to us.
Oh, No, Nimba County was saying you were down or there in Yaka, and you were bound. They get to the Paga before because more than Yan, we said before they came and get to where they put it in, you have blood and out. So, Pagani was saying there in Yaga, we have both clear view, neither bar. Okay, thank you, see you.
You're welcome, Mama. You're welcome. Again, we want to bring in more people. Folks, you got to speak your dialect. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening. My name is Christopher Tembe.
Christopher Tembe, which dialect you speaking? Bring in more people. Folks, you got to speak your dialect.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Kishala wote. Yani, kumbani. Not just any Oh, woman, to come for ya long kwa matalenu giani ya mambo wa Vernacular mwache jini mwache lini yao bageroda tomofa dino toni for ya penya jokala au ya tunanyacho yimeyo kaikire ndi macho mkala ale falo kenyanya ni kama ya pioni ya plate ya kwa ko botile jino uma onda ke deske number 5 yo ponyano. Can you not not to know the Boma Boka for ya champion? La telephone and double challenge. We know to me. Pinan Conundu call. The Conundu call it when you supply your money call it. Do a banana, do a piano, which are your manani. You know, I mean, you call me.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. And again, let me say this. You listen to me. We just want to ask you, if you're telling your people, you encouraging them to vote. October 10, remind them. Why you don't want them to vote for the other person, say it. But they must vote for your candidate. And you say it. Okay? Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. Your name and where are you calling from? Hello? All right. So we got interrupted with this one. Again, let's take this person. Hello? Your name and where are you calling from?
It's Roland Freeman from Columbus, Ohio.
Which dialect are you speaking tonight, my friend?
Hello.
Speak to us, sir.
Kago wa bongane black. Kai particular sanoi dashu me kola black, jo kola black. Kakere amangalo kapona. Kurano mera fona year profit. Ga kurantama ni pinya lonjo awon nono abame magalo kobramo. Nena na kama George Weah kurano mera de aganai. Kaba mana geni oji opula kwa okobroto osabroto oji opula tama tora boema ta wonwangai kana oda to wona ni potai kana kunwa de kamai ya le chapala ya salefona ya de ini ba de vodi kobramo de kle de kana she de kle banga nyao kwa mka geni no na kama Joseph Boakai kwa me tama mana na la me diga mwanyo ke ga no le.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my friend. Because we're up to the hour, sorry to interrupt you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me bring in this person. I'm so sorry. Let's do it for 1 minute only, please. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Aminata Wright, calling from Pennsylvania. See, I'm a dingo, but I see my dingo. If I'm a dingo, I will speak French because Joe, I can only understand French. My cher frère et sœur, il ne faut pas voter pour ce gouvernement. Il faut voter pour les autres. Il faut voter pour Joseph Boakai, le numéro 2. Voter pour tes enfants, voter pour ton mari, voter pour ton avenir. Please, do not vote for this government. Joe, we are making only understand French, so I'm speaking French internationally. Bye.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, folks, we're having some internet problem in the studio, so I will hang around till Nelson return. But again, please, please, please speak your dialect, talk to your people, and let's see who owns Papa's land. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening. My name is Albert Nyamu, calling from Iowa, Muscatine.
Thank you, Albert. The dialect you're speaking tonight?
Yeah, I speak Mano.
Talk to us.
Nere na kwa tuai kwa vwe. O kenge dire ndawe kwa nyeflo Wa foke mile elokwa yifa le. Opongi ave no drive akwa sekebo. E kai do kre asike drive kala njoke bia. Kanu lo ba school. Wa plumbly. Kanu o clean clean. Ka foka de. Ka Boakai ba ila ko singa kula. Nimba kan de mele ka to le ka ge print Johnson wa je ma ko 1 mi ka be ka su ni wan senka. Opongi akwa sle wi en le awi wala me onu o kan be kwa mo. Ton le mo ko meni wa ka ba fo bia apele nu wa nimba kan de develop ka be ala pesi la ka UI a donaka ka de ka pele le enu aka ku ka bli ka pele le e anu aka ku ka bli ka foka ka abochi yi a ko be melon fe egbe representative for asin for ka so bochi yi fefele ka foka o jama ko wa juza baka de po on passing be mia on pe ka de nyo ma gbin ka de ka foka Boakai wa jama ko le ka foka Boakai wa jama ko le on kan ki ka le pa le. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm telling my people to vote wisely.
No. I don't want to know why you tell them, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Let me take this one. Your name and your name. Which data are you speaking?
Mama means, oh God, then go to that. What's going on? Okay, I will be speaking, Mama. Stand up.
Go ahead, speak, Loma, Mama.
Okay. Mama, get down where. One night, when the pagans are with our women, my would is, I've ways a lot, or no for poor women. I did have ways I go and help work. While get to I'm 4 I'm a voice at the more father. What the more father in Naga? And on me, Father, what I use, you will also away. And so I'm gonna voice at the more father, reject. I always go experience. Paramana to our case, Gina was Gini, but I could so call a grab the time I drove by. I got president against Gini's gonna. So I tell women, I always go whatever. I'm a voice as no put no father, case, Gina couldn't tell me your part. So I mean, I always go whatever. When I tag us together, Uru, girl, and your parliament marker go to use it. So now we will boom.
Thank you. Thank you. Nelson, are you with us, Nelson? Nelson. All right, folks, let's take more calls while they connect the internet. Your name, where are you calling from? Hello? Okay. The person said the child, let me bring this. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, Mama. Your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Lovell, speaking from Iowa Cedar Rabbit.
Lovell, which dialect are you speaking?
I speak down.
Go ahead, talk to the people in down, please.
Okay. Dampo menonka bra. Me yale ya kwiple voye ma ka zuoka. Ka zuoka ka voka boy ka wan Jeremiah. Ka voka boy ka wan Jeremiah. Opo mama ya ready ka en ya ka semangu. Ka voka ka zuoka kwino. Ayene lo me wo bound yo pie bound. District number 7. Ka voka bedeted. Mami o no wo la ba. Foi kra ne da wa sia ka enu. Ko ya voce ka mami o no de pa ba. Ka voka bedeted. Ka voka bedeted. It on my dua mo apoe. Thank you, Sitan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's good to have you. Again, we'll take another one. The phone line is crazy, folks. It is crazy. Your name, and where are you calling from?
My name is Blair. I'm calling from Australia.
Blair, go ahead, talk to us, Mama. Which dialect are you speaking?
Yeah, I'm speaking Mano.
Talk to us.
No saying that labia ekebe Nimba County or le no fefe mole labia. Ko na ko senemboka le ka voke Joseph Boakai wen. Ka voke Joseph Boakai wa Jeremiah kun ka osi ye ka todo
Joe, we are more. I get it at that would Nimba County. I later go ya, dale boy. I can football pick up ya. A cadoi, that by penal fife double and Nimba County. Jeremiah Coon, that go door. I can get me cow, quasing economy and doka. Cavoke, Jeremiah Coon, Joseph Barker, or Wayne, quasre at Dobine. Capeda Secomiano. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me take this one. Are you outside? Are you good?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Thank you. Your name and where you calling from, my friend?
Oh, this is Body It Tarawari calling from New York.
Talk to us. Which dialect?
Madingo.
Go ahead. Shoot.
Oh, Mumba Diman, you know, we are in a master of, you know, I think it's Marani. Body Tower, the Cabo New York. Some of me here will have been a Mafra Moria, Mamma Lucy, Padu Boni, Gompa, Nimba County, Moravia Mumbe Bet. I would take Joseph Boakai. Alakadina, Alakademusa Jabakaima. So, Mumba Diman, I can see me quote off. I mad do Joseph Bokaila. I am mad them. I must say as well. That's a more. Now, I couple more, you know, couple more when you saw I did la question about what I did Vernacular, but the Jamana Kuno, Jamana Webea, I summedo, I deserve a madam. Some can mean Podeo, Inshallah, Alabama Deme, Alabastanga Dama. We do all soon today.
Thank you.
So some can mean Jamana.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll take 5 more calls. It's 9:02. Of course, it's 1:02 in Liberia. Nelson have to start his midnight politics program. We'll take 5 more calls and then we'll end it for today. You can catch us Monday afternoon or in the morning. They will do a replay of these dialects. Then after Spoon Talk in the evening, we'll come back. It will be a powerful show on Monday. You need to speak to your folks. Let's go 5 more. I will take 2 from my end and you take 3 from Liberia, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Hello? Yes, ma'am. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yes, Mama Kamasari calling from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Then which dialect are you speaking, ma'am?
Madingo.
Talk to us, please.
Okay. See, I'm registered in the summer. I knew that my young my fair. I do John Jada, I would take to Sabaka. Manya bear the summer I bear. I did a mobadula. Labia beg the yabi. Labia beg toro. Mamu toro. Muso ni musu that I can care. I do Johnny Jana, I did a mora. Osalabi a bear. And Nicky, I do Johnny Jana, I swear. I vote to Sabaka. I can say my eye. And Nicky, our room.
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Let me take another one quick. Then from there you can take us. So, all right, I think no, I got one here. Hello? Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
He's
Paul, hold on 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I will be speaking better tonight.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now we're going to do tiga bong kandi, bong kandi. Kau lena again name daga majua hawa tila epa galuno kapona agega furuga nui daga ma. Jo upong wia ba kau furuga mameba. Ka furuga nui daga ma jusa jima Boakai ka furuga nondu ba arabu le hunyande. Uka ba kwa moy ba bepo nondu ba abakwa abaga kwa menyowu. Jo gba diga huwa ke ka proto mo neiba Jamaica. Abu Hana clearly girl at Jamaica. When they put on so that our president who never Lina that they did in Niaga. Cow food is not that much joke. We are cow food is a mamma, food is with that much juice at Jima Boakai. Not the book of food is again, it take it being a Arabule Huna. So I tell again, I don't know upon that beneath who are care, woman, Kakwa Parawi, Kakwa Boakai, Kakwa Gu, Kakwa Gunuta, Kakwa Sanoye. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Let me take this one last person, man. They've been hanging on. Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Deborah Gibson.
Go ahead, Miss Deborah.
New Jersey.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm speaking Bassa.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Mbrita soje be moembe urene. Ine mo zikro. Kesi mi no kubri. Ni be boche put them. Charge Virginia DNA. Omo tibe ge phone ne mo di separe. I do more said I did you work. I did you said baga. What a yes and naya music. What a chili walk. So if the election again, they have four more. They have four. Only Joseph Boakai. Okay, you want a chili walk or something. Yes, a farm. Need a boom. I need a bound. Election again. The four more. You used to go when I said about the quarter. Okay, Papa need a town. Because I need a car. You are West to go support it. As if we bad nanny on the mother when I on his song. So need a boom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, listen, Nelson, a beautiful show today. I want to say thanks to everybody that participated. Please do not forget, we'll try to keep you 1 hour for you to call. It's good for you to call. We need to speak our data. So, for me, Nelson, which data do you speak?
See, you want to put me too little.
Well, I just asked you, which data you speak?
I understand Pele very well, but
You which country you from? Lofa or Bon?
Bonk.
Bon
And
country?
yeah, and I understand Mana very well as well, but
you don't speak it.
Unfortunately, yeah, I don't speak it.
Well, so I listen. I can understand crew. I think I can speak crew very well, but I'm so tired to speak crew.
Oh,
yeah.
Uncle Pete Camille.
Yeah, Uncle Pete, every day you going to respond to. Yeah, let me respond to Spoon every day. You mind? But I would say this: Dan Fuede, apoyin swatro. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our nation. We can do what we can do as a people for our country, Liberia. We wish you well. It's nothing personal. All this have to do with the mindset of the people, that you will vote right. Okay? That you will vote right. If you think your left is better than 6 years ago, you decide. If you think your left is in the worst of shape, you make the right decision. You got Jose Boakai, you got Alexander Cummings, you have Tewan Gunglo, you have Clarence Modua, you have Simon Freeman, and the rest of them. If you think within yourself that you're in the bad shape of your life, things are tough, it's rough, your children are going to school, your grandmothers, they are sick and only paracetamol they can live on, no food, for months you have not taken pay. If you think that if you look outside, just walk outside and look around, that you're sleeping in the water, multi area sickness, cholera, cough, cold. If you know that your left is not better, that somebody can come and unwrap you without seeing any policeman, and you're just living by the mercy of God because of no security. If you think that your husband have work, and he cannot get that $45 for pay in the whole month time. If you think your children need to go to school, but there is no school fee right now and they stay home. If you think your left is worse and bad, vote right. It's time for you to exercise your right to bring a change. If you think you're going to ask yourself today, what have George Manawea done that I should give him my vote, that I should vote for him again? Is Jose Boakai better? Will Cummings be better? Will Tewan Gunglo be better? Will Simon Freeman be better? Will Clarence Moluba be better? Then you ask yourself the hard question. What will 6 years from now be for me? 6 years. What will 6 years be for my children? 6 years. It's a long way, my people. Will I still be washing somebody's car to feed my family? Will I still be a security man to work for $30? Will I still have to call to America to beg for money? Where I say, oh, that for somebody to give me $5? Do I still need to walk from Newtown up to Broad Street, Crown Hill to beg my friends, say, I'm going on the hustle? Just look at your life. Just think. As we get closer to election, we get about 31 more days to go from this end. Liberia will say 30 days. But I want to say to you, whatsoever that is left, don't be fooled by crowds. Don't be fooled by muya muya. Don't be fooled by the $10 they're giving it to you now. They want you to give them 6 more years or 9 more years. Did they help you at first? Did they build your roads? Did they provide the resources that you can say, yes, I got a job. Yes, my children in school. Yes, the after school program. Yes, I'm happy. Yes, our security is at peace. Yes, everything is good. Did they do that for you the past 6 years? COVID. They ate the COVID money that is also gave you rest. Some of you didn't see it. Senator said he told you 25 million and put it on his back and go to money changer. Do you believe it? 25 million United States dollars. The 16 billion, they cannot give a count of it because they took it and they start building their homes. We can laugh, we can joke, but you need to understand your life depends on it right now. For Liberia to get better in the next 6 years is the decision you're going to take on October 10th. What you're going to do when you're in that ballot box. There will be no politician there to give you $10. No one there to give you $5. No one there to promise you lies. You alone will be there. You will have your pen, your paper, and your pen. And all you need to do is to check one name. Or use your thumb and put it on one name. And that's all you need to do. And then at the end of it, and at the only end of it, you will walk out of that voting center free because you make the right decision. So help us help you. Speak your data to your folks. Talk to them. Encourage them. That 6 years or 9 years is a long way to go. They didn't do it for you, they will not do it for you again. Let God bless you. Let God keep you. And let God bless our country. That's all we have to offer every day till that change comes. Don't you give up. Don't you give up. Change, real change, actual change is on the way. Don't you give up. And have a good night. Nelson, thank you, man. Have a good night.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. And sorry about the connection issue at some point.
Yeah, it's the internet, right? It's going on. But you guys are going to have a wonderful show today. You know what? I got to come on and tell the guys, and they have to pay, they got to pay, or else none of them coming on. We'll talk that one in the back. I'll get a hot time. Thank you, Nelson. Bye.
Okay, sir. Okay. Well, folks, we want to say thank you very much for joining us tonight on the late night show. Sorry, on the Spoon Talk. And thanks for following from Spoon Talk up to the Vernacular segment of the program from 8 p.m. in Liberia up until now. It's 1:13 a.m. You've been here. We appreciate you. We've been streaming live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We're also live on YouTube. You can search the Spoon Network YouTube handle. Just check for Spoon Talk Live. We are streaming live there as well. We want to say thanks to all of you who make up time every night to join the Spoon Show. We will end up like this. And of course, we're coming back shortly with the late night program. Have yourselves a good day. And of course, you can join us on Monday for another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. And this is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. I'm Nelson Collet. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. A special one. from the CEO, stand coming with the spoons. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.